Fantasy basketball managers in 10-team ESPN points leagues. We are cooking this episode up for you. We're about to conduct a real life, actual 10-team fantasy basketball draft on ESPN, drafting from the 10th position. We believe every NBA fan who plays fantasy football should also play fantasy basketball. Now, I'm sitting up in here at the crib on a Sunday night shooting live fantasy basketball content. Listen, we got about 4 minutes before this draft pops off. So I'm going to just get in with the proceedings and get this, pay these bills real quick, because this episode is presented to you by BetOnline. Football is back, and BetOnline is your number one information source for all sports wagering info, with all the up-to-the-minute stats, news, scores, and matchup breakdowns. Get the latest game odds, spreads, and totals from the NFL and college football at your fingertips with BetOnline's real-time updates on statistics, news, and odds. From week 1 all the way to the college football playoff and Super Bowl, BetOnline gives you access to the best football promotions and contests available anywhere online. Head to the website today or use your mobile device to get in on the action. Remember to use the promo code BELIEVE to receive your 50% welcome bonus on your first deposit. Bet online, where the game starts. Woo! Man, we are cooking with hot grease about 3 minutes before the actual draft starts. So before we do that, I want to make sure you are fully aware, because I don't want people out here in these streets not knowing what's happening. We are celebrating the beginning of the NBA season. It's going down in just a few short days, less than 2 weeks. We are excited. So what we're doing at Believe in Fantasy Basketball, we're giving away 2 graded SGC rookie cards. 2 rookie cards. One of my man, Josh Giddey. The other one of one of my favorite players in fantasy and in real life, Motorcade Cunningham, right, from the Detroit Pistons. So both of these cards are going to be given away to 2 lucky winners. To enter to win, all you have to do is go to Apple Podcasts and leave us a review. Leave us a review about our podcast, and then shoot me an email at believeinfantasy@gmail.com, just so I can verify that you're actually playing, right? So once I verify, then I'll put you in the pool. I think we're going to actually do a drawing live here, maybe on the first night of the NBA season or the night before. We haven't finalized that. If you guys preference, would you like it the day before or the show before we start the season, let me know. So this draft is going down right now. Let me go ahead and get focused. Starting in 2 minutes, so I'm going to share my screen. I have a really bad habit of sharing my screen late, so I want to make sure we get a head start and do that. If you are checking in live, please make sure you give any suggestions or ideas around who I should pick. Just to give you a little context on this group of fellas that I'm drafting with, this is a mix of literally homeboys from high school. Like one of my oldest buddies is up in here. We go way back, you know what I'm saying? Since even I think we were in middle school together, and we went through high school together. And then me and this is my man Cody, we actually moved as young adults. When we were like 18, 19, we moved to Orlando, Florida together. So me and him have a rich history. Also, some of my homies from my rapping days in here, like my college years almost. My man John Notty's in the building. My man Rick Eight is in the building. I went to college with him. My cousin is in here, Juzik, you know what I'm saying? So some of these guys might be slacking. I know a couple of them are going to be focused. Specifically, my cousin, who is PA Higher Shooters, that's his team. He's going to be locked in. And also, my man, Gastonia Slim, that's one of the guys I went to college with, he's going to be locked in. Also, them N-words there, my man, he's going to be locked in. That's my man, Nadi. He's going to be really locked in. Some of the ones that might be sleeping, Brooklyn Finest might be sleeping. That's a guy I used to work with. Team Yak Boys, that's a good friend from our childhood, but I don't think he's going to be really locked in. And then, yeah, some of the other guys are just friends of friends. So we're about 25 seconds away. I'm drafting from the 10th position. So, if you know anything about us here at Believe in Fantasy Basketball, I love the 10th position. The 10th position is one of my favorite places to draft. And honestly, in all my years of playing fantasy basketball, I've never had the first pick. So I'm like, whatever. I'll take the 10th pick because it's just as good. I'll take the 10th pick because the 10th pick is just as good as the first pick, especially in a 10-team league. We have a lot of people in our community who are asking for content surrounding 10-team leagues. In our Discord, people are asking for it. Even on YouTube, when we posted some 10-team mock draft videos, people were like, can you do more? So I'm really excited for you guys to see a real draft of homies from this league is, I want to say, 8 years old now. So we've been doing this for a long time for bragging rights. It's a family affair, and hopefully you get tons of value because I know many of you are drafting this weekend or next weekend. So, and some are even drafting during the week. So if in fact you need to make sure that you have everything in order, this is the place for you. I did make a mistake in setting up the draft here. I said it looks like I did 90-second picks, which that was a total mistake on my bad. But we had a couple of guys who didn't set their keepers before we started in another league that I was doing, and I just didn't have time to give this one the attention. So I was like, I had a 9 o'clock draft, and then I have this 10 o'clock draft. That's my bad. So these should be, at least 30 or 60-second picks. You don't want to go a minute and 30 because it just takes too daggone long, and we might be here a little bit. But hopefully, if everyone shows, it'll move along. If we have people auto drafting after that first pick, it should just go to an automatic auto draft. So that'll be cool there. So right now, my strategy here from the 10th, I always like to see who's going to fall. That's the big thing, right? Like, who's going to fall? Will they land in my lap? So I know the Joker won't fall. I know Giannis likely won't fall. Luka probably won't fall. Jason Tatum might not fall. Embiid might not fall. But Tyrese Halliburton might fall. SGA might fall. Anthony Edwards might fall as well. I don't know how much interest I have in Anthony Edwards that early. Like, I believe he will have first round production this season, but I don't know if I want to draft him 8th. So I would be more interested in someone like Domantas Sabonis or even Steph Curry there. Not so interested in LeBron James there. I have some interest in Damian Lillard and maybe even Trae Young and Anthony Davis and also LaMelo Ball. Anthony Davis is someone that I'm on the record saying, like, I'm kind of allergic to drafting him. I don't really mess with him like that. It's like something that I'm really not trying to do. But if he falls to me, that's something that I have to consider. Because one thing we got to say about Anthony Davis, and this is like super true, Anthony Davis, when he's healthy, is one of the top 3 to 5 fantasy basketball players. When Anthony Davis is healthy, he is a force to be reckoned with in fantasy basketball. So I get it. Like, I'm not stupid, right? Kawhi Leonard, a different story. I'm not drafting Kawhi just off of GP. I can't. I had too many dark days because of that, brother. But we got a question from my man. Who is that? We got a question from my man. Hey, Task Marts. He says, hey, I'm 4th pick, 10-team, 9 category. Halliburton or Curry? Halliburton every day, all day. And that's an easy one. I have questions. You could drop my best to answer questions, but also if you have suggestions on who we should draft here, please let us know. So it looks like we got a couple auto drafters, which is all good as long as they don't try to be pulling in and out of the draft. That's the thing that kills me with auto drafters. If you're going to auto draft, just auto draft. Like, pick your picks, do your thing, but don't be like coming in, coming out, coming in, coming out. Like, it's just too much, man. And we out here trying to, oh, shoot, these joints is at 2 minutes. Lord, I'm about to go to the bathroom. That makes me so upset. Man, my bad about that, guys. That should have been at least a 60-second pick, not 2 minutes. Lord, give me the strength. So we got the first pick off the board is Nikola Jokic. Second pick off the board, Giannis Antetokounmpo. And then we got Brooklyn No Heroes. He's likely gonna grab Luka Doncic here. That makes sense. I would actually take Luka second, but it seems like ESPN has adjusted their projections here and their rankings or whatever, and Giannis is number two. Giannis was number three, I think, for a while. Have a quick sip of this drink, parched. Got to stay hydrated. Okay, been at work trying to like get focused on drinking a gallon of water a day, and man, it's been hard, man. I've been doing a half a gallon, okay, but a gallon is tough. So it looks like Brooklyn No Heroes will likely grab Luka here. For me, I'm like, I have my game plan. Like, I'm locked in on my game plan. For me, it's like I said earlier, in that first round, with the 10th pick, I'm looking to see what kind of scraps fall off the table. But in fact, if it goes according to projections, Curry and Sabonis are like my back-to-backs that I'm looking at. Those are the guys that I'm like, all right, I feel comfortable with Curry. Have some health concerns, but I know that he can give first-round value. Sabonis, on the other hand, is somebody that I like. He is no joke for fantasy basketball. So if you could grab him in the second round in a points league, oh my goodness. Some people are drafting him in the first round, but for me, first or second round. Like if I got that back-to-back 10th pick, come on, man. Like, listen, I'm not. I have been very high on the record, honestly, about the guy here that you see at 24, Kevin Durant. I've been super high on Kevin Durant, but man, I might have to move him a little down my rankings, man, because it's just like the higher I go on him, the more pushback I'm getting, not just from the community, but also from the industry. As you guys know, like I'm actively, putting out content in the fantasy basketball industry, and I am on record that I am way higher than most on KD. So I'm starting as we get into these last couple of weeks before the drafts, before the season starts, to kind of, keep that in mind, that, if everyone's saying one thing, like, you want to be mindful of it. But I always tell people, follow your gut, because the thing about my KD, position is that if I'm wrong, I'm gonna raise my hand and I'm gonna say I'm wrong. That's one thing about me. If I'm wrong, I'm gonna raise my hand and I'm gonna say I'm wrong. We got a couple of questions. Another one from Taz Martz. He says Halliburton when Trey's good. Second pick, Young. Halliburton, then Trey's good. Oh yeah, absolutely. I love that. I love that. Then we got one from my man Keel Flores. What up, Keel? He says, Khalil. Is it Khalil? I'm sorry. I hope I ain't jack your name up, dog. He says, hey, Believe fam. I'm in a 12-team, 11 category. Ooh, exciting. Picked 7 with Shea, AD, Butler, Turner, Garland, Clax, Mark Williams, MPJ, Harris, Jones, Fultz, and Hayward. Any interesting thoughts on strategy? Man, I mean, I'm going to be absolutely honest with you, my guy. Like, I'm a little blown away by the 11 cat. I'm not too active in any 11 cat league, so I don't want to give you any bad advice. But what I would say is that you having that anchor of Shea and AD in a 12-team league is phenomenal, because arguably those are 2 first-round guys. So I think you're top heavy as heck, and as long as you play to the strengths of those 2 players and create your build around that, you'll be okay. Thank you so much for the question. All right, so it looks like, we got some picks off the board, and we have some shockers here. Oh, baby, it's getting interesting. So, okay, I'm a little excited. All right, so listen to this. Number 1, we had Jokic. Number 2, we had Giannis. Number 3, we had Luka. Number 4, we had Tatum. That all sounds right? At number 5, we had Devin Booker. Devin 7-11 Booker. This shakes it up. So now when I talk about that 10th pick, the scraps are falling off the table now, because Embiid should have went. Halliburton should have went. SGA should have went. Maybe Edwards. Now I'm looking like I'm might be able to get SGA, Tyrese, or Embiid. Doubt it, but it could happen. So right now I'm feeling very optimistic. So my picks of Sabonis and Curry at that 10 and 11, that might switch. That might very well switch if in fact either Embiid, Halliburton, SGA, or I don't know, or even Anthony Edwards. I might have to just grab Edwards because I don't even think I have Anthony Edwards in one league anywhere. So if I could get him and pair him with Curry or Sabonis, I think I might feel okay with that. It's a little early for me, to grab him with the 10th pick, but the 11th pick, it's like a 3-spot reach for me. I think most analysts have him at about 13 or 14. I have him at, I want to say 16. So that would be a reach for my rankings. But the way this team is kind of filling out, if he's available, I might have to take him with my second pick on my back-to-back in the round 2 pick. So after Devin Booker, we had Embiid, and now Anthony Edwards is off the board. So I'm getting close. I'm 2 picks away from getting either Tyrese Halliburton or SGA. SGA is off the board. So now PA Shooters is up. If they grab Halliburton, I'm going to stick to my plan. They grab Sabonis. So now I'm going Halliburton with the 1. I'm going to go with Halliburton with the 1. And on the back-to-back, because now I'm getting that point guard, I might go Davis. And again, I have not drafted Anthony Davis anywhere, anytime in the history of time, y'all. Let me know if I could get some help in the comments. If you guys are watching live, please let me know. Should I grab Anthony Davis? Because I am dangerously close to doing it. And it's almost like I'm allergic to drafting this brother. Let me go ahead and grab Tyrese. And now it's like the people I'm looking at, Steph Curry, that would have been cooler had I grabbed Sabonis. I don't think I want to do that. Anthony Davis, Lord, I don't even believe I'm saying it. KD, I have KD stock in some other leagues. You know what I'm saying? So right now, as tricky as it is, let me see what I got. Hello, no. Nobody's giving advice. Everybody's asking for questions. So I'm gonna just make my own decision. I'm gonna be a grown up. Let me go big screen on this. I'm gonna be a grown up. I'm gonna make my decision on what's best for my team. I'm gonna follow my heart. I'm gonna follow my heart on this one. I got to, because you only get one chance to bring home your 5th championship in your league with your homies. So, with the second pick on my back-to-back, after grabbing Tyrese Halliburton, I'm going to grab. There's no way in heck I'm grabbing daggone. No way I'm grabbing Anthony Davis. Man, I don't believe I'm about to do this. Somebody save me. Somebody save me before I do it. Don't let me do it. Okay. Hey, I'm making history tonight. Believe in fantasy. We have... I've ever in my life, in any public draft, mock or real, but I'm going to do it today. Ladies and gentlemen, with the second pick, Anthony Davis. Let's get it. Oh, God. There goes the season. Burning down the house, guys. Burning down the house. Lord, stay healthy, AD. Please stay healthy, AD. Man, we got some good people going off the board right now, though. I have to admit. Let me give you that recap. After Tyrese Halliburton, we had Anthony Davis. Then we had LeBron James. I have concerns about LeBron James staying healthy, but I also have concerns about Anthony Davis staying healthy. And the thing is about an injury-prone player. An injury-prone player is just an injury-prone player until they get healthy. Once you have a full healthy season, then they'll be like, he not that guy. For example, Karl-Anthony Towns was considered one of the most consistently healthy guys in fantasy basketball. An Iron Man. And then he got injured. Now people are concerned about it. Listen, LaMelo got injured. LeBron got injured. AD got injured. The thing about AD that I really like, even though I have my concerns, is that if he stays healthy, if he could give me 65 games, I'm not even asking for the 82, y'all. Like, I know people ain't going to play 82 games. I'm just asking for not like a serious long-term injury. Him being available in the fantasy basketball playoffs, him being available for most of the regular season, he will be a top 5 fantasy player in points league, and probably in other formats as well, like category even total. Come on, man. Let's get it. Let's roll our dice. So after LeBron James, we had LaMelo Ball. Then we had Damian Lillard. Then we have Steph Curry. KD off the board. I like that. Mikal Bridges off the board. Trae Young. Las Vegas Mafia is up. So at this point of the draft, when it comes back around to me, I'm going to be looking at Karl-Anthony Towns. I'm going to be looking at Cade Cunningham. I'm also quite interested in, I don't think Donovan Mitchell will make it that far, but if he does for some reason, I'll be interested in taking him. Very interested in Kyrie Irving this year. I think that Kyrie has some potential to do something special if he can find his rhythm with Luka Doncic. I think that's something that, they really haven't had the opportunity to gel. They haven't had the opportunity to properly gel and develop any real chemistry yet. So for that reason, I'm curious at the least to see what they can do. So for Kyrie, I would definitely draft Kyrie, even though I already have Halliburton. For me, I don't get too caught up in the positions. I get more focused in on who's the best available player. Who's the player that is going to provide the most value. And if Kyrie stays healthy, oh my gosh, he's dropping 50 out in these streets. He's for real, for real. So let's get back to the recap. After Steph Curry, we had KD at the 2-6, Mikal Bridges at the 2-7. We had Trae Young at the 2-8, Julius Randle at the 2-9, Donovan Mitchell at the 2-10. I love Donovan Mitchell, man. All formats. I'm about that life. At the 3-1, we got Jalen Brunson. Vucevic with the 3-2. That's it. All right, Vucci Poochie. I don't know if I could do that. Jordan Poole. Yuck. I threw up in my mouth a little bit. That's crazy to me, man. Listen, I got to see it. I think people out here in these streets saying Jordan Poole going to average 25 a game. All right. Let's see it. Once he do it, then I'll say, you know what? That's the guy. But I'm not with that like speculative production piece. I'm not like, yo, all right, he was really good when these guys were injured, and now that those guys aren't, now he's on a new team and no one needs to be injured for him to have value, he's going to average 25 a game. I'm not there. What I am about is he does it, then I'll be like, he can do 25 a game. So Lauri Markkanen, if somebody told me like he was going to do what he did last year, I'd have been like, man, if you don't get out of here with that Lauri Markkanen nonsense. And then he did it. So now he did it. I can, hey, listen. Now, the other side of that coin is I'm down to take risks on players that have a history. But, like, I'm not taking no risk on, like, somebody like Jordan Poole. I'm out on that. So I'm up. Looks like there's a lot of goodness here. There's a lot of goodness. So Kyrie's on the board. Victor's on the board. Kyrie's on the board. Victor's on the board. Cat's on the board. Cade's on the board. Jaren Jackson Jr.'s on the board. So here's the thing, and I'm going to keep it a stack with y'all. I'm going to keep it super funky fresh with y'all. I know about Victor Wembanyama. I am not high on Victor Wembanyama, but I'm not high on Anthony Davis either. But I don't have nay pick of Victor Wembanyama yet on any of my teams. So if there was a league that I could pull off a Victor Wembanyama trade, still have success, still produce, this is the league that I can do it, right? So I'm looking at Victor here. 29 is way too high for me on Victor, right? I have the 30th and the 31st pick. If I don't take him here, I will not get him here. I have a feeling there's going to be some nights that he's going to have a bunch of highlights. You know what I'm saying? But honestly, if I take him, it's like I also have AD. And having AD and him makes me believe that I got too much risk on my team. And that's something you want to be mindful of. Even a person like Kyrie, I'm going to take Kyrie here because I think Kyrie's going to put up numbers. So I'm just going to take him on a string. But one thing you want to be mindful of is when you're building a team and creating a roster and a build for your squad in any format, points leagues, category leagues, whatever, you want to make sure that guys who have like injury history, all of that kind of stuff, risk of resting, that's all something that you take into consideration. With that being said, I'm still going to take the risk. Like, I don't have any Victor Wembanyama stock, and I just want to be somewhere where when his games come on this season, I can be like, it matters. With that being said, if you thought me drafting Anthony Davis was a shock, I'm about to draft and I go against everything that I preach with the, what is that? The 31st pick? Lord, give me the strength. Don't do it, Robin. Don't do it. You got a minute to change your mind. Listen, Kill Flores says, trust your gut. Let me know what you guys think. Anybody else before I make this pick? Because I'm a pivot quick and grab Karl-Anthony Towns. Like, that's where I'm going with this. I'm a pivot quick. If someone else could give me some input, but I appreciate that, Kill. Kill said, trust your gut, man. Trust your gut. So let's see. My gut is telling me to take Karl-Anthony Towns, to be honest. My gut is not telling me to take Victor Wembanyama, but my heart is telling me to take Victor Wembanyama. So for the fantasy basketball community, I'm going to draft Victor. It's the 4th round. I'm not taking him in the 2nd or the 3rd. It's the 4th round in a 10-man league. Let's do it. I did it. Victor's on my team. I got my first Victor stock in all fantasy basketball leagues that I'm in across the planet. So let me go ahead and get to this recap now. I'm going to have to pray about that one. After Julius Randle at the 2-9, we had Donovan Mitchell at the 2-10, Jalen Brunson at the 3-1, Vucevic at the 3-2, Jordan Poole at the 3-3, threw up in my mouth again, Lauri Markkanen at the 3-4, Kawhi Leonard, De'Aaron Fox, Paul George, round 3, pick 7, great pick. Jimmy Butler, round 3, pick 8. Heck to the no. Bam Adebayo, yes, at the round 3, pick 9. Kyrie Irving, I grabbed him. Then I grabbed Victor Wembanyama. I'm not crazy about that pick, but sometimes you got to live, guys. You got to live. DeJounte Murray at the 4-2. Paolo Banchero at the 4-3. Brandon Ingram, 4-4. Pascal Siakam. James Harden, round 4, pick 6. I love it. Let's roll the dice. Let's get it, man. CeeLo. It's CeeLo out in these streets. 4, 5, 6. DeMar DeRozan with the 7th pick in the 4th round. Zion Williamson, fresh out the nudie bar. Lord forgive me. I'm sorry. I'm just joking. I don't want no smoke, Zion. Speaking of smoke, John Morant, round 4, pick 9. Smoking it up. Darius Garland with the 10th pick in the 4th round. Kristaps Porzingis at the top of the 5th. Jamal Murray, that's a little early for Murray for me. Pick 2, round 5. Zach LaVine, round 5, pick 3, and then Jaren Jackson Jr. So two of my favorite players are still there. These are the players that I wanted to take in the round before. I doubt that they fall to me. But if they do, the fantasy gods will be shedding some beautiful light on me. I'm looking at Karl-Anthony Towns and Cade Cunningham. I don't think they'll fall to me. I honestly don't think that's going to happen. But it's a possibility. It's a slim possibility. I got backup plans out here in these streets, but it's a slim possibility. It's a slim possibility. Let's answer a quick question. This one is from my man JVNH. He says, I got the we haven't done this. I got the second pick in a 12-man points league. How's my team in order of picks? Luka, Mikal Bridges, Markkanen, Mobley, Banchero, Kuzma, AR-15, Okongwu, Asar Thompson, Miles Bridges, Emmanuel Quickley. Not crazy about Quickley, and the Miles Bridges news, he just got hit with a warrant for his arrest, dog. So I think wherever you drafted him, you paid too much because I don't think he's going to be playing. But overall, I give you 3 out of 5 GOAT rating. So Karl-Anthony Towns is off the board. And then Jaylen Brown is off the board. Cade Cunningham still on the board. I do not think he will fall to me. I think that guys will grab him before. Oh, we had some spicy action, guys. Russell, Lord, give me the strength. Russell Westbrook off the board. Yo, I don't believe this, yo. Yo, let me go. This is the thing, yo. Man, this is like the fantasy universe working. When they talk about follow your gut, this is why you follow your gut. I wouldn't have taken Victor, in another space maybe, but I knew that some value would drop down to me because some of the guys in this league, because I know them so well, are like after certain players and believe in certain eras even, right? So let me give you the recap real quick before I make my pick. So after Jaren Jackson Jr. went at the 5-4, Karl-Anthony Towns went at the 5-5. That's my guy. I wanted him. Gone. Jaylen Brown goes at the 5-6. Great pick. And this is where we shake it up. Russell Westbrook goes in the 5th round, 7th pick. Crazy town. Tyrese Maxey goes with the 8th pick, 5th round. I'm not mad at that. That's a pretty good pick. And then Spencer Dinwiddie goes with the 5-9, y'all. And guess who falls to me? Motorcade Cunningham. I'm taking him. Every time and the time after that. Now, for me, looking at my squad, so far I got Halliburton, Irving, Anthony Davis, Wembanyama, and Cade Cunningham. I'm going to just grab Mobley here. I have to. I must. I will. Like, that's my guy. Also interested in Desmond Bane there, but, like, I'm good. I want me some Mobley. Man, that's good. I got both of my guys. Man, listen, I am smitten. Daggone it. So me grabbing Wembanyama, real talk, and this is big shout out. Where's my man? Who was it? Who was it that said follow your gut? Where's that? I'm gonna put that up. That was my man Keel Flores says follow your gut. You know what I'm saying? That's like top off. Convertible, the boobies is out when you make a pick like that for Victor Wembanyama. Hair blowing in the wind. Not playing no games out in these fantasy streets yet. Come on, man. Let's see what we got here. My man CJ says, your draft is looking strong so far. You know it, CJ. Hey, listen, we out here. We got so much value in this room, man. I'm like, we gonna make some moves to crush it this season. You know what I'm saying? Especially when my league mates make some mistakes like that. Man, I'm gonna take advantage of it. I'm out here like daggone Travis Kelce, you know what I'm saying, in the front row. I'm like Travis Kelce in the front row at a Taylor Swift concert with these picks. You heard? Tell your brother, calm down. Go snap the ball for the Eagles. I'm here. Front row, Taylor's concert. Let's get it. Money all day, every day, and tomorrow. I'm just saying. I'm feeling exceptionally Brooklyn style today. I'm sorry. I wore the wrong hat. So let's get back to the recap. After Evan Mobley, we had Tyus Jones off the board, Josh Giddey, Andrew Wiggins, Scotty Barnes, CJ McCollum, Desmond Bane. I think Desmond Bane is somebody I would have grabbed there. It's just like if Mobley's that close, I don't want to miss out on that. I think he's going to have a huge leap this year. Kyle Kuzma, Buddy Hield, Alfred Şengün, yes. Walker Kessler, yes. Klay Thompson, heck to the no. DeAndre Ayton, and Drew Holiday. So we're gonna be up in, looks like about 1, 2, 3, 4 to 5 picks. Another back-to-back. Listen, they better not let Fran VanVleet fall to me. They better not let Fred VanVleet fall to me, because I'm going to snatch him up. I'm sorry. It's going to be a surgical summer, in the infamous words of my man Pusha T. It's going to be a surgical summer. Well, actually, a surgical fall and winter, but a surgical year, you know what I'm saying, for the competition. Don't let me get Fred VanVleet. Somebody text Gastonia Slim. Somebody text them N-words. Somebody text PA Higher Shooters. Do not let, oh my God, these guys, they wilding for the night. Lord, give me the strength. You see what I got to deal with, y'all? Come on, let me get Freddie. Let me get Freddie, man. Shoot, he's gone. Darn it. It's all good. That would have been like too much. Come on, man. So you know who I'm going for next, right? You know what I had to do, right? I don't know if you guys listen to I don't know if you guys um 90s hip hop. My man P Diddy, you know we had to do the remix, right? Yo, if they let me get these two guys, take that, take that. You know we had to do the remix, right? I'm not gonna do an R. Kelly joke, but that that would be a similar thing. Oh, sounds like one of my guys is off the board. Yep, Franz Wagner off the board. That was one of the guys I was looking at, but the other guy I was looking at is still here, falling in a lot of drafts, valued way lower than he should be, in my opinion. Has a similar skill set as Victor Wembanyama and will likely produce on a higher clip than Victor Wembanyama. Ladies and gentlemen, come on to the family. Chet Holmgren. Bing, 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 bing. So let me look now, because I'm liking Jarrett Allen here, but I also already got some Mobley stock. So I'm going to just kind of look around a little bit and see what else is cooking. Man, I like OG Anunoby, but he might come back around to me. I like Bradley Beal, but he might come back around to me. So for me here, I think Austin Reeves, way too high for Austin Reeves. Yeah, way too high for Austin Reeves. I like Jalen Williams, but very similar to my point about Jordan Poole. People are high on Jalen Williams because of the last few weeks of the season last year where he was balling. He was going all the way out and producing at a high level. However, that's all we have from him. All we really have is that last couple weeks. So I don't know. They're mobilizing Chet now. SGA is an all-star level kind of guy. I don't know if there's going to be enough space for him to be this valuable. Jarrett Allen, I know he's produced. So for me, I'm more comfortable. Even though I already have Mobley, I'm fine with having two guys on the same team and doing a little stack. Now, when we get into the three-guy territory, that's when I'm out. So I'm going to draft Jarrett Allen. So just quickly back to the recap. After Walker Kessler, we had Klay Thompson, DeAndre Ayton, Jrue Holiday, Chris Paul, Scoot Henderson, Mitchell Robinson, Fred VanVleet, which I think was a great pick. Franz Wagner, that's the guy I was really looking at instead of Jarrett Allen. Holmgren, Allen, and then Jalen Williams, and then somebody grabbed Austin Reeves. I think Austin Reeves can have tons of value if AD or LeBron sit out significant time. I'm just not in that game. I'm not like drafting people that I think will be good if somebody else is out. They got to be able to have like strong standalone value for the position that we're drafting them from. So if I take you with my, what is that, like 70th pick, you need to provide 70th pick value. If you're not, then that's really not what I'm looking for. You know what I'm saying? So here I've been really grabbing the best player available. And because of that, I already have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 eligible centers. Some of them also play power forward at 1, 2, 3, 4. So I have a lot of big men. So right now, I'm going to pivot and see if I can get some nice wings or get some more guards that also play small forward and kind of fill up my roster, because I want to have a little more balance on a positional level. So I'm going to kind of fade the centers if there's value in terms of some 2s and 3s. So Anthony Simons is a guy that I'm looking at here. Also looking at OG Anunoby. Actually, OG Anunoby is my preference. That's the person that I want here. Like, I want OG Anunoby. Will he fall to me? Hopefully. Like, I think I have a really good shot. There's ahead of me drafting, just to let you know, if there's anyone that I think would snipe him from me, it would probably be them N-words or PA hired shooters, and they both picked right before me. So those guys, I don't know if them Team Yak Boys, I don't think he's going to take them unless he's watching right now. I don't think he's going to take them. But I think that the other guys, they might very well make that move. Another guy I'm looking at here is also later on in the draft is Ben Simmons. So, man, I'm really, really loving Ben Simmons. Also, the Thompson twins. I would like to get at least one of the Thompson twins if I could. But at this point, this early in the draft, I want to make sure that I'm still focused on drafting solid picks. People who are dependable and proven. People who have shown that they can do this for years, right? And OG Anunoby and John Collins are two guys that I'll be looking at here. I want to grab Claxton, but I'm also like, I'm over centers right now. Like, I don't really feel like he fits what I'm trying to do, even though he might be one of the best available. I'm more interested in OG, who, in my opinion, honestly, is the person I have in my queue anyway as the best available. So I'd be interested in him. And John Collins is another guy that I believe can bring that same level of value from the power forward position. Even though I'm kind of looking for small forward shooting guard, I like him there. And there's no telling what can happen with that lineup. Brandon Miller is still down here. I haven't bought into Brandon Miller quite yet, so I'm not putting him in that conversation. But definitely something I would consider if he continued to fall. So it looks like I'm going to be up. I just need him not to pick OG Anunoby. One more person not pick OG Anunoby, and we're good. And they didn't. And the fantasy gods are shining upon us. So we're going to quickly draft OG Anunoby. And then for the second pick, I'm going to think a little bit about this one. So John Collins is the guy I'm leaning towards. Keegan Murray, somebody that I think brings tons of value. I'm just not there with him yet. I know it's his second year. He really is a good shooter. I'm just not there yet. You know what I'm saying? I don't have any Keegan Murray stock, and I don't think I'm going to have any here. However, John Collins is somebody I'm interested in. I'm just kind of scrolling down to just make sure I'm not missing any hidden gems. I'm not going to reach for Ben Simmons quite yet. Actually, I think I am. Because I don't think he's going to come back around. That is for sure. So it's a 10-man league. I could play around with him, but the even if there is no way. There is no way. I got to go big. There's no way. If Ben Simmons is even 75% of the player that he used to be, that he doesn't hit 10th round value. Like, we're sleeping so hard on Ben Simmons that we don't even want to draft him with the 10th pick in a 10-man league. I'm drafting Ben Simmons, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. Let's do it. Let's man, hair blowing in the wind. Let's get it. Let me see what I got here. I got a couple questions. So this one is from Memphis Jamari. What up, my guy? I had the 5th pick in a 10-man points league. All right, 10-man points league. I see you. That's my people right there. Can you rate my team? Embiid, yes. KD, yes. Jalen, I'm assuming Jalen Brunson. Yes. Bam Adebayo, yes. Triple J, yes. Giddey, yes. Ja, maybe. Claxton, yes. Wagner, yes. Chat, yes. CP3, yes. Jabari Smith Jr., maybe. Vassell, maybe. I think that's a solid team. I'm going to give you 4 out of 5 GOAT rating. Very nice, very nice. Oh, I thought it was Brunson. That's what I thought it was. CJ says, thanks again for your advice for keeping Giannis and Booker in Discord. I got you, man. CJ, listen, that's what we do here. Like, people out here in these streets trying to win fantasy championships by themselves. You could do that. I've done it. It's a lot easier. It became easier for me when I got into communities. And for us, because I know there are so many fantasy basketball players who can't find a, like, points league, newcomer type of community, That's why we built this place for you. You know what I'm saying? So we have a category league channel. We have experienced players in our Discord who help the newer players. And it's nothing wrong with that. I think that there's kind of like this misconception of like, oh, oh my God, me and my Reddit friends were talking about that. Like, I don't believe that. They play in a points league. I'm totally above that. Oh my God. Like that ish is whack. That's whack, yo. Like on everything. And I stand on that. We can't build fantasy basketball if we don't appreciate and nurture every level of it. So we meet people where they are, CJ. If you new to fantasy basketball directly over from fantasy football, or if you just started playing fantasy on sleeper, like points league, 10 man, 8 man, 6 man, whatever, we're going to guide you so you can grow. And that's what it's about. So it's not about shaming people for having a different preference than you. It's about supporting everyone and showing love to everyone in this ecosystem that is fantasy basketball. I'm off my soapbox, man. I can't. Don't get me started on that because I be seeing like, listen, I see some reckless behavior. And I get value from Reddit. Don't get me wrong. I don't have no shade on Reddit. I get tons of value as an analyst and as a creator. I get tons of value, but I also see a lot of toxicity, man. It's like we can't be like that. We can't be mad at people for not liking what we like. It's not godly. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to get all religious on y'all, but man, God don't like ugly. Anyway, let's get back to the recap, folks. Back to the recap. Back to the recap. So after Turner, we had Middleton at the 8-5, Hero, Pirtle, Green, Beal, D'Angelo Russell, Vassell, Harris, Simons, Johnson, Green, Draymond, that is, Trey Jones, Rudy Gobert, Josh Hart, Valanciunas, OG Anunoby. Yes, I don't believe I got that. Ben Simmons, I went for it. I think it's going to be well worth it. John Collins, somebody grabbed him. Good. Portis, Fultz, Claxton, who dropped. Very nice. Rozier, and then Keegan Murray. We are now approaching my, I don't pick for a while. We are going all the way around here. If you guys got more questions for your leagues, please drop them there. Oh, who we got here? Oh, this is my man Keel again. Appreciate your input. Wishing you all the best this year, man. All the love from Manila. We got my people from Manila, Farilla, all day, every day. Listen, one thing about fantasy basketball, guys, it is one of the biggest international games on the planet. So the fact that here in America, fantasy football reigns supreme is like wild to me. Don't get me wrong. I'm a fantasy football player. I came from fantasy football over to fantasy basketball. But when I see people like Keel here, all the way from Manila, dropping his flag, like that shows me the potential that we have here with Believe in Fantasy, but fantasy basketball as a whole. So as we get geared up for this season, we need you guys to be consistent in the Discord, in the comments here on YouTube, and also on TikTok, because TikTok is off the hook, y'all. I don't know if you guys are on TikTok, but TikTok, man, it's wow. We got to really make sure that we are laying down the foundation for what this game is all about, because really it stems from the love for the NBA, man. It's not just about fantasy sports. It's also us being NBA fans. So for me, I'm going to do any and everything in my power to make sure that we can expand the reach of this lovely game of fantasy basketball, in turn creating another space for NBA fans to appreciate the game that we love. Don't get me started, man. I'm telling you, don't get me started, man. Anyway, let's get back to the recap. After Keegan Murray, we had Yusuf Nurkic and a new setting in Phoenix. I think he could do something special there. Aaron Gordon, love Aaron Gordon. Last year he surprised me. I was not high on him. I will draft him in this area over here, so I'm okay with that. Then I had Cameron Johnson, Jordan Clarkson, Brooke Lopez, Clint Capella, and P.J. Washington. Excuse me. So here we go. I'm looking at my queue and it is absolutely dry. I don't have a player in there now. I'm looking at Jeremy Grant, who is a huge risk because he might get traded. He's somebody I'm looking at. Dan Gafford is another guy I'm looking at, but I don't want any more bigs. Man, I don't want to draft Jeremy Grant. I don't want to draft Jeremy Grant. How many picks do I got left? 1, 2, 3, 4 picks. Brandon Miller's starting to look a little better to me. Mark Williams, big man. I don't want to do that. Brandon Miller, I'll put him in the queue. I'm gonna put my main man Amin Thompson in the queue. What else we got here, man? Let's keep scrolling and trolling. Asar Thompson in the queue. I'm going young buck, like G Unit. I'm just saying. What else we got here? I like Taylor Hendricks. I'm not going to draft him here, but I like Taylor Hendricks. Jeremy Sohan, I like his hair. I'm super high on his hair. I don't want to draft him, though. Trey Murphy is somebody I would grab and put in the IR. That's somebody you want to take a look at for the IR. Somebody I would definitely grab, stash him for your IR. So I'm up. I got to make a decision. I got 4 picks left. I already got a couple of young guys. I got Wembanyama. I got Holmgren. So I don't know if I want to be like filling out my roster with all these youngsters. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm not trying to be taking people to Chuck E. Cheese when I'm drafting my fantasy team. You know what I'm saying? I need to have a little more maturity. But Brandon Miller is staring me in the eyes, like calling me. It's like, who you going to draft, Brandon Miller or Kelly Oubre Jr.? I know what I'm going to get from Kelly Oubre Jr. Michael Porter Jr., maybe? Not sexy, not exciting. Jabari Smith Jr., another one. Young guy with a little bit of potential. Kyle Anderson, slow-mo. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to be as safe as I can be. Let's just hope that they don't move Jeremy Grant. If they don't move Jeremy Grant, this is going to be a great pick. If they move Jeremy Grant, this might very well be basura. Garbage, back of the sanitation truck. Let's do it. So we grab Jeremy Grant, and then with the back-to-back pick, now I can go young again. So I can go Brandon Miller, or I could go Amin Thompson, who I really like here as well. I like Amin more than I like Brandon Miller, but I like that Brandon Miller has small forward eligibility. And that's something you want to be mindful of when you're building these teams out. One thing that's worth noting, that it changes throughout the year. So somebody that might be just a shooting guard right now, later on, they might be playing other positions. So although Amin is only a shooting guard now, there's a chance that he might be more than that. So with that said, I'm going to grab Amin. And I saw Amin play in Overtime Elite last season. My son is a big-time Overtime Elite fan, and I had a chance to watch a bunch of his games. That guy is a killer. Like, you could tell by a player's demeanor, just like their body language and their posture sometimes. And that's the thing I always say about fantasy basketball. You can study the analytics, you can study the data, you can get as scientific as you want with the numbers. But watching these players, and especially social cues and stuff, like seeing the way a guy responds to his teammates, all of that stuff adds up. I always share this story when I was when I first got into, not first got into, but a couple of years into one of our dynasty leagues, one of my teammates, or league mates, I should say, drafted Luka Doncic. And when they drafted him, I was like, I'm not going reaching for no rookies. That year, his rookie year, I want to say Luka probably averaged 18 points a game or something like that. Nothing too crazy. But I watched one of his games. And when I watched one of his games, he looked like that kid in the AAU tournament who's dribbling circles around the bigger kids. Like, he was that good. And that night, I sent my friend, my league mate, an offer he couldn't refuse. I sent him a player that was killing it at the time. I believe it was DeMar DeRozan in his maybe in his Spurs years, and he was crushing it. And I sent him another player on top of that, a 2-for-1, and he was like, "Yeah, no brainer. You can have that little rookie." And the next year, rookie had Luka had a leap, and he had another leap, and the rest is history. So the point is that players like Amin Thompson, me having a chance to really, I'm based out of Atlanta, right? So overtime elite is big here. Me having the opportunity to watch him, like the small little social cues that occur on a basketball court on the sideline, and see this young man's demeanor and his posture. It's stoic and aggressive while being tamed and under control for the most part. He is also like grimy, like will do anything to win. Like I think, I saw one of the episodes recently when they did like a recap of the year, or like a replay of last year. There's like a whole series around it. Me and my son was watching it. Your man had a teammate who left to got he a teammate who got traded to another team. And when the teammate got traded to the other team, they played, and the other teammate was going off on Amin. Amin punched him in the nuts, yo. It was crazy. I was like, yo, what are you doing? You can't go around punching people in the nuts. So he's a dog. Let's go back to the recap. We had Amin Thompson, Marcus Smart, Jabari Smith Jr., Herter, Gafford, Horford, McConnell, Brandon Miller's off the board, Kenya Martin Jr., Conley, Aubrey Jr., Quickly, Porter Jr., Kevin Looney, Derek White, Jaden Ivey. So I'm feeling okay. I'm going to take best available for these last two picks. So Mark Williams is here. If he's still around, I might grab him there. Okongwu's still here. I would be okay with grabbing him here. But I always try to get the Thompson twins if I can get both of them. So I would likely draft Asar with my second to last pick. And then with my last pick, I'll grab the best available that I can find. Don't see anybody in the weeds here that I would be looking at. I like Zach Collins this year, but in a 10-man, I feel like I can do a little better in terms of upside, me grabbing one of these younger guys. So I'm going to keep doing that, looking for that kind of value. Yeah, I'm definitely going to grab Asar here. And maybe I'll just grab Trey Murphy III and throw him in my IR and then come back and grab my last player later. I might very well do that. But I am looking at Mark Williams here, somebody I'm interested in. I do believe he'll provide some really good value this season. And I think Okongwu as well. Even with Capella there, I think Okongwu has really good standalone value. So it looks like I can get the twins. So I'm going to grab Asar here. And then for my last pick, let me think it over. I'm looking at Mark Williams. I think Robert Williams is good as well. Onyeka Okongwu. Jalen Duren I like here. Also interested in possibly someone like, it's kind of like, man, you get to this part of the draft, it gets oogly. Trey Murphy, I think he might end up, I always like to stash a player or two. So I feel like, man, Mark Williams is gonna go, so I'm gonna just grab him now. And I don't know if you guys know, I think he led the ACC in blocks one year. Like he's no joke. I'm gonna grab Mark Williams, and that's gonna close out my draft. And we'll go ahead. Booyaka shot. Booyaka shot. No countdown. No countdown. No countdown. Booyaka shot. Booyaka shot. Chia. You know how it is. You got your super competitive money league, you got your work league, and then you got your home league. Your boys from way back in the day who come together every year to battle it out for bragging rights and fantasy basketball supremacy. We believe every NBA fan who plays fantasy football should also play fantasy basketball. So here we are, back like we never left on ESPN today, doing a daggone actual draft. No mock draft today. We're doing an actual draft. It starts in a couple of minutes, so I need to make sure the sound is off, because once ESPN starts ringing off or Yahoo starts ringing off, then you know what it is. So here goes the draft board. Just to let you know, the guys in this league, we've been doing this league for probably, I want to say this is our 8th year, maybe going into our 9th year. So this is our 9th year. Let me see. Yeah. I think so. So it's either the 8th or the 9th. I have to add it up, but I'm wild excited. However, we do have a couple of people in the league who are like on the verge. Some people are like losing patience, like, come on. But you know how it is with your boys. You got some people in the league who maybe are less active than others. In this league, though, there's a couple of snipers. My man, Boss Man, who has been on the show before, like Bill the Boss Man, is no joke, right? AKA the Professor. He has the first pick. Then we got Fearless Knight, who has been a champion. No joke. Team Bong Bong, he got to get it together. He's slacking. I just texted him. I was like, yo, we drafting tonight, right? He's like, where we go? All right, man, get your stuff together. Then we got Game Timers. I don't even know who the heck that is. Somebody seemed to have changed their name. Kobe-Wan Kenobi, no joke. Like, that young man he's trying to get his first championship. Team Shown Up is a former champion. Brooklyn No Heroes, someone who was very active at one point. His career is taking off now. He's not as available. Then we have Team Grammy, who I don't know if he won a championship here, but he's definitely competed at the highest level, made the playoffs a bunch. And GOAT, I don't know who GOAT is. I have to look. I think someone changed their name. So the first player is off the board. We got Nikola Jokic off the board with the first pick. That is not a surprise. This is a 10-team points league. 10-team points league for my home league. So again, these guys I've been drafting with for years, playing with for years. We come together every year for this, which is always really cool, right? When you have a group of guys, not like some of the more competitive leagues that I'm in, money leagues, all of that stuff. It's a different vibe, but definitely where it all started. So I'm really excited to share this with you. I think we did share one of our drafts maybe a year or two ago, but the channel wasn't doing what it's doing now, and we didn't build a community that we have now. So I'm excited to share it with the community. So the second pick is the Fearless Knight. He should be here. It looks like he might be auto drafted. Is he auto drafting? Somebody text this man. Lord, give me the strength, please. What's happening? Oh my God, I might have to text him in real time. He's in Cali. No, he joined the draft. He's thinking he's gonna draft Luka. Come on, man. Come on, Teal. You're gonna draft Luka. Don't do this to us, because this is gonna be a long draft. He drafted Giannis. Wow. That caught me off guard a little bit. Yeah. I was a little shocked by that. So we got the 2-minute timer. We shouldn't have did that. Our Commissioner Bill, oh no, this is going to be brutal, y'all. One note to all of my commissioners out there: wherever you're drafting, if you're drafting on Fantrax, if you're drafting on Yahoo, if you're drafting on ESPN, do not have the 2-minute timer, yo. It's brutal, man. It's like, come on, man. What are we doing? What are we doing out here in these streets? It's vicious. Good thing I got some daggone ad reads to do and stuff like that, because this joint, oh my God. Well, the good news is if Team Bong Bong does do an auto draft pick, it'll automatically default to auto pick for him moving forward. So that's good news, I guess. But man, oh man. So back to my man, the Fearless Knights picks. He grabbed Giannis here at the second pick, and I think that because Giannis's value, I think because of Giannis's value being minimized in category leagues, that a lot of people in points leagues are doing the same thing, like kind of looking at Giannis like he's not that guy anymore. So I don't know if I would have grabbed him at the with the 2 pick, but I do think he has value in a points league, and I would look at him in the top 5 definitely. I don't know if I would have took him before Luka though. That's just me. You know what I'm saying? If you're joining us live, I'm the defending champion for this league, so it would be really dope if you guys had some suggestions for me for my pick. I'd be open to taking some suggestions if you're live in the chat. Please don't hesitate to reach out there. So in about 10 seconds, Team Bong Bong is going to put us out of our long-legged misery by doing his auto pick. Like, I'm shaking my head. And he grabs Luka. Whoopity do. Who would have thought? Like who would have thought at the 3rd pick you auto draft and then you get Luka? I can't with this, man. I cannot with this. Oh, I think Game Timers is my man Mel. Mel is new to our league. He's not one of the founding members. Or that might be Trey. Trey might be GOAT. No, Trey is GOAT. Trey is GOAT. I think he won a championship a couple of years ago, and you can't tell him nothing because he had been away from the league. You know how it is. He was away from the league a couple of years, having a baby, living life, and then we hit him up like, yo, we need a replacement. Do you want to come back? He came back, and in that year he won a championship. You can't tell him nothing. Like Kanye, you can't tell him nothing. Whoa. You got it made. So Game Timers, let's go. I believe that's my man Mel. Again, people be changing their names out here in these fantasy streets, so I cannot keep up with what guys are doing and who guys are representing. You know what I'm saying? But I know once we get to another pick, I'm going to quickly see if I can jump in and share some information about the sponsor of today's show. Game Timer is going right to the wire. He got Jason Tatum on the board. He got Joel. He got SGA. You got the pick, your pick of the litter, my guy. Anthony Edwards is here. Tyrese Halliburton. It's worth noting that that Anthony Edwards, check this out. Anthony Edwards is all the way up to number 7 on the player projections for ESPN. That is wild. That's wild to me. Oh, we got another auto draft. Oh my God, you guys are blowing me up here, man. Oh, that's Fari. I think that might be Fari, maybe. He's slacking. Man, Obi-Wan Kenobi played no games and snatched Embiid with the quickiness. He grabbed him with the quickness. So big up my man Joshin is in the building. Team Obi-Wan Kenobi, he not playing no games, He grabbed Joel with the quickness. And then we got Team Shonuff. Now, I would say this about Team Shonuff. He has won a championship. Maybe he won, I want to say 4 or 5 years ago. He stole some championship from me somehow. It was wild. I think that year, like some of the other guys in the league were like feeding him information like, yo, you need to pick up this guy. They wanted me to lose so bad. They was like texting him like, yo, actually, I think you should play this one. So he won him a championship. And that's all like, that's speculation. That's me speculating there. But I know for sure that he does some zany stuff. So he's going to do something wild here. He's not going to take SGA. He's not going to take Tyrese Halliburton. He might do something wild, like reach, which actually wouldn't be much of something too shocking for me, but he's definitely going to reach for somebody according to these projections. So he might grab LeBron. KD would be okay. I might grab KD. Like, I'm okay with that. Not going to grab Jordan Poole where he is, but would be open to grabbing someone like KD. I might get KD on my second pick. But Team Shonuff is going to shake things up and do something wild. Let me get a sip. of this drink. Keep my voice nice and fresh for y'all. By the way, I wanted to introduce you. We got a brand new mic up in here. I didn't know if you guys noticed it, but we changed it up. We got a brand new mic. You know what I'm saying? My producer suggested a microphone that doesn't pick up as much stuff in the room. So this is the first go round for this mic. So let me know what you think. And also, if you want to help me name this bad boy, I would like to have some kind of basketball related name. Let me know in the comments. So it looks like we had our pick. He grabbed Tyrese. Listen, hey, people evolve. People absolutely evolve, man. So, like, that is a solid pick. I'm impressed by the former champion grabbing Tyrese Halliburton there with the 6th pick in the first round in a points league. I'm not mad at that, like, at all. Now, for me, although I am on the record being exceptionally high on Anthony Edwards, I am not drafting him in the first round. I would rather grab LaMelo here. I would rather grab KD here. I would rather grab. That's kind of it. I'd be interested in Sabonis maybe in the second round. I'd be interested in Curry as well. I'm not as high on Curry as others, but right now I'm hoping that SGA falls to me. If SGA doesn't fall to me, I'm going to be targeting LaMelo and hopefully Durant. So I'm hoping that guys are not watching my live stream right now. Chances are some of them might be. That's okay. It's a part of the game. You know what I'm saying? And I put it out there for y'all. You know what I'm saying? Like, all you got to do is, like, pull up to the show and you can get all the nuggets. So if you are facing me, you can use them to your advantage. But knowing my guys, they're locked in right now. Nobody's, like, looking at YouTube. They're, like, looking at their phones, trying to see if they can steal my championship. So defending champ is up in here, like, in public, openly sharing the nuggets. I'm not playing no games. So Brooklyn No Heroes is up, and he grabs SGA. Gosh darn it. Now Team Grammy is up. Team Grammy, I saw him in the draft room. I don't think he's going to grab Anthony Edwards, but if he does, that is okay with me. I am going for LaMelo Ball here. I'm going to grab LaMelo Ball, and on the turn, I'm going to try. He grabbed him. Okay, cool. I'm totally fine with that. So I'm going to grab my LaMelo here, and then on the turn, I'm going to try to get KD. So if I could get KD on the turn, then I'm going to feel really good about coming out of these first 2 rounds while I sit back in the cut. Now, Sabonis is somebody I'm interested in, but I'm not interested in him more than I'm interested in Kevin Durant. People are sleeping on KD this year. I get it. We have Bradley Beal coming to town, but he has proven and shown over the years, despite being paired with a legit star, whether it was being paired with Harden, being paired with Kyrie, being paired with Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Russell Westbrook. It doesn't matter who the man is, like, partnered up with. He gonna put up his numbers. So if I get him with the 12th pick in a 10-man league, 2nd pick in the 2nd round, like, I'm okay with that. I'm totally fine with that. I have no issues with that. Now, the only people that I would consider taking over him right here would likely be Sabonis, maybe Kyrie. I'm interested in Kyrie. And I know I talk a lot of junk about Anthony Davis and his injury risk and stuff. He's somebody I would be looking at if I can get him in the 2nd round. Like, I'm not mad at that. I can't front on that. He's a first round. Like, he literally was one of the top 3 players in fantasy basketball on a per game basis when he was healthy last year. But the issue is he ain't healthy. He don't be playing. He be hurt, like, all of the time. Like, it's literally like it punishes you as a fantasy manager to have him. So let me get back to the recap real quick because I'm about to pick again. After Halliburton, we had SGA. Then Anthony Edwards went with the 8th pick. Love it. LaMelo Ball. That's early for Edwards, but I love that people believe. LaMelo Ball with the 9th pick. That was my pick. And then Devin Booker goes with the last pick in the 1st round. Like that he is in that conversation. Like, I don't know how I feel about that. I like Durant better than him there. But, hey, like, Booker dropped 71 in the game before. Come on, man. I believe it was 71. It might have been 70. But Lillard also dropped 70 something in the game. Come on, man. We got to get with the program. So the GOAT, who I think is my man Trey, he had back-to-back picks. So he's probably going to grab Dame, Trey, or Curry. He probably going to draft Curry. Like, let's see. So he's thinking about it right now. He just got a shooting guard. And that's the thing. A lot of people have been messaging me, yo, when is ESPN going to... Oh, he grabbed Karl Anthony Towns. I love that. Look at look at your man. Your man went off. Yo, that's what I'm talking about. I think that's early for Cat. If you would have asked me maybe back in I guess the summer when I first started doing mock drafts, I would probably take him in the end of the second. I wouldn't take him with the first pick in the second though. But I'll take KD. I just drafted KD. Let's do the recap. After Booker went with the 10th pick in the first round, we had at the top of the second Karl Anthony Towns, which many would consider a reach. But let's be honest about Cat, y'all. I got to go big screen for this one, y'all. Yo, big shout out to my man, the GOAT, because the thing, and I wrote an article about this. The thing about Karl Anthony Towns is that Karl Anthony Towns had his worst season of his career statistically last year. The worst season ever. Every year before that, double machine, 20 and 10. Come on, man. Like, for real. So if, in fact, he does get back to that, like, first-round value or first-round production that he has been known for and has pretty much history has shown that that's who he is, then it's going to be worth the pick. So I say for my man GOAT, the top is off. The boobies is out. Hair blowing in the wind. Convertible. I'm just saying. It's a risky pick, but I like that. So Team Grammy is over here. He's in the draft room because it's taking a long time. He's looking at, man, y'all better not let Sabonis fall back down. Like, for real. We got a couple of auto drafters, which is all to the good. We understand guys have busy lives. We've been talking about this for weeks, but it's all to the good. So we had Damian Lillard go off the board with the 3rd pick in the 2nd round. Then we had Sabonis. I love that pick. That's so much value for Sabonis. Now, some of these big names are going to start flying off the board. Your Trae Youngs, your Currys. They're going to start flying off the board. And the next back-to-back is Boss Man. Watch Boss Man. Watch him cook because he is one of the most fierce competitors that I've had over the years. We go back and forth, you know what I'm saying, blow for blow when it comes to these daggone fantasy drafts. So I'm happy to see him here in the building with us. And speaking about Sabonis, I think for a points league, I saw somebody, I did a mock the other day in a 12-team mock draft, and somebody grabbed him in the middle of the first round, which for me looked like, whoa, like, what are you doing? But if you think about his game is so fantasy friendly when it comes to points leagues. Like Sabonis, like, if you think about it, of course we know he's a double-double machine, but he pours in some assists as well. And his dad was one of the best passing bigs in NBA history, Arvydas Sabonis. Like, he was no to the joke. So it's in his blood. The apple don't fall far from the tree, y'all. I've been on the record talking about that. So you got to really know him going to Sacramento, him being in a system where it's a young core trying to really create an identity for themselves in a loaded West. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's interesting that his running partner, De'Aaron Fox, is off the board. People are farting all over Trae Young, yo. They drafted De'Aaron Fox, and that's my man Shonuff that I was talking about. So Kobe Kenobi, he's happy. He's jumping up and down. He grabs Trae Young. So we got, after Lillard, we had Sabonis, we have Fox, we have Young, we have Curry. And now we got Team Bong Bong. I know they not. Oh, heck to the no. I know it's not about to do this whole thing again. This is about to be, like, brutal. Man, I know he not. Come on, man. Did you pull up? He pulled up. So he's here. Bong Bong. Thank you so much, bro. Let's see what you got. Let's see what you got. After Trae Young, we have Steph Curry off the board. I love that pick. And like I said, the Steph Curry, the Trae Young, it'll be like a domino effect. If they fall this far, somebody's going to be like, are you tripping? I'm going to grab them. So I can't even think about where or who I'm going to be picking because I'm not up for looks like about 11 picks. I'm picking 29th. So my third round pick is going to be coming at the bottom of the third, which is, it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? But I honestly love drafting with a late pick. I think it's really cool, especially if it's like that last pick. Like if you're in a 12-teamer, like the 12th pick, ooh, you get that back-to-back. And then I also like drafting at the top. If I get the first pick, and I just really like the idea of having back-to-back picks. It just really gives me a really positive experience in terms of like eyeing out who you want and almost like having the pick that you want, you know what I'm saying, in those two rounds. So we'll see what happens for my next pick, but I know that most of the top tier talent might be off the board. Somebody like, and I'm not going to say his name because this guy I can't afford to lose. So the guy I'm going for next is way down in the like 40s. He's in the 50s. 60s. He's down there. I'm not going to say he's down there, right? If somebody reaches and grabs him, I'm going to know that they've been watching and listening to what I'm doing because that's my guy. And I'm going for my guy next. I don't know if he's going to make it back to me. And I know if anybody's going to take him, it's the man who's up right now with back-to-back picks. It's the man who's up with back-to-back picks. Lord, give me the strength. Please don't take him. Please don't take him. Come on, Bill, the professor, the boss man. Don't do it, man. Go ahead and take Marketing, take Irving, take Anthony Davis, take Adebayo. Take them. Take Zion. Take Jimmy Butler. Take anybody. Take Victor. Somebody take Victor. Get Victor out of here, yo. Get Victor out of here. I want him out of here. Like, he got to go. Get him. Take Victor Wembanyama off our hands. Do not mess with my guy. Get Victor Wembanyama. I'm praying to the fantasy gods. Can I do fantasy gods? Please don't let this man draft the guy that I'm looking at. Like, we know he needs to take Victor Wembanyama, so let him take Victor Wembanyama. Let him take Ja Morant. Let him take Zion Williamson. Don't take my guy. Don't take my guy. I'm just saying. Let's take a look and see what he did. Oh, did he do it? He took Jalen Brunson. Not my guy. That's good for me. I'm okay with that. Hey, boss man, take another New York player. Take Randall. Like, let's get some stacking going on. He grabs Anthony Davis. Ooh, I love it. Man, doesn't Jalen Brunson sound like a doctor's name? So he could be AD's like doctor or his like physical therapist. Like, when he gets injured, you can have Jalen Brunson join him. Thanks a lot, Professor. Appreciate you. I don't think anyone else in the draft, with the exception of the Fearless Knight, who is up right now with one pick, maybe Kobe Kenobi. Those are the two guys that I would think might take my guy. They might take my guy. But I'm telling you, if he's out there, I'm crafting my favorite first 3 rounds for a 10-team league, arguably in fantasy basketball history. In my entire journey of fantasy basketball, I don't think I would have put together a first 3 rounds that would bring me as much joy as this would bring me if I could secure this guy with my 3rd pick. If you have an idea of who you think the person is, please drop it in the chat. If you think you know who I'm talking about, drop it in the chat. David Vega, what's up? He said, what's good, man? What's the squad looking like so far? The squad is looking tight. If I can get this guy in the 3rd round. Dave, let me know if you think who I'm talking about. Put it in the chat. Jack, head-to-head. This is a points league, Jack. Let me know in the chat if you guys know who the heck I'm talking about right now. So with the 10th pick in the second round, Jalen Brunson was off the board. Not my guy. Anthony Davis, not drafting him. Lauri Markkanen, like him, but at this point of the draft, not for me. Not my kind of guy. Not my cup of tea. I'm just not into that at all. At all, at all, at all. So we still got Lauri Markkanen off the board, and Team Bong Bong, who just joined us. He's the league mate that I was talking about that we had to text him like, yo, where are you? He's like, oh, where do we go? Where do we draft? What's happening? All right, cool. Let's see what you do now. Do something crazy. Do something crazy. Go ahead and draft Zion right now. Let me see what you're going to do, Team Bong Bong. Grab you some Zion right now. That's what I need to see. I need to see it, and I need to see it now. And the pick is up. He grabs LeBron James. Listen, people are sleeping on LeBron. They think LeBron gonna get injured. And my man Kobe-Wan Kenobi drafts Kyrie Irving. So we got Lauri Markkanen, LeBron James, Kyrie Irving. Now, Mikal Bridges is off the board. It's looking good that I'm gonna get my guy. And I don't think people are really thinking about my guy right now. And many would argue that I'm reaching for my guy right now. But I just know what I want for my team. And I got 2 picks that are pretty much in decent proximity to one another. I pick 29th, and then I'm back up 32nd. So let me get locked in with regard to my second pick, because chances are my guy's going to fall to me. And if he falls to me, I want to make sure that I am in a good place in terms of my second pick. So let me look around. I would be looking at, I'm not drafting Jordan Poole with the 22nd pick. That's crazy to me. That trips me out. But people think, and you know, a lot of fantasy analysts have him high, and I get it. You know what I'm saying? I'm not knocking it, but I'm not going there. I would look at Bam Adebayo with my next pick. I would look at, man, I don't want to take Victor at all. I would look at Jaren Jackson maybe. Man, and James Harden is going to be some value, man. If he plays, he's going to be some value, boy, for somebody. It's just a headache I don't want, you know what I'm saying? It's just a headache that I would rather be without. Yeah, I know what I'm going to do right here, and it's going to be, ooh, man. If nobody takes Bam, I might have to take Bam, man. I might have to take Bam. It might be Bam or Randall, because I really don't draft Randall. But Randall puts up numbers for a points league. Like, you cannot even front on that man. He drops buckets for a points league. But I know the guys that I want on my team. I'm not looking at Victor Wembanyama. I don't want the headache of James Harden. So if I can get these 2 players here, even though I believe it's a reach here in these projections that ESPN have laid out, I do believe for my rankings, which I don't have handy. I'm not like drafting with my rankings right now because I'm doing a live stream, and I don't like, this would be too much for me. And again, like, I'm really confident that I'll do well in the league, so I'm not stressing over it. So this is kind of one of those drafts. I feel like I could do it like with my eyes closed. Like, I know what to do here. However, it's worth noting that, you know, leaving some of these players on the board it can be a questionable decision. So Bam Adebayo is off the board, so that makes me feel a little better. I would not draft Jimmy Butler here. Siakam, I don't like here. I like DeRozan here, but not drafting him. Zion is a headache I don't want. Darius Garland, I would draft him here. Randall, I would draft him here. If you could get Victor at the bottom of the 3rd, like I have a chance to do, that's somebody I would be interested in as well. Kawhi, I would stay away from. Harden, I don't want the headache. Spencer Dinwiddie, way too high. Scotty Barnes, I think, is a little overrated. The guy I'm looking at right now is right here. It's Cade Cunningham. It's always been Cade Cunningham. It will always be Cade Cunningham. Cade Cunningham is going to be a first-round player in points leagues and quite possibly in category leagues this season. Mark my words, he will be in the top 12 for fantasy production. I'm drafting Cade Cunningham. Ooh, that feels good. Ooh, that feels good. Man, I'm happy. Good God almighty, Jesus. The fantasy God. Look, David Vega says, Cat or Cade. You already know my guy. Cat, somebody drafted Cat in the 2nd round. Watch out now. So now I'm up. I got to kind of get my mind right now. So now Victor falling to me in the 4th round is like, come on, are you going to take Victor? And I'm just like, I'm too concerned about all of the risks that come along with that. You know what I'm saying? Like, is he going to rest? Is he going to sit back to backs? So for me, because of that, that's another headache. Again, a headache I don't want. Jaren Jackson Jr. is somebody that will provide that consistency for me. You know what I'm saying? I'm really high on him, but not as high on him as I am on the guy that I'm looking at, which is another person that I'm going to reach for. But I know if I wait on it, he won't come back around. Guys, I'm drafting Evan Mobley. Come on, man. Come on, man. So we started with LaMelo Ball, 1st round. 2nd round, I grabbed KD. 3rd round, I grabbed Cade Cunningham. And 4th round, I grabbed Mobley. I'm feeling really good about my team so far. Some people that I'm a little sad that I passed on. Kind of sad that I passed on DeRozan. I really like DeRozan. Kind of sad I passed on Garland. Kind of sad I passed on Randall. Jaren Jackson Jr. No interest in Brandon Ingram this season with all of the injury concerns. No interest in Leonard. No interest in Wembanyama where he's going. Harden, as much value as he's going to provide to somebody somewhere, I just don't have time for the headache. So I'm okay with not having Harden. Yeah, and that's it. That, like, Desmond Bane maybe is another one that I would be interested in drafting, but there's going to be tons of opportunity in these next few rounds to get some other guys. So let's get back to the recap. After Kyrie Irving, with the 4th pick in the 3rd round, we have Mikal Bridges. Then we have Paolo Banchero. Then we have Jordan Poole. Then we have Bam Adebayo. And I grabbed Cade Cunningham, which according to these projections are a reach, but according to my projections is right on target. He's in the 30s, I believe. I think I have him at 32 or 33. And then we have Pascal Siakam, who dropped and fell, but somebody grabbed him up. Jaylen Brown, and I reached for Evan Mobley according to these rankings. I'm fine with that. Zion Williamson and DeMar DeRozan is off the board. So that's kind of where we are right now. Feeling really good about everything. And now I want to just take time to talk to you guys about our sponsor. This episode is brought to you by BetOnline. Football is back. And BetOnline is your #1 information source for all sports wagering info with all the up-to-the-minute stats, news, scores, and matchup breakdowns. Get the latest game odds, spreads, and totals from the NFL and college football at your fingertips with BetOnline's real-time updates on statistics, news, and odds. From week 1 all the way to the college football playoff and Super Bowl, BetOnline gives you access to the best football promotions and contests available anywhere online. Head to the website today or use your mobile device to get in on the action. Remember, use our promo code BELIEVE to receive your 50% welcome bonus on your first deposit. BetOnline, where the game starts. Come on, man. You already know. Come on, man. David Vega's in the building. Jack is still in the building. Come on, man. We got people live with us. Come on, man. This is how we do. So let's get back to the recap. Team Grammy grabs Zion Williamson. Oh, my goodness. I don't give a Shih Tzu puppy what's going down. I'm out on Zion because I don't need the headache. Listen. In Dynasty, if you playing in Dynasty, I would look at Zion. I'm all about Zion in Dynasty. But when it comes to like redraft leagues, I am all the way not really rocking with your boy. And I think he's one of the most talented guys in the league, like 26-10. Like he's no joke. For fantasy, real life, the works. But he just got too much. And until I see it for a full season all the way, I'm out. After Zion, we had DeMar DeRozan. Love that pick. Jimmy Butler. Heck to the nah. I am out on Jimmy Butler. You ask why? It's not about him trying to sell $100 cups of coffee. It's not about him having a My Chemical Romance haircut. It's not about him, you know what I'm saying, like resting a whole bunch of games. You know, it's not about him sitting out. He's one of my favorite players in real life. For fantasy, though, I just can't. Like, I can't. Again, another player, I don't want the headache. And you can look at his active games, the games that he played, And I think he played like 60-something games, 50-something games here and there. Like, people miss games. I get that. It's just the fact that it just could happen at any time. It's not like he gets injured and it's like, oh, Jimmy got injured, guys. He's going to be out for a couple of weeks. It'd be wild stuff. It'd just be like healthy. Oh, Jimmy's out, like, a sickness. All right, I'm out. Julius Randle, yes. Vucevic, yes. Garland, yes. Desmond Bane, yes. Man, and Victor Wembanyama is still on the board. People in my league, people in my home league is out on Victor Wembanyama. Now, if he fall down to the 5th, come on, man. Like, what am I gonna do? If he falls all the way down, like, what am I gonna do? Like, I can't just like sit there. It's like you get offered free concert tickets to the Bad Boy reunion. The Lox is gonna be there. Diddy's gonna be there. They gonna have the hologram of Biggie and Black Rob there. Like, they give you the tickets for free. You gonna go? Would I buy the tickets for the Bad Boy reunion with Biggie on the daggone hologram and Black Rob on the hologram and Craig Mack on the hologram? I'm not buying those tickets. But if somebody lay it out there and say, hey, we got it, 5th round, like, what you gonna do? I'm drafting Victor Wembanyama. So y'all let him keep dropping. He gonna drop right onto my roster. I'm just saying. You know what I mean? Excuse the random 90s hip-hop reference. So back to the recap. We had Desmond Bane, James Harden off the board in the 4th round by the boss man. He is taking a risk, but I love it. Kawhi Leonard off the board. Oh, man, I'm not doing that, Professor. That offsets Harden for me because listen, I've been on the hilltop about not drafting Kawhi Leonard. And I do it every year, and people are always like, oh, no, per game, he's amazing. He's like, come on, Kawhi Leonard, he's one of the most elite players in fantasy basketball and in real life basketball. He's that guy. And you know what? For real life, he's no joke. He's a real good player. 2-time champion, finals MVP. Like, I understand all of that. But the fact of the matter is, I've been burnt too many times. It's personal, yo. Like, it's personal. I'm not drafting him because I've been burnt by him too many times. So I advise to my community, stay away from him. Unless you get super value and you're okay with taking the risk with the super value, then stay away from him. Because for me, like, I'm not drafting him at all. If he fell to the 12th round, I'd probably pass on him just because I've been burned so many times. And the fact of the matter is, I have been right about him every year. Now, some people will argue that this last season, he played towards the end of the season or whatever it was. Played a little bit. All right, but he was also out. You know what I'm saying? So if you're looking at per game value, yes, he has some value in terms of where he's going in drafts. But for me, I just been burned too many times, and I just don't want the headache. Let's go back to the recap. After Kawhi Leonard, we have Paul George, partners in crime there in LA. Victor Wembanyama off the board. All right, Team Bong Bong. I see you, my guy. All right, Team Bong Bong. I see you, my guy. Jaren Jackson Jr. Whoa, man, that's value for Jaren Jackson Jr. Somebody cleaned up. Brandon Ingram. Heck to the nah. I was high on Brandon Ingram. It was one of my community members was like, yo, your man missed 50-something, or, only played so many games last year. I don't know the exact count, but I was like, oh, like, I'm not okay with that. Alperen Sengun, Spencer Dinwiddie. I like Spencer Dinwiddie. Or as my man, where's he at? My man Ken Rock in the building, he called him Spencer Dinwiddle at one of our events when he came to speak to the kids. Sorry to air you out like that, my guy, but that was funny. Jamal Murray off the board from Team Grammy, who called Spencer Dinwiddie Spencer Dinwiddle. Lord, give me the strength. So I'm on the clock. Let me get focused. So let me see what we got here. Oh, Walker Kessler's looking me in my eye. He's looking at me, man. He's looking at me, man. Also, Jared Allen's looking at me, man. Looking at me, man. Let me see if it's anybody I'm not thinking about that is down here. Ooh, Chet Holmgren, boy. Like, listen. Man, listen. So let's do this. I'm gonna grab Chet first, and then I'm gonna grab one of those two. I'm gonna grab one of those two centers because I don't think the next guy up is gonna grab both of them. I'm gonna grab Chet now because I know that he won't come back around. So I gotta grab one of these two picks, and then I'm feeling like my squad is very young. So later in the later rounds, I can maybe grab some more veterans. But that means I would have Mobley, Cunningham, Ball, Home. I'm looking like I'm drafting a daggone dynasty team right now. So I gotta get Chet. If Chet is here, I gotta get Chet. I'm sorry. I must. He's my Victor Wembanyama. Come home. Come home, Chet. So I know that my guy, the GOAT, is not gonna take both Kessler and Allen. I'm also somewhat interested in Porzingis, like kind of, I don't know if he'll do what he did. I don't know if he'll stay healthy, but I have some interest in Kristaps Porzingis as well. So I would be looking at Porzingis, Kessler, or Allen. I already have Mobley, so maybe Allen wouldn't be the move. And I just feel like I'll get way more fantasy points from a healthy and engaged Porzingis maybe than Kessler. I don't know, man. If I get Kessler, it's like all of the guys that I've been hyping up and talking about. It's like I'm getting like the perfect roster. So like as much as I love Porzingis, I know that Kessler, with his ability to get blocks, with his ability to get rebounds, he's not a big time scorer, but he will give you a 9-point average. I think he averaged 9 points a game last year, 10 rebounds, and I think 2 or 3 blocks. So he's almost like a poor man's Jaren Jackson or a poor man's Nick Claxton. But actually, Nick Claxton might still be around here. I might be able to get him on the turn. Yeah, let me grab me some Kessler here, man, because I'm like, I got to practice what I preach, y'all. Because I like Porzingis, but like, he had a great pinnacle year last year. Kessler is ascending. I don't think they're going to like snub him on minutes. He played about 20 something minutes last year. If he gets like 5 more minutes, if he's doing like 27, 28 minutes a game, I think that he's going to return his value. So I'm going to draft Walker Kessler. Okay, so let's get back to the recap. We have after Victor Wembanyama, we had Jaren Jackson Jr., Brandon Ingram, Alperen Sengun, Spencer Dinwiddie, Jamal Murray. I grabbed Chet Holmgren, John Morant, Josh Giddey, and then I grabbed Walker Kessler. So I'll be sitting tight for a while. I'm going to start filling out my queue now because it's about to get really, really hectic down here. So I'm going to go ahead and throw I don't have any threes right now. And, ESPN hasn't updated their positions. Like they haven't given people multiple positions, which is killing us in the whole community. Like we're like mad about it. Like, what are you doing? But I'm gonna go ahead and fill out my queue. So I'm gonna go with Zach LaVine. I'll be interested in Porzingis. I'll be interested in Van Vliet. I'll be interested in Jarrett Allen, Chris Middleton. I'd be interested in Scoot. Also be interested in maybe Bradley Beal, Jalen Williams, Jakob Poeltl. Definitely interested in Rudy Gobert. Franz Wagner. Oh my God, that's my guy. I love me some Franz Wagner. Rudy Gobert, I'd be interested in. I'm not crazy about Wiggins or Harris. So I'll pass there. Nick Claxton, love it. Oh, John Collins, looking at him. OG Anunoby. Oh my God, love that, love that, love that. Terry Rozier, maybe not. Chris Paul, yes, at 97, I'll be okay with that. Dan Gafford, okay with that. Jeremy Grant, I'll stay away from Jeremy Grant just because I don't know if they're gonna trade that joker. Derek White, I would have been super high on before the arrival of Drew Holiday, but I'm kind of out on him right now. Brandon Miller, I'd be interested in. Mark Williams, I would be. Onyeka Okongwu, I have some interest there. Jabari Smith Jr. as well. Devin Vassell, absolutely. So interested in to see like him being the number 2 to Victor Wembanyama out in San Antonio. Markelle Fultz, have some interest there. Amen Thompson, definitely interested there. Oh my God, Ben Simmons. I might reach for Ben Simmons, y'all. Ben Simmons was a little cocky in his interview the other day. So Tariq Eason, another guy I'll be looking at.
for late rounds. Oh, Miles Bridges. Oh my goodness. Yeah, let me get Terry Eason a little later. Oh my God, Miles Bridges. Man, I hope I can grab him. Hope I can grab him. Asar Thompson, be interested in. If I can get both of the Thompson twins, that'll make me feel like I am Overtime Elite's #1 fan. My son is a big Overtime Elite fan. You know, we be pulling up to the daggone arena and just like staring at it. He got like basketball dreams. So we're gonna go to some games this season. I'll let you guys know how that goes. I'm gonna get to the recap in a minute. I just want to fill out this queue fully. After Asar Thompson, we're looking at it's scary hours down here, man. It's scary hours down here. It don't look good at this point in the draft. It gets a little icky and sticky down here, yo. Like straight up, it's not for like weak minded individuals. You got to really be strong. Gary Trent Jr. I'll throw him in the queue. Threw up in my mouth a little bit saying that, but whatevs. Uh, Taylor Hendricks from Utah have some interest in him. You know, I don't know if they're gonna play him with Kessler or if he's gonna be on the second team. Zach Collins, oh my gosh, Zach Collins could provide so much value this year. Like people sleep on him. He is a deal down here, like straight up. Yeah, and I think from there, I think I'm queued out. I think I don't want to put any more people in my queue. It just don't make me feel good. So after after I drafted Kessler, we had Zach Levine off the board, Tyrese Maxey, Bradley Beal, Scotty Barnes, Kyle Kuzma, CJ McCollum, and Fred Van Vliet. I think that's tons of value for Freddie. To grab Fred Van Vliet in the 6th round, man, he's going to return that value. I think that was a really, really good pickup. I think DeAndre Ayton, too, is somebody you want to look at. I don't have him queued up just because I'm not a DeAndre Ayton guy, but I think whoever grabs him, they're going to get some value from him. Um, so we'll see what happens. And also Westbrook. I'm gonna stop dissing Westbrook. I think Westbrook, he could offer some value as well. You know what I'm saying? Like people try to fart all over Russell Westbrook's legacy, man. That's one thing that kills me. Like, yo, this man was averaging a triple double, y'all. Like people be really out here talking greasy about Russell Westbrook like he's garbage, like he's a bum. He's not. Like he's literally one of the best players we've seen in this generation. Guys get older, guys are just not as, athletically, explosive or whatever it is, especially if they relied on their athleticism to like get their production. Like the games change, their game changes, but he can still provide tons of value. So don't sleep on your man Russell Westbrook. I'm just saying we gotta let that narrative go that Russell Westbrook is a bum. Like, yes, he's going 70th according to ESPN here in their projections, but it's Russell freaking Westbrook. You're going to get some assists. You're going to get some points. You're going to get some rebounds. It's fantasy basketball. He doesn't need to be like the MVP. He just needs to give you buckets, assists, and rebounds. So what are we doing? We sleeping on him for what? Look at the people who are around him. It's crazy. Who we got? We got D'Angelo Russell. Come on, man. Like really? Tyus Jones. Come on, man. He was good as a starter when Ja Morant was out. He ain't never had his own team. Come on. Anthony Simons, Tyler Hero, Clint Capella. All of these guys, we got in the same conversation as Westbrook in fantasy. I'm not drafting him, but you should. I'm joking. I might actually draft him. Let's see what we got. Back to the recap. After Fred Van Vliet, we got Drew Holiday. Love that pick. Kristaps Porzingis. Ooh, the value is oozing. The value is oozing out of the computer screen, yo. Like, that is crazy. I'm going to look at the professor's team. Boss man, a.k.a. Professor, you are having one heck of a draft. It seems like he's waiting. He's like, waiting for like gold bricks to fall off a daggone, armored truck. That's what his draft has been. He's just like, value is falling off the truck, and he's there to just catch it with some daggone OBJ wide receiver gloves. Come on, man. Miles Turner off the board. Value. Trey Jones, maybe. DeAndre Ayton, yes. Austin Reeves, maybe. It doesn't look like Jared Allen is gonna fall to me, guys. Doesn't look like Jared Allen's gonna fall to me. Nope. There he goes. He's gone. So I got Middleton. I got Henderson. I'm looking at. I got Franz Wagner. I might have to just go for Wagner, y'all. I just got to keep it funky. I just got to keep it all the way funky. I don't got no small forwards yet. Well, I do have a small forward. I don't have no shooting guards yet. Ooh, this is good, man. Franz Wagner, Chris Middleton, Scoot Henderson. Man, I cannot draft a daggone. I can't draft a dynasty team right now, right? So I gotta look, gotta think about this, you know. But Franz Wagner is looking me in the daggone face, man. Scoot Henderson, there's no telling what he'll be or what he'll do. Man, but I just can't with the rookies, man. That's one thing about even though Holmgren hasn't played, you know what I'm saying? I feel like he's a kind of a rookie that has that certain level of expectations. I think for Scoot, even though he's gonna do well, rookie guards struggle in fantasy. It's just like a thing, right? Like rookie guards often struggle in fantasy. So I'm gonna be looking at here, likely just taking the value on Chris Middleton. I think like at this point in the draft, you know, it's something that I'm okay with. I don't know how he'll do with my man Lillard there. But yeah, it's like I'm looking at Claxton too. I like Claxton getting another big man that's going to clean up on the board. So I really like Claxton here. Like Wagner. Like Jakob Poeltl too, man. I think Jakob Poeltl is tons of value. So for me, I always feel like I would rather, in the situation where I have two players, like I'm looking at Middleton and Wagner right now, right? So let me quickly go big screen on this. So yeah, I have two players that I'm really looking at that very similar value in terms of projections and rankings and stuff. For me, I always look at upside, like who's a younger guy and who can get better. Chris Middleton, we know what to get. So for me, I'm gonna take the younger guy here. I'm gonna just like bite the bullet and say like I'm drafting a daggone dynasty team of young players, but Franz Wagner is not new to the league and has shown and proven that he contributes on a high level. And arguably, and this might be a hot take, get ready for it, he might be the best player on the Orlando Magic. I'm just saying, especially for fantasy. I know Paolo Banchero, he just came off the Rookie of the Year. We like him. He's good, especially for points leagues. But Franz Wagner, come on, ma. He's putting in work. He's putting in work in every category. I'm drafting Franz Wagner. So back to the recap. After Austin Reeves, we had Jalen Green, Jared Allen, Anthony Simons, and I grabbed Franz Wagner. Next up, I'm going to be looking at Nick Claxton or Rudy Gobert. Again, this is a similar situation where you got two guys who are, OG Anunoby. Oh, no, OG Anunoby. It might be OG. Yeah. I might just have to go OG Anunoby. Yeah. Oh, if OG's there, I'm grabbing OG. The thing of OG Anunoby is so good for fantasy. You know what? OG Anunoby is so good for fantasy, but people be fronting on him just because he doesn't have like the household name value. Fred VanVleet gone out of town. So like one of their biggest pieces of their offense is gone. People talking about Scotty Barnes. What they need to be talking about is OG Anunoby. I'm gonna grab OG if he's here. Like I like John Collins here. I like Rudy. I like Nick Claxton here. All of that. But for me, in fantasy, especially once ESPN adjusts these positions, like those wings typically play small forward, shooting guard, or small forward and power forward. So you're gonna get multiple positions. Like I really like OG here. I'm pretty confident he's gonna fall to me too. So I'm gonna grab me some OG Anunoby. And this is a longer draft, guys. This is not a 13 round draft. This is a 16 round draft. So you better buckle up. We're gonna be on for a while. And again, if you guys have suggestions on who you think I should draft, y'all pull up and say something. Speak up. Like I know we got people up in here. Like don't hesitate. If you see somebody you think I should take, I will be open. Oh, shish kebabs. He took OG Anunoby. He watching. There's no way. I'm not. That's Trayvon, right? Trey ain't messing with you, man. He grabbed OG. I'm sick to my stomach about that. Man, that makes me mad. Oh, it's part of the game, man. So I'm gonna look at Nick Claxton here. Let me just do a little scroll patrol before I go jump out the window on that one. Man, that one makes me sad. Yaka Pirtle, I'm also interested in. Jalen Williams, I know he had a great finish of the year last year, but man, that OG Anunoby joint hit me in the heart, man. I just threw up in my mouth a little bit. I'm not happy. I am not happy. Shoot, makes me mad as heck. Rudy Gobert, no, it's Nick Claxton, but man, I'm not happy about it at all. Shoot. Scoot is there. Jalen is there. I talked about Russell Westbrook. I'm good on Russell Westbrook. I only got one center. Like Nick Claxton, he put up crazy Jaren Jackson Jr. numbers. I'm just gonna grab Nick Claxton, man. But touche, my guy. You grab that OG. I pray that you listening and watching, because if you just drafted I got some problems this season. If I got somebody that's willing to take the leap and grab OG Anunoby, you know what I'm saying? So I think that that is a dangerous scenario for me to be in. A dangerous, quite dangerous scenario. I want to let you guys know also, this episode is brought to you by the Fantasy Sports Shop on Etsy. Grab your exclusive, check it out, exclusive, check it out, Fantasy Sports swag today. If you have ideas for our next drop, let us know in the comment section of this episode, wherever you're listening or watching. Also, we're going to be giving away a free shirt starting next month. This month, we're actually giving away something else, and I'll share that with you guys after I talk about the shirts. But if you want to grab a shirt, go ahead and go to bit.ly/the Fantasy Sports Shop. That's bit.ly, the Fantasy Sports Shop, and you can check out what we have. We got a bunch of dope tees, and if you have ideas for the next drop, please drop it in the comments. The other thing I wanted to talk about is our free rookie card giveaway. So to celebrate the new NBA season, we're giving away this Josh Giddey rookie card, a graded SGC 10 rookie card with a patch. It's going to be worth probably millions of dollars one day if this guy can continue to be as great as he is. And of course, if I'm giving away something, I got to go with my man, Cade Cunningham. We got a Cade Cunningham rookie card. We'll also be giving away right when the NBA season starts. To enter to win the rookie cards, guys, it's a little different than what we've done. You need to go to Apple Podcasts and leave a review on our show, the Believe in Fantasy Basketball podcast. If you leave a review there, you will be entered in to win. We'll be randomly selecting 2 people to win these 2 cards. And I think if we have a really good turnout, I might even give a third place prize and pull out another card. So we want to make sure we don't just give you gifts that you can wear, which is cool. We also want to give you gifts that might be worth millions of dollars one day. Just saying. Who knows? Giddey might be the GOAT. Let's get back to the draft. Hope my pick didn't come up, and we'll do a quick recap. So after Franz Wagner, we had OG Anunoby, John Collins. I grabbed Nick Claxton. Then we had Keldon Johnson, and then Chris Middleton. Not that much movement. I'm going to have a quick sip of this drink. I am on the clock in the next 14 picks. Let's see how much time. How long have we been online here, yo? Like, this joint is we have 59 minutes. Yo, this is wild, yo. This is gonna be the longest show of the season. Oh my goodness. Please, if you with me, drop a 1. Drop a 1 in the chat if you with me. If you're gonna ride out all the way, because we only halfway point, so this might be a 2-hour live stream. Holy guacamole chips. So after Chris Middleton, we had Klay Thompson, who I am out on in fantasy. Like, I'm really not messing with him. Nope. Where they do that at? I don't want anything to do with Klay Thompson. Not in fantasy. Not somebody I have great interest in. Jalen Williams off the board, Scoot Henderson off the board, Jakob Poeltl off the board. All three players I would be interested in. Interested in those guys. I have yet to draft a shooting guard, but I am confident before I go jump out the window on that one. Man, that one makes me sad. Jakob Poeltl, I'm also interested in. Jalen Williams, I know he had a great finish of the year last year, but man, that OG Anunoby joint hit me in the heart, man. I just threw up in my mouth a little bit. I'm not happy. I am not happy. Shoot. Makes me mad as heck. Rudy Gobert, no. It's Nick Claxton, but man, I'm not happy about it at all. Shoot. Scoot is there. Jalen is there. I talked about Russell Westbrook. I'm good on Russell Westbrook. I only got one center. Like Nick Claxton, he put up crazy Jaren Jackson Jr. numbers. I'm just gonna grab Nick Claxton, man. But touche, my guy. You grab that OG. I pray that you listening and watching, because if you just drafted I got some problems this season. If I got somebody that's willing to take the leap and grab OG Anunoby, you know what I'm saying? So I think that that is a dangerous scenario for me to be in. A dangerous, quite dangerous scenario. I want to let you guys know also, this episode is brought to you by the Fantasy Sports Shop on Etsy. Grab your exclusive, check it out, exclusive, check it out, Fantasy Sports swag today. If you have ideas for our next drop, let us know in the comment section of this episode, wherever you're listening or watching. Also, we're going to be giving away a free shirt starting next month. This month, we're actually giving away something else, and I'll share that with you guys after I talk about the shirts. But if you want to grab a shirt, go ahead and go to bit.ly/the Fantasy Sports Shop. That's bit.ly, the Fantasy Sports Shop, and you can check out what we have. We got a bunch of dope tees, and if you have ideas for the next drop, please drop it in the comments. The other thing I wanted to talk about is our free rookie card giveaway. So to celebrate the new NBA season, we're giving away this Josh Giddey rookie card, a graded SGC 10 rookie card with a patch. It's going to be worth probably millions of dollars one day if this guy can continue to be as great as he is. And of course, if I'm giving away something, I got to go with my man, Cade Cunningham. We got a Cade Cunningham rookie card. We'll also be giving away right when the NBA season starts. To enter to win the rookie cards, guys, it's a little different than what we've done. You need to go to Apple Podcasts and leave a review on our show, the Believe in Fantasy Basketball podcast. If you leave a review there, you will be entered in to win. We'll be randomly selecting 2 people to win these 2 cards. And I think if we have a really good turnout, I might even give a third place prize and pull out another card. So we want to make sure we don't just give you gifts that you can wear, which is cool. We also want to give you gifts that might be worth millions of dollars one day. Just saying. Who knows? Giddey might be the GOAT. Let's get back to the draft. Hope my pick didn't come up, and we'll do a quick recap. So after Franz Wagner, we had OG Anunoby, John Collins. I grabbed Nick Claxton. Then we had Keldon Johnson, and then Chris Middleton. Not that much movement. I'm going to have a quick sip of this drink. I am on the clock in the next 14 picks. Let's see how much time. How long have we been online here, yo? Like, this joint is, we have 59 minutes. Yo, this is wild, yo. This is gonna be the longest show of the season. Oh my goodness. Please, if you with me, drop a 1. Drop a 1 in the chat if you with me. If you're gonna ride out all the way, because we only halfway point, so this might be a 2-hour live stream. Holy guacamole chips. So after Chris Middleton, we had Klay Thompson, who I am out on in fantasy. Like, I'm really not messing with him. Nope. Where they do that at? I don't want anything to do with Klay Thompson. Not in fantasy. Not somebody I have great interest in. Jalen Williams off the board. Scoot Henderson off the board. Jakob Poeltl off the board. All 3 players I would be interested in. Interested in those guys. I have yet to draft a shooting guard, but I am confident that ESPN will be offering some, positional eligibility for some of these players, some extended, expanded positional availability for these guys. So, hey, you just got to be patient. I know people are worried, like, what the heck? What am I going to do? And, a lot of people are out on ESPN. Like, I get it. This league started on ESPN, so we've kept it here. And, all of our history is here, like all of our banners and our trophies. Like, so we're not going to really move this. But if you're starting a new league, I think you want to look at Fantrax. You want to look at Yahoo. You can consider ESPN, especially if you are already playing fantasy football on ESPN. That's something that people ask me, "Hey, Robin, well, where do you think I should start my league or host my league? I'm starting a league." Yeah. What I say is, if you're playing fantasy football, use the platform that you play fantasy football on, because it just simplifies the process. You're not like switching apps. Like, I got a league in Yahoo, I got a league in ESPN, I got a league in Fantrax. So I'm in that mess, and I know how it feels, and I know how it impacts my experience as a fantasy basketball manager. So for me, I don't really like that. I like being in multiple leagues, but I don't like moving from app to app. So if you play football, fantasy football, I would recommend using the platform that you use for fantasy football. And if you really want to get funky, fresh, and fancy, you could start migrating your leagues over to one place if you have fantasy football leagues in multiple spaces. Like, that's ideal, right? If your league is up for that kind of stuff, but most people aren't. You're comfortable with what you've been doing. You don't want to be like out here like asking 12 people, "Hey guys, you guys want to take the fantasy football team over to Fantrax?" They're like, "What is Fantrax? Like, what's wrong with you? Were you listening to Robin again? Like, stop listening to that guy. He's gonna like have us doing all of this complicated stuff." Well, actually, I'm trying to make your life easier, trying to have some kind of flow, be efficient. But hey, you know how it is. After Jakob Poeltl, we have Russell Westbrook, like that pick, Tyus Jones, Keegan Murray, Tyler Hero, Tobias Harris, D'Angelo Russell, Marcus Smart. I am off on most of those guys. I'm not messing with Hero. I do think he's going to have a decent season. Another person that I just been burned by, and I take it personally. I don't mess with you, Tyler Hero. Tobias Harris has just been declining year to year in terms of his fantasy relevance. People are looking at him like, look, he's going in the 9th round in a 10-man league, man. D'Angelo Russell, another one. Even though he does provide some value here and there, he's wildly inconsistent. Too many ups and downs. It's like a daggone Six Flags roller coaster. I want nothing to do with D'Angelo Russell. Nothing. Marcus Smart, I don't know what to expect in Memphis, so I'm staying away from him. Jonas Valanciunas will always be one of my fantasy go-tos. I like Jonas Valanciunas, but over the last couple of years, he's definitely declined, and somebody I'm kind of raising an eyebrow when it comes to drafting him. Clint Capella, I like him if I can stack him with Onyeka Okongwu, because I think when Clint Capella plays, he's that guy. He's going to give you blocks, rebounds, like all of that. He's pouring in the stats. But I think Onyeka Okongwu is like, he's knocking at the door to take over that spot. So because of that, if I had them both, I feel like I have like a handcuff in fantasy basketball, similar to what we do in fantasy football. But again, just another situation where why would I want the headache? Like, I'm not going to sit out here and be like, okay, I got it. Let me draft Capella, and then if Capella goes down or gets traded, I'll get Onyeka Okongwu. Yeah, that'll do it. It's just too much work. Like, why am I sitting? Why would I do all of that? Why don't I just draft Gobert? And I'm good. You know what I'm saying? Why don't I draft Chris Paul? I'll be okay. Why don't I draft Dan Gafford? You know what I'm saying? I'm just not for the headaches, y'all. And that's something that in past seasons I've learned to kind of develop this. It takes discipline, though. When you want to have, you can swing for the fences, yo. I just don't swing for the fences early in drafts. Like swinging for the fences on Morant, swinging for the fences on Harden, although it's still value for you. I'm not about to be out here in these streets like drafting these guys in the middle rounds and then getting burned. So for me, I like safe picks. I think although Chris Paul has some injury concerns for me in the 9th round in a 10-man league, if I could snatch Chris Paul, in 20 minutes, Chris Paul will provide way higher. Like, it's going to be way higher than the 89th pick. He's going to be somewhere maybe in the 70s. So if I can get around a value, maybe even 60s, depending on how, like, I don't know what his role is going to be, but like, I'm okay with that. Like, yeah, I like Chris Paul better than I like Klay Thompson. Hey, in real life and in fantasy. So for me, I think that's what I'll do. I think I'll draft Chris to the Paul CP3. Let's go. I'm not mad at that. Let's get back to the recap. Oh, it's not much of a recap. We had Clint Capella, Rudy Gobert, and then Chris Paul. So now I'm going to be looking for my next pick. I like Dan Gafford. I feel like that might be early for old Dano, but I'm not against it. Brandon Miller, Mark Williams, Onyeka Okongwu. Might not grab Onyeka Okongwu. Not sure. I like him, and I think that he's going to be super valuable. Not sure if I'm going to draft him there. I like Devin Vassell a lot. A whole bunch, a lot. Amen Thompson, Markelle Fultz, I think that's reaching a little too far. So let me take a look here. I haven't secured a proper shooting guard yet. Terry Rozier, I think there's tons of value in grabbing him at the 92nd pick. I'm not crazy about him at all. And this draft, I feel like I don't want to make any picks that I'm grabbing people that I'm not excited about picking. I think far too often in drafts, because of people dropping, value being straight in your face, like up front, close, and personal, you like, oh, well, he fell that far, I got to grab him. And I have to do that in a lot of my drafts. This draft is different. This is like my homies. This is my peoples. Like, I know what I'm going to get. I know what to expect. And for me, grabbing Terry Rozier would just throw off the woosah in my daggone team. The vibes will be off. Ooh, we had a Ben Simmons sighting, 9th round. Yo, that is the earliest I've seen you, man. I love that. I love that he went that early. I really, I could bang with that. See, that makes me happy. That makes me happy. So, again, some of the guys I'm excited about drafting would definitely be people like Dan Gafford, somebody like Brandon Miller, maybe. I'm not too crazy about Brandon Miller. But if I had to take a two guard in Charlotte, I would take Rozier. So I'm going to just stay clear of both of those guys. I do like Mark Williams here. I do like Jabari Smith Jr. I do like Devin Vassell, Markelle Fultz, Amen Thompson. Oh, Miles Bridges. Yeah, so I'm not going to grab every Hornet player, but I got to grab one or two. So I already got LaMelo. If I had to pick, I would grab LaMelo and Miles Bridges. So I think for me here, I prefer to have Miles Bridges. I know it's a bit of a reach. Where's my cue? Because I cannot find that joker. Where is my cue? Let me go over here. Let me check this out. So, yeah, Miles Bridges is going at 142, they say. Dan Gafford, yeah. So for me here at this round, this is where, again, later in drafts, I always like to swing for the fences, right? So I have 7 picks left. I haven't grabbed any of the Thompson twins. I'm going to grab a Thompson twin on his next 2 picks, and I'm going to grab Miles Bridges. So I feel like, I don't know if people are checking for Miles Bridges. So I'm going to go ahead and just sneak grab him right now. Because, again, people are sleeping on him because he's been out of the league for a year. He, slapped up his lady. He had a bad run. He made some mistakes or whatever it is. And now he's trying to make his comeback and get his money. If he gets on the court this year, this is when you talk about risk versus reward, if he gets on the court this year and he is healthy, he's going to be balling for his life. So for that reason, another person I'm excited about drafting is Miles Bridges. Now, next up, on the next round, Oh no, I don't think the Thompson twins are gonna make it back to me. No, no, no. I don't think they're gonna take. I don't think they're gonna make it back to me. I don't think they're gonna make it back. No, that's not it. That's not it. They're not gonna make it back. I think I could try. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know if the Thompson twins gonna make it back to me. I'm optimistic, but man, it don't look good. It don't look good. So let's go ahead and look at the recap. We got Ben Simmons, Nurkic, and then I grabbed Miles Bridges. Yeah. Amin, I would like one or both of the Thompson twins. If they do fall way down to me, which I doubt, but I'm hopeful in this kind of a scenario, then I would be looking at grabbing both of them. And in these later rounds, I keep talking about it. We got to swing for the fences, y'all. You can't play it safe. So my man grabbing Ben Simmons with his ninth round pick, I think that's swinging for the fences. A little early, but still, it's a 10-man league. So what are you going to do? You know what I'm saying? Like, there's going to be tons of value. We do extend the roster a little bit, you know what I'm saying, beyond the default on ESPN because of that, because it's a 10-man league. But even still, like Ben Simmons, like people are sleeping on Ben Simmons. But if Ben Simmons' upside is anywhere close to what he was when he was in Philly, man, your man is going to have a championship squad, like straight cheese, butter roll from the corner store, chopped cheese. I'm just saying, it's going to be something to see. I'm keeping a stack. Highlight Factory was good. Highlight Factory says, I think Clay returns a little back to form this year. I don't know about that, Highlight Factory. I'm like, I want to believe in Clay. I like Clay. I just don't know if it's going to happen for fantasy. So for that reason, I'm out in my best Shark Tank voice. I'm sorry. I cannot. After Miles Bridges, we had Andrew Wiggins, Jordan Clarkson, who I like this year, but not crazy about. Jeremy Grant, have some concerns, even though if he plays with this team, he'll produce on a similar level that he did last year. If he's moved, his value could decrease substantially. So we'll see what happens. Wendell Carter Jr., not crazy about him. Kevin Huerter, not crazy about him, but all great picks. Bobby Portis, also decent pick, not crazy about it. Love the Terry Rozier pick. If I had to pick which Hornets players I was going to put on my team, I would rather just have Miles Bridges and LaMelo. I don't know if I would have wanted Rozier, and I got to get Brandon Miller, and I got to get Mark Williams. Just like I like the Hornets, but I don't like them that much. Like, I cannot. I'm going to have to start digging deeper, though, because some of the guys. Ooh, I love those back-to-back picks by the boss man. He grabbed Dan Gafford and Mark Williams. Man, he ate up my queue on that one. But again, I don't want to fill my whole roster up with all Hornets players. What happens is, in my history in fantasy, the times where I took like 3 players from the same team, it just always came back to bite me in the butt. So I kind of stay away from that. You know, I try to not put myself in that position. But it's something I'm not mad at. You never know who's going to get hurt, what's going to happen. You know, fantasy can be unpredictable. So let me add some other guys to my queue. I'm gonna put Michael Porter Jr. in there. I'm not crazy about him, but I'll take him. Josh Hart is another guy. Not crazy about him, but I'll take him. Robert Williams III. It's kind of a mystery play. We don't know exactly what's going to happen, so I'll be interested in trying that out. Jalen Duren, like the young man. Kelly Oubre Jr., nah. Mitchell Robinson, yes. Tari Eason, yes. Herb Jones, oh, did we have Trey Murphy already? Somebody draft Trey Murphy? That's somebody I would definitely sit in my IR for a couple of weeks. Like, I'm not looking to grab Ja Morant to hold him in my IR and then he gets injured again or makes some bonehead decision, squandering his blessings on IG Live, doing something ridiculous. So that's why I would fade him. But somebody like Trey Murphy Jr., man, he's like, my man Dan Titus calls him a poor man's Mikal Bridges. Ooh, And who wouldn't want that on a fantasy squad? So for me, if I could grab someone like Trey Murphy, throw him in the queue, throw him in the IR, let him rest out for a couple of weeks, then he pulls up later. It looks like I have a chance to grab the Thompson twins. Ooh, man. We about to go to overtime elite, y'all. Straight up. Y'all ready? Come to Atlanta, y'all. Come to Atlanta. Welcome to my fan. Welcome to Atlanta. Yep, where the players play and we ride on them things like every day. This is it. If I can, I'm about to draft both of the Thompson twins. I am not playing. When I talk about late round swing for the fences upside, this is what I am talking about. I don't know if I'll get them both, but I'm going to try. My man, Yobi Kid 17, what up? He said, if I put my rosters in here, would you rate my team? I don't typically rate teams on a live stream, my guy, but if you drop it in the Discord, you know I got you. I got you. I got you. Actually, if you stick around to the end of the live stream, I'll do that for you. Put it up and I'll give you a rating. What am I talking about? I want to serve. So I'm up. Holy guacamole chips. Ho. I'm about to grab a mid. Hey, man. I'm about to grab one of the Thompson twins. Let's go. Got my first Thompson twin. Yes. Cha-ching. Got my first Thompson twin. And I got my first shooting guard. What do you know? And look, Brandon Miller, I like Brandon Miller. I'm not high on Brandon Miller. I'm high on the Thompson twins, yo. I am super high on the Thompson twins. This is it. I'm going for Asar next. Then I got the Tom. Oh my God, this draft is, yo, I talk about it all the time. I don't know if you guys saw the episode that I did with Adam King, and I was telling him that when you draft a team, I don't know if you guys can relate to this, but after you finish drafting a team, you have your phone and you're finished, and that night you're like looking at the app. You're like looking at the app, like, oh my God, like and then it's like a newborn baby. You're like, oh, I got my newborn baby. Like that's how I look at my fantasy teams, yo. I be looking at my fantasy teams like they freaking newborn babies. I'm just saying, listen, I love my son. I love my daughter, like more than my fantasy teams. But my fantasy teams give me that same feeling of coming home from the hospital after the draft. Got my baby. I'm just saying, that's how I gets down with this. I does this, yo, all day, every day, and tomorrow. So my man Goat is up. If I knew any, man, I hope he don't grab Asar. I'm going to be sick to my stomach if he grabs Asar. I'm going to literally throw up in my mouth a little bit. If he grabs Asar and separates those man, hold up. Let me go big screen on this. How could you do that? How could you do that to those children? Separate those children from each other. They're bad enough they're not on the same team in real life. They've been playing together since they were babies, man. And now you're going to take Asar away from his brother Amin in fantasy. They have a chance to live together on my team. Let's see what he does. He grabs Kuminga. Oh, yeah. You grab Kuminga. You grab Kuminga, my guy. You grab yourself some Kuminga. You grab yourself some Kuminga. I am about to unite two mighty forces, and I'm going to predict it right now in real time that these two young men will definitely be in the running, in the race, and upset Victor Wembanyama for Rookie of the Year. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the squad, Asar Thompson. Bang. Oh, baby. Let me just go look at my team real quick. Let me get real with y'all for a minute. So we got LaMelo Ball. Yes. Asar Thompson. Maybe. Just because he's a rookie. KD. Yes. Mobley. Yes. Kessler. Yes. Cunningham. Yes. Holmgren. Yes. Wagner. Yes. Claxton. Yes. Paul. Yes. Miles Bridges. Maybe. Need to see how he comes out the gates. And then I got Amin Thompson. Maybe just because he's a rookie. Oh, my goodness. 4 more picks. I'm good. I honestly, I could just auto draft from here. Just lean back. I could just auto draft from here. Feeling good. Feeling good right now. Feeling good right now. And my guys are like, I want to look at some of my guys' teams. Let me know if you guys want me to do a full breakdown of all the teams because my man, Boss Man, and I know my man, Fearless Knight, and of course, Kobe Wan Kenobi is crushing it right now. So let's actually do those recaps right now. Let's take a look at, let me take a look at some of those other teams. So we got Boss Man is crushing it. Let's see what he got. Jalen Brunson, yes. Harden, maybe. Kawhi Leonard, heck to the no. Davis, maybe. Jokic, yes. Emphatic, yes. Drew Holiday, yes. Keaton Murray, maybe. Porzingis, yes. Jones, maybe. Gafford, yes. Williams, yes. Decent team. I'll give you a 4 out of 5 right now. He's not done yet. He has more work to do. This is Fearless Knight. DeJounte Murray, yes. Bane, yes. George, yes. Antetokounmpo, yes. Turner, yes. Van Vliet, yes. Marketing, yes. Westbrook, maybe. Hero, heck to the no. But that's personal. Rozier, yeah, maybe. Devin Vassell, yes. Wow. Very good. 4 out of 5. And let's check out Kenobi now. Trae Young, yes. Reeves, maybe. Mikal Bridges, yes. Randall, yes. Embiid, yes. Scoot Henderson, maybe. Ingram, I would have been a yes, but I'm going to go maybe. Barnes, yes. Smart, maybe. Wendell Carter Jr., maybe. Looney, maybe. Man, you guys ain't playing. You guys came for blood. Oh, let me see GOAT because he's cleaning up too. Morant, maybe. Booker, yes. Anunoby, yes. Siakam, yes. Towns, yes. Brown, yes. Collins, yes. Giddey, yes. Simmons, yes. Nurkic, maybe. Smith, maybe. Kuminga, maybe. Very solid. Very solid squad. Very solid squad. Man. Okay. So let me sneak in a quick rating for my man, Yo Boy Skid 17. He says 8-man ESPN Points League. Let's get it. Luka, yes. Amin Thompson, maybe. Butler, heck to the no. Triple J, yes. Kessler, yes. LaMelo, yes. Kawhi, heck to the no. Ingram, maybe. Cade, yes. Claxton, yes. Wendell Carter Jr., maybe. Cam Thomas, maybe. Jabari Smith Jr., maybe. Quickly, maybe. Vassell, yes. Pirtle, yes. Any trade target, buy or sells. First of all, really like your squad. I'm going to give you 3 out of 5 GOAT rating on that one. In terms of what I would be trying to move, I don't know about buy low, sell high right now because the season hasn't started. But I was just looking at your roster. I would definitely try to see if you could scrape together an offer for some of those lower tier guys like Wendell Carter Jr., some of those maybes that I dropped, like Wendell Carter, Cam Johnson, Jabari Smith. If you could package some of those guys in for a more, dominant player, a better player, and I would even consider throwing Jimmy Butler in there, you know what I'm saying, as well. Like throw Jimmy and like maybe a piece or two in there and see if you can get another second round guy, somebody like Mitchell, something like that. But overall, great squad. We got Chase Fellas is asking some questions about Brandon Podds or Noah Clowney and Jet Howard in a dynasty league. Yeah, I don't have enough info or data on those guys to make that decision right now. I don't want to give you bad info. If you want to, Chase Fella, hit me on the Discord. Send me a DM in Discord, and I'll do my best to offer you some help there. But I don't feel comfortable just throwing information out. That's how I roll. I like to make sure I got the goods for you. Let's get back to the recap. After I grabbed my second Thompson twin. After I grabbed my second Thompson twin, this is the recap. We had PJ Washington. I just threw up a little bit in my mouth. No, I'm sorry. He's okay. Brook Lopez. That's a good value. To get Brook Lopez in the 12th round in a 10-man league, love it. Malcolm Brogdon, too many question marks. I don't know if he's going to stay where he is right now. I'm out on him. Shaden Sharp, love the upside. TJ McConnell, yes. Jaden Ivey, I hope he doesn't play so Asar can get more minutes. Christian Wood, let's see what happens. Draymond Green, meh. Derek White, I don't know what he's gonna be, but I think grabbing him this late is okay. Let me see if I need to add any more guys to my queue. I feel like I got enough to grab 4 more legit picks in my later rounds here, and it's still tons of value in a 10-man league. It's like pretty much it's almost like being in an all-star game. Like you could literally have a whole squad of like decent players. You don't really, and the waiver wire can still be rich. But when you have a 10-man league or anything less than a 12-man league, you want to make sure that you add some additional roster spots. And that's what we've done here. So we have 16 roster slots with also some IL spots. So we can, throw some people in the IR if we need to. I think Trey Murphy is going to go off the board soon. If I don't grab him, so I'm going to be looking at him. Let me look at the current construction of my roster to see if I have any positional needs right now. I feel okay with bigs. I got 2 centers, couple power forwards, 3 power forwards. It looks pretty balanced so far. I might just try to stack up on some more wings here, but I love the direction of the team right now. I'm about to be up to pick soon, so I'm going to be looking at if a Kongwu is still here. That's tons of value. Markelle Fultz is somebody I'm pretty high on this season, and I haven't drafted him yet this season. Zach Collins is another one. And of course, I talked about Trey Murphy a little earlier on. There's another young man. Man, what's his name? The guy from Miami that I really like. Let me just search Miami. I don't want to jack up his name. What's his name? Jamie Jaquez. Oh my God. I really am crazy about that dude. I grabbed Jovic last year. He didn't do much. I grabbed him with that last pick. Jamie's like my last pick guy because, man, I saw him in Summer League. He was insane. Like, he was so good. It was like, I think he's an older player, too. He's an older rookie. I think he might be like 21 or 22 years old. So he has a little bit of like more man strength. So he is somebody you really want to keep an eye on. So it's coming. I'm coming up to my pick. Onyeka Okongwu's off the board. I think I'm going to grab Markelle Fultz here, and then I'm going to try to get Zach Collins on the turn. I think I'm going to try to get Markelle Fultz and then grab Zach Collins on the turn. And then on my next 2 picks, I'll try to get Trey Murphy and maybe Jamie Jaquez or Herb Jones and Trey Murphy, because that would be great, because I think Herb Jones is going to get a lot of the minutes that are left with Trey Murphy out. But let's go ahead and grab Markelle Fultz. Robert Williams looks interesting too, though, man. I think even in a backup role to DeAndre Ayton, he has tons of value. And I don't know what their lineup is going to look like, honestly. Like they could try to make some creative stuff happen to get both of those guys in the game together, doing a twin tower deal. But I really doubt that. I think that Williams will likely serve as Ayton's backup, and in that role will still be able to put up tons and tons of value. But I don't know if I want to mess with him. Definitely know I'm going to take Fultz if he's available. And then for that second pick, looking at Zach Collins, but that's, I think I would like to get more guards and wings, actually. So I'll go for Markelle Fultz if he's still available. Robert Williams is off the board, so that makes it easy for me there. Tariq Eason is somebody I'm interested in. Herb Jones. It's scary hours down here, man. Like, honestly, this is like, downtown Brooklyn at 3 a.m. It's ugly out here. You know what I'm saying? Cop cars is nowhere to be found. Suspect characters in the shadows just looking at you. There's nothing nice is happening right now. So I think because of that, I'll grab Markel here. Boom. And then I think with the next pick, I might just run out with Trey Murphy right now. Just get out the door with him right now because we have some sharks in here with the Fearless Knight and Boss Man that I fear that he won't be there when I come back around. And I don't have any like stash type player, on my squad yet. And in terms of Trey Murphy, just want to see, do they have his timeline here? No, they don't have anything on his timeline of when he's going to return. But he's going to be out, and he's somebody that I'm interested in holding until he gets healthy. And we have IR spots to spare. So I'm looking at him out the corner of my eye, but there's still people here that I could actually use right now. So it's enough talent on the waiver wire to make sure that I get the guys that I want. So I think my heart and mind is telling me that you want to get your guy. And Trey Murphy, although he is injured, is one of my guys. So we talk about swinging for the fences. This is a swing for the fence. I'm passing on Zach Collins, Jalen Duren, Mitch Robinson, Tariq Eason, who's another player I'm looking at in a lot of areas. But with me already having a piece of that backcourt or a piece of the Houston, young stars or young players, I should say, I think I might hold on Eason and look at Trey Murphy here. So let's see what the GOAT does. I know he's not going to grab Trey Murphy. If he does that, like he's definitely watching this live. There's no way that somebody's going to be going down to the 205 pick, to 205th pick when they're up at the 130th pick. It's just not going to happen. So let's see what we got here. He grabs Dylan Brooks. Oh, I'll take that. You can do that all day, every day. I'm good. I'm gonna grab Trey Murphy and just get out of Dodge with that. Put him in the stash. And now with my last two picks, because I'm gonna be streaming, and this is something you want to be mindful of. Those last two picks, because when you're building your roster, people look at their roster from top to bottom most times. However, you almost want to cut your team off at the knees. And what I mean by that is the head is like your first, second round down to the third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth, 10th, 11th. Like now if you in a 13 roster, format, or even 16, whatever it is, once you get down to your knees and your ankles, you're looking at like your 14th round pick, your 13th round pick, 12th round pick. Those guys will be disposable guys. Those are going to be guys that we're going to have to use those spots for streaming. You have to. You know what I'm saying? If you're playing in a basic fantasy sports fantasy basketball format, you have to stream in order to like compete, especially if you're playing against experienced players, right? So don't get too hung up on like, oh my God, I didn't get Tariq Eason, I didn't get this one. Like you swing for the fences on those, because chances are at some point in the season, those players are not even going to be on your team. So just be really, really mindful of that. Then we got another question. My man says, should I try to, that's Yobi Skids. He says, should I try to trade Butler and Kawhi for someone? I would definitely try to trade Kawhi and Butler for someone. Anyone. What? Who's what? Who said what? Michael Beasley's coming out of retirement? I'm joking. I wouldn't trade them for Michael Beasley. But I would trade them for Giannis. I would package them bad boys up. Shoot. Yeah, I would package Kawhi and Trey and Butler for most first-round guys. SGA, Halliburton, Jokic, Luka, Embiid. Do it. Heck yeah. I love that. Let's get back to the recap. After Draymond Green, we had Derek White, Kelly Oubre Jr., Brandon Miller, Josh Hart, RJ Barrett, Royce O'Neal, Onyeka Okongwu, Robert Williams III, Markelle Fultz, Dylan Brooks, Stevie Adams. I grabbed Trey Murphy III, Karis LeVert, Colin Sexton. And it's still tons of value here. Like, guys are like, shoot. Like, if I can get them on my next two picks, I'm probably going to get Zach Collins and Tariq Eason. Maybe even Herb Jones. Jamie is going to be there. Like, nobody's going to be looking for him and, like, stashing him. Nobody's doing that. But what I could do is look and see if there are any other notable injured players who are out, like Brandon Clark. No. Anyone else? And then what I'll do is I'll go back later and I can grab Jamie or one of those other guys off of the. Am I saying his name right? I hope I am. Sorry. Don't want to jack up your name, dude. After Colin Sexton, we have Mitchell Robinson, Jarrett Vanderbilt, Naz Reid, and Zubac. So yeah, I'm gonna try to see if I can grab me even some Jalen Duren here. Like, I like Jalen Duren. I like Zach Collins. I'm okay to grab a few more bigs. I right now only have 2 centers, so I'm okay with grabbing a couple more bigs to kind of round out the rest of my team. Also interested in Eason, so we'll see what happens when we get there, but we'll be up pretty soon. Bojan Bogdanovic is off the board, and then we have Emmanuel Quickley. Bruce Brown is off the board as well. I'm going to be up in 7 picks. Should be here pretty soon, and then we'll be closing out of the longest live stream of the season. But we got to keep it cooking. CJ says, can you rank these 3, deciding on who to keep? Porzingis, Poole, or Jalen Williams? Ooh, that's good. People are really high on Poole, so I don't want to steer you wrong, right? I am not high on Poole. Many are. So if you're in a points league, I would be looking at Porzingis first, then maybe Poole, then maybe Williams. You know what I'm saying? I don't have my rankings in front of me, but off the top of my dome on this one, I'm pretty confident I would go with Porzingis. Poole, I know a lot of people are high on him. I'm not. I'm just like, I know he's done well when he had the opportunity to be the primary scorer when he was in Golden State, but I need to see it. You know what I'm saying? So when he had guys on the floor with him, he wasn't really that effective. He was pretty good. It wasn't that good, but we'll see what happens. And then we got another question from Yo Boy Skids. He says, what about Butler and Kawhi for like Tatum? I'm like, for like, yeah, I would do that. I mean, I would. Some people will be like, yo, what are you doing? That's too much. I get it. I would do that. You might want to get another piece with Tatum, but for me, I would be completely fine with that. Especially if you're in an 8-man league, you're going to be able to get some other players. If you can get Tatum for those 2 injury-prone type resting guys, I would do it. Like, I'm sorry. That's just me, though. So, yeah, that would be a go for me. After Bruce Brown, we had Dennis Schroeder and Jalen Duren. That's a great pick. Kyle Anderson. So Jalen Duren is not an option for me anymore. Zach Collins is. Tariq Eason is. I think I'm going to grab Tariq Eason just because, I only have one other Houston player in Amin Thompson. And also, I don't know what's going to happen in Houston. Once Ime Udoka gets in there and works with these young guys, there's no telling what the actual rotation is going to look or feel like. And I think that he's a young guy who has tons of upside. So I don't think he's going to be available when I have my pick. But if he is, I'm going to grab him. And we'll see what happens after that. After Jalen Duren, we had Kyle Anderson, and then we had Obi Toppin off the board. Again, make sure you guys don't miss out on this opportunity to grab one of these rookie cards. We got the Cade Cunningham rookie card, and then we also have the Josh Giddey. All you have to do is go to our Apple Podcast page and leave a review. You enter. Simple as that. Simple as that. To confirm that you actually entered, you can also send me an email at believeinfantasy@gmail.com. That's BLEAV in fantasy@gmail.com. CJ says he likes the stream. That's what's up, CJ. I see you, my guy. I see you, my guy. Brett HD says, what's your thoughts on Poole and Dynasty? I'm going to do a whole episode about Poole. I have a pretty dope thumbnail I'm working on for that video. Yeah, man, I have to open my heart. I think that's what it is. I think I have to open my heart and open my mind to the idea that Poole is more than Draymond Green's punching bag. I'm not high on Poole. Many others in the fantasy basketball world are. I am not. He's going before people like Cade Cunningham, which is insane to me. But I could be wrong, and that's the big thing with predicting and giving your, opinion on these things. You could be wrong. So what do I think about him? I think it's a no-fly zone for me. If I had him on a roster, I'd probably be trying to move him for the value that he, has obtained with his move to Washington, because he's way more valuable now than he ever was in Golden State, because people believe he will be the centerpiece to that offense. And I haven't seen it yet. So because I haven't seen it, I can't bet the house on it. So for me, I'd rather take advantage of it and see if I could get Poole, I'll throw Poole and something else for Cade Cunningham. If I could do something like that, I'll be down. So I'm kind of not on the Poole train. Not on the Poole train. Tariq Eason is off the board. Shish kebabs. That really chaps my hide. I'm not happy about that one. I am not happy about that one. That grinds my gears. It's okay though. I'm not going to, it is what it is. So I'm going to be looking at Zach Collins, and maybe I'll grab Herb Jones because, again, I have your man. I got Trey Murphy III in the IR. So me grabbing Herb Jones, I'll get that value from him right now. I just want to do a quick browse to make sure I'm not missing out on some value. Benedict Mathurin, I have some interest in, but I'm not super high on him. He's somebody that might fall into the waiver wire pool. Gary Trent Jr., another one. I got him queued up, but not crazy about him. Not somebody I'm rushing to get on my squad. Zach Collins is somebody I'm kind of high on, so I'm hoping he gets here. I like Jeremy Sohan too, but again, not somebody I'm super high on. Gordon Hayward, I don't want another Charlotte Hornets player near my team. Get out of here. Beat it, my guy. So Zach Collins is available. I'm going to grab Zach Collins, save you guys some misery by talking about it for 2 minutes. And here's my last pick. We made it. Let's see what we got. So Herb Jones is the guy I'm targeting. I'm going to just browse for the next minute or two to see if there's anything that just jumps out to me. Anything interesting that jumps out to me that maybe I overlooked, maybe I didn't pay attention to. Taylor Hendricks, somebody I like. Anthony Black, somebody I like as well. But, for me at this point in the draft, having Herb Jones kind of gives me, I know I'm going to get some consistency there with regard to, the minutes. He's going to get the minutes right now. And I don't know what's up with Zion. If Zion sits out, it's even more minutes for him. So it doesn't look like there's anything too sexy in this realm. So I'm going to just go ahead and round out my team with Herb Jones, which is probably the least, with my last pick, the person I was least interested in drafting. So the draft is complete. Let's go through my roster and we'll rate it officially. So we got LaMelo Ball. Yes. Amin Thompson. Asar Thompson. I'm sorry. Maybe. KD. Yes. Evan Mobley. Yes. Kessler. Yes. Cade. Emphatic. Absolutely. Yes. Holmgren. Yes. Franz Wagner. Yes. Claxton. Yes. Paul. Yes. Miles Bridges. Maybe. I need to see what happens. Amin Thompson. Maybe. He's a rookie. Fultz. Maybe. Trey Murphy. Maybe. Zach Collins. Maybe. Herb Jones. Maybe. Really loving what I did with my team. I must admit, I think I did a pretty good job. Let me know what you guys think in the comments, but I'm going to give myself a 4 out of 5 GOAT rating. Woo, that was exciting, man. We was cooking with hot grease out in these streets, man. That's how you do. When you do almost a 2-hour show, you got to bring it. You know what I'm saying? So for me, I got all the guys that I could have ever dreamed of having on my squad, so I'm super hyped about that. Again, if you need help or advice with your fantasy basketball team, drop a comment with your question. I promise I will respond to every single comment. And don't forget, play the waivers, set your lineups, and check out the next episode, you freaking fantasy nerd. Peace. Before we get out of here, we make sure all of these questions are answered. CJ says he likes the stream. CJ says, thank you. Yeah, got that cheap last year. Brett, I answered that already. Can you list the people on my team? Sorry for bugging you. You never bugging me, my guy. I think all the questions are answered. Listen, guys, amazing time. Have a great weekend. Yobi did have a question. He said, anyone you should trade away? Yeah, I told you, man. You got to trade away Butler and Kawhi. Butler and Kawhi. All right, folks. Peace. Shot. Booyaka shot. Booyaka shot. Booyaka shot. Mock draft. What you gonna do? What you gonna do when we mock for you? Mock draft. What you gonna do? What you gonna do when we mock for you? Sometimes I'm trying to mock draft for my fantasy basketball teams, and some lame brain, doo-doo stained joker got to pull up and start trolling. He grabbing Josh Richardson in the first round. He grabbing Corey Joseph in the second round. Just messing it up for everyone. But I got a solution, and I guarantee it is going to blow your mind. We believe every NBA fan who plays fantasy football should also play fantasy basketball. We are about to conduct a 10-man points league draft, but here's the kicker. We're not going to be drafting with just some randos on the internet, and I love drafting with my guys from the Discord community, but we are not even drafting with them. Guess who we drafting with? Some experts. How am I going to pull it off? Not by reaching out to everyone individually and inviting them. I'm going to use technology. I'm going to use artificial intelligence. I'm going to use the information gathered from some of the brightest minds in the fantasy basketball industry and provide it to you. And guess what? It's also going to be really fast. It's not going to be a long drawn out process. I'm hoping we can bang out a few of these and see if we could get to every single draft position that you guys need support with. How are we going to do it? We're going to do it on Fantasy Pros. Most of you guys know about Fantasy Pros for fantasy football, but they also are ramping up their fantasy basketball content and ramping up the tools available for the fantasy basketball community. So I want to make sure I provide it for you to see. You could get in there yourself and test it out. I have a paid account, but I think most of these tools and resources that I'm going to share with you today will be available for you for free. If you're listening in, you can watch along on the YouTube video, but I'm going to do my best to describe everything clear for you. So even if you're riding in your whip right now, you can still feel the vibe and get the value. All right. So let's do this. Let me go ahead and get my chat open over here. If you guys have questions, please drop them in the chat. And also, if you have suggestions on who we should draft, please let me know in the chat, because I want this to be a super interactive experience and I want you to be able to share your knowledge as well. So let's go ahead and just pull up Fantasy Pros. As you can see here on Fantasy Pros, we are on the main page here, and basically we can go in and just create our own NBA draft simulator. So the draft configuration goes as follows. I have a 10 team in ESPN. I could switch that to Yahoo if I want to, or CBS, or another. We could do points or categories. I don't see Roto here yet, but I'm sure that'll be rolling out soon. We have a snake draft, a linear draft, or we can do a custom draft. They don't have the opportunity to do auction drafts here yet. We're going to go with standard ESPN positions, but in terms of the rankings, we're going to be ranking, we're going to use the rankings of the experts. So really what that means is we're going to be drafting against some of the industry experts. We're not going to be just drafting off of like what ESPN is saying, what Yahoo is saying, or what random people are doing in a draft. No, we have people like Dan Titus from Yahoo, Jason Longfellow from Razzball, Keith Loft from Fantasy Six Pack, Jacob Dunn from Fantrax, Alex Burns from Fantasy Pros, Kelly Kirby from Fantasy Pros, and a whole bunch more. So we got a bunch of experts in the information from their minds in this actual mock draft simulator. So we're going to be seeing some very accurate draft trends going down in this experience. So we're not going to put a pick clock, because this is going to go really fast and will allow you to jump in. So let's go ahead and click the draft button and let's do it. Woo, look at that. We are rolling. So here we are. This is the suggestion page. So basically the experts drafted, and now the experts, based on their rankings, are giving you suggestions on who you should go with next. So we'll start off on this tab. Quick recap. First off the board, no surprise, Nikola Jokic. Then we had Luka at the 1-2. Joel goes 3. Very predictable so far. Then Jason Tatum goes at 4. Interesting to see that. SGA at 5. Giannis goes at 6. This is a points league, so he's not valued as high in a category league, but I love that he's going here 6. Curry, I'm moving Curry up in my rankings a lot lately. I've been doing that because I was a little low on him, so I'm glad to see him going at 7. And then Melo at 8, Anthony Edwards at 9, and then we're going to have back-to-back picks. So the suggestions are telling me to take Halliburton with 49% and then Anthony Davis here. For me, I like Halliburton here, so I'll definitely pick him. If you guys have a suggestion of what you'd like to see, please drop it in the chat. Not so crazy about Anthony Davis. I do have some concerns about him health-wise. Let's take a look at the complete cheat sheet list here so we can see who else is out here. So we got Trae Young, Sabonis, Anthony Davis, Damian Lillard, Donovan Mitchell, Devin Booker, Pascal Siakam, DeJounte Murray, De'Aaron Fox, Bam Adebayo, Kevin Durant, LeBron James, Mikal Bridges, and so on. So you guys know I'm super high on Kevin Durant. I have been getting a bunch of Kevin Durant stock across the board. But for this draft, I'm going to do something that is typically against my religion, something that I don't do very often in fantasy over the last few years. I'm going to draft Anthony Davis. So I'm going to go ahead and listen to the experts. 38% tied with Trae Young. I already got a guard. I'm going to just draft me some Anthony Davis. After Anthony Davis, we had Domantas Sabonis off the board. Yeah, let me see. Let me go back. I like how smooth this is. The Sabonis off the board, Trae Young, Lillard, Kevin Durant goes at the 2-5. They snatched him up. Donovan Mitchell, Irving, Booker, James, Marketing. That closes out the second round. Top of the third round. And again, this is very accurate based on these experts, but also there's a combination of ADP from Yahoo, ESPN, as well as CBS combined to kind of see who you're drafting against. So this is super accurate. We have DeJounte Murray, Ja Morant, Miles Bridges, Mikal Bridges, Triple J, Fox, Siakam, Brunson. Karl Anthony Towns falls all the way down. Man, 8th pick in the third round of a 10-man league. That is wild to me. I'm still having like withdrawal symptoms from like getting over the fact that my first round guy is all the way in the third round. I don't understand, but we'll see. Hopefully he turns it around this year. Paul George goes at the 3-9, and then I'm up. So the suggestions here, the experts are telling me to grab Bam Adebayo. 49% of the experts agree on that. Julius Randle, 38% of the experts agree with that. And then Jaylen Brown is a distant third at 13%. I'm going to look at the full cheat sheet here to see what we have available. I don't really have much interest in Harden. I think it's tons of value to grab him this late, but I just don't want the headache. I keep saying it. So for me, I really like Julius Randle here. I really like Cade Cunningham, and I really like Evan Mobley. I've been grabbing Evan Mobley and Cade Cunningham any and everywhere that I can. But for the sake of this exercise, I'm going to listen to the experts, and I'm going to grab Bam Adebayo. So I grab Bam, and I think after that, because again, I talked about my religion earlier. I'm all good. Well, first of all, I'm a God-fearing man. I'm not joking. Like I love Jesus. But let's do this. When it comes to Cade Cunningham, I am not leaving money on the table. If I gotta reach, I'll reach. The top is off. Boobies is out. Hair blowing in the wind. I'm about to draft me some Cade to the Cunningham. Now, how do I do that now? Here, do I just click here? Boom. Will that let me pick him directly from the draft? Yeah, we can pick him right there. Oh, this is smooth. Let's look at the expert notes. Oh, my God. Fantasy Pros, man, you warming my heart with this right here. So, expert note, Cade Cunningham played in only 12 games before a season-ending shin injury took him down. However, the 22-year-old is healthy and joins a messy but exceptional talented Piston squad. Cunningham has a 30% usage rate in that small sample, but he will be relied on to direct Detroit into a cohesive unit. A fourth-round pick would make him a steal. Yeah, I'm reaching to the third for him sometimes, man. But I got him in the fourth round. But this is, again, a 10-man league. There's some recent news. Let me know in the chat if you guys want me to read any of the recent news on these players. Okay, so, oh, shoot, I didn't pick him. I thought I picked him already. So what so how the heck can I pick him? I gotta draft him here. My bad. All right, I got you, Cade. My bad. I thought I grabbed you. My guy. Don't take it easy. Take it easy. Okay. So, go back to the recap. After I moved on Cade Cunningham and Bam Adebayo, we had Jaylen Brown at the 4-2, Evan Mobley at the 4-3, which is right. See, I would have grabbed Mobley, and in my real draft, I grabbed Mobley and Cunningham in a similar space. I had the 9th pick. After Mobley, we had Jimmy Butler. Heck to the no. Then we have James Harden at the 4-5, Julius Randle, Desmond Bane, Fred VanVleet, Kristaps Porzingis, and then Jordan Poole. I'm not really interested in Jordan Poole this year. A lot of people are really high on him. I just got to see it. I've never seen him in a, go-to ball dominant leadership role consistently for a whole season. So I just need to see it. Victor Wembanyama goes at the top of the fifth. I think that's good value for Wemby. Zion at the 5-2, Leonard at the 5-3, Miles Turner at the 5-4, Vucevic at the 5-5, Chet at the 5-6. That breaks my heart. Just to let you guys know, little quick side note, I recently strained my hip, yo. I thought I had my hip was out of the socket. I was hobbling. So I went to the doctor the other day. They were like, oh, it's not broken or anything. They did x-rays and they were like, yo, it's a hip strain, but we got to give you a shot, in your butt. Oh, yo. Yeah, so they gave me this steroid shot close to my hip. And yo, ever since then, there's something about this steroid that I got the hiccups. I did, if you go back on my channel and look at the ESPN positional eligibility video I did, I was so I have a glass of soda here. I'm going to be drinking it. So please bear with me, yo. I don't know what's happening with these hiccups, yo. It's wild. Got my man CJ in the building. What's good, CJ? CJ, I'm trying to get folks to give me some input on who they want me to pick, because this is going to be a more smooth Fantasy Pros kind of a draft. So if you have suggestions on who I should take, please let me know. We drafted from the 10 spot, 10-man points league. Let's get it. All right. So after Holmgren, we had DeRozan, Ayton at the 5-8, and then Şengün, and I'm back up again. The experts are telling me to draft Paolo Banchero, 50%, Darius Garland, 50%. Let's see who else we got over here. We got Murray, Ingram, Scotty Barnes, Bradley Beal, McCollum, Kuzma, Claxton, Jared Allen, Walker Kessler, Josh Giddey. So I'm okay with Paolo and Garland. I'm good with doing that back to back. So, you know what I'm saying? I mean, typically, I was very high on Banchero earlier on in the offseason, and just the more I heard about how people were not feeling him for category leagues, it made me investigate a little more. And I'm still pretty high on him, but not as high as I was at the top of the season, a preseason, I should say. But last season, he averaged 22.6 points per game, it looks like here. If these are his stats from last year, 7.6 rebounds, I'm pretty sure it is. So I'm going to draft Paolo there. And I'm going to grab Garland. Say what? Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's cook. Let's cook and book. How it look. You already know, though. You know what I'm saying? And if you notice the drip, we got your fantasy season's over hoodie on right here. We don't got the hoodies on sale anymore, just the t-shirts. But if you're interested in that, all you have to do is visit bit.ly/the fantasy sports shop if you want to grab some exclusive swag. Also, you get to support the channel like that. There's also a way to grab it right on our YouTube channel if you're checking us out on YouTube. Let's get back to the recap. So after I drafted the Garland at the 6-1, we had Zach LaVine, Holiday, Ingram at the 6-4, Rudy Gobert, Pirtle, yes. Jamal Murray, yes. Kessler, ooh, I love me some Kessler. Kessler's the best, yeah. I love him. Bradley Beal, I want to see it. Josh Giddey, yes. Barnes, I was higher on Barnes, but I'm kind of getting slowly but surely, I'm moving away from him. Claxton, yes. OG Anunoby, one of my favorite threes in the fantasy game. And people sleep on OG. OG is no joke. Allen, Valanciunas, Capella, Lopez, Kuzma, and at the 7-9, CJ McCollum. Heck to the no. I am out on CJ McCollum. Too old, bro. Too old, bro. It ain't gonna get no better, bro. It's too much upside on the floor. I ain't gonna do it. So the experts are telling me with the 10th pick in the 7th round to grab Jabari Smith Jr., and he's tied with Yusuf Nurkic. I am not interested in either of those guys right now, so I'm gonna look further. Let's see. Yeah, it gets a little scary down here. It's not as sexy down here. I admit it's not the best place to be. Let's pull up the draft board. We haven't done that yet. Check that out. Isn't that nice? Check that out. CJ said that works good. Actually, power forward and point guard. You see, CJ, you always with me, my guy. See, that's how we do it. That's how we do it. You know what I'm saying? We out here. Okay, so just looking at this draft board here, I got some point guard action, shooting guard, power forward, center. Looks like I might, yeah. My roster on a positional level is pretty balanced. Um, I like Maxi here. I like Jeremy Grant a lot. I just have concerns about if they're gonna move him. And if they move him, his value is definitely gonna take a huge hit, especially if he lands in the wrong system. He could actually be like waiver wire trash. You never know. You know what I'm saying? So I think for me, and this is good to note that if you're using this draft tool, that these expert rankings seem like positions might also be involved. Like from the look of your team, maybe they're suggesting certain positions. Not sure, but that's something worth noting. But I'm gonna just bite the bullet and go with my gut here. I have a really strong belief that that James Harden is going to be leaving town. So I'm going to just grab Tyrese Maxey here. I like Tyrese Maxey here. And then on my second pick, I think I'll go ahead and and bite the bullet and just grab Jeremy Grant. It makes me throw up a little bit in my mouth, a little bit. I also like Chris Middleton here, but yeah, I'll just do Jeremy Grant. Let me see how that looks. It looks bad. I must admit, it's not sexy. It's definitely not the sexiest move that I've made this season. But right, yeah, you win some, you lose some. So let's go back to the recap. We had Tyrese Maxey at the 7-10, Jeremy Grant at the 8-1, Nurkic, Duran, Portis, Rozier, Franz Wagner. Yes, I'm so mad I didn't draft Franz Wagner. Where was he hiding? Like, how far down was he? That's why you got to use your Q, guys. Man, Jalen Williams, love that. Robert Williams, Wood, Carter Jr., Green, Adam, Smith Jr., that is, Mitchell Robinson, Middleton, Westbrook, Gafford, Williams, Zubac. I am on the clock. Jalen Green is still on the board. Devin Vassell is still on the board. RJ Barrett, Onyeka Okongwu. The person they're suggesting to me is Jalen Green. I am not crazy about him, but I do like him in a points league. Just not crazy about him. I feel like I want to reach for something else. Reach for the stars, man. Reach for the stars with these bars. Nah, I think I'll play it safe. I think I'll grab me some Jalen Green. It is a points league. Don't be silly. Why is Spencer Dinwiddie so hard? High. He's like Method Man and Redman high right now. Get out of here. Listen, I always talk about this anytime I mention Spencer Dinwiddie. But Spencer Dinwiddie once spoke at an event at my old job, brought turkey for the kids on a Thanksgiving, brought food, catered, brought his kid, his wifey when he played for the Nets. So I always have mad love and respect for Spencer Dinwiddie. But I ain't drafting him in no daggone fantasy league, not in the 10th round. He usually be on the waiver wire. I'm good. I'm sorry. Who we got there? I seen somebody pulled up. We got my man Nick in the building. He says, See, Nick, I wish I would have saw that. I imagine that's when I was picking Jeremy Grant. I would have rather have Wagner than Jeremy Grant. So, I missed that. So that was a good catch. I'm going to pay attention here. I'm not going to miss out next time. All right, so let me know what I should do next, guys. If you got a suggestion, let me know quick because I'm about to make a terrible decision, I believe. I don't really like Simons, though. If you're going to say Simons, I'm out on Simons. I'm okay with Devin Vassell here. I'm okay with even Scoot here. And I'm okay with Chris Paul here. Like, honestly, Chris Paul, man. 10th round, Chris Paul, man. Let me stop playing games. Like, I'm just saying, man. You could get, in 20 minutes with Chris Paul, you could get so much value. Like, all he needs is 20-something minutes. And the way it looks like they're trying to build him into the starting 5, y'all. 10th round? Like, he's definitely going to reward you if you drafted him in the 10th round of a 10-man league. So let's get back to the recap. After my Chris Paul pick, we have Reeves, Austin, that is, Zach Collins, Looney, Okongwu, Wiggins, Horford, Vassell, Plumlee, Reed, Dinwiddie, Porter Jr., Simons, Hero, Derek White, Tyus Jones, Scoot Henderson. Love that pick. Markelle Fultz, yes. Love that pick. John Collins, yes. Love that. I feel like I am missing the party. Like, how did all of those players go and I didn't get name one of them? Come on, ma. That ain't righteous, man. That is not it. For me, that makes me very upset. I'm a little sad. I feel like I'm in a daggone Sam Smith and Adele concert. They singing the sad joints. Sad joints. All right. So Miles Bridges is the one I'm looking at. Listen, listen, Ben Simmons, Miles Bridges, those guys, oh my God. Like playing for that's house money right there. So how many rounds I got total? I only got a few more rounds. So I'm a swing. Now this is where I swing. I'm looking for rookies, all of that. So these guys before him, RJ Barrett, no. Jaden Ivey, no. Buddy Hield, no. Tobias Harris, nah. Because if Miles Bridges play, oh my gosh. The risk versus reward, I will put the money on that. And for my backup pick, I'm going to grab Ben Simmons now because I never get Ben Simmons. I wait too long. I'll be waiting too long. Like, let me just get that out of the way. Ben Simmons and Miles Bridges, y'all come on home. Come on home to your cousin Robin. I got you. Let's do the recap. After I drafted Miles Bridges and Ben Simmons, Marcus Smart, Trey Jones, Russell. Let's pull up the draft board for the recap, actually. Marcus Smart, Trey Jones, Russell, RJ Barrett, Jaden Ivey, Klay Thompson, Buddy Hield, Skylar Mays. What the heck? What in tarnations? That's weird. Jordan Clarkson, Kevin Huerter, Chris Dunn, Cameron Johnson, Michael Porter Jr., Tobias Harris, Bruce Brown Jr., Keegan Murray, Gary Trent Jr., Dylan Brooks. I'm up again. That is weird. Isn't Skylar Mays a WNBA player? Am I tripping? Right now? Yo, let me find out. That this daggone Skylar Mays. My bad. Skylar Mays played for Portland. My bad. That's my bad. I was like, hold up. Well, isn't there a Skylar WNBA player? Oh my God. I was tripping. I was like, wait a minute. And they have him listed as a Skylar Diggins Smith. My bad. They have him listed as a free agent. So I was like, wait a minute, that looks suspect to be getting drafted that early. Who are you? Where do you get those from? Where they do that at? I'm sorry, but no. That makes me uncomfortable. All right, here we go. Let's do the recap. After Skylar Mays, we had Jordan Clarkson, Kevin Huerter, Dunn, Johnson, Porter Jr., Harris, Brown Jr., Keegan Murray, Trent, Brooks, and I'm up. Looks like at this point I'm looking for rookies, man. I'm rookie hunting right now, man. Y'all out here playing games. Oh no, y'all out here playing games. Let me get these Thompson twins. Where's a man? Where's a man? Can I get a man? Bye. Like I'm not playing. Then I'm gonna get a SAR right here. This is like my big time draft strategy. Like a SAR and a min every draft. Okay, let's see what I got here. So my grades, I love this. So my grades looks like I got a C+, 79 out of 100. I grabbed Tyrese Halliburton, yes. Cade Cunningham, yes. Darius Garland, yes. Paolo Banchero, yes. Reluctant, yes. Anthony Davis, reluctant, yes. Jeremy Grant, maybe. If he gets traded, all bets are off. He might be waiver wire trash. Bam Adebayo, yes. Tyrese Maxey, yes. I think he has standalone value, even if James Harden is still on the team. Jalen Green, yes. Chris Paul, yes. Miles Bridges, maybe. I need to see if he plays, but if the man plays, I tell you, he is going to play with the fury of God. He's going to be so angry and mad. Like his name been dragged in the mud. He lost out on the huge bag. He was averaging 20 and 10 before this debacle with him making all of those critical mistakes and nearly squandering his blessings, and now he has a chance for redemption. Listen, I think it's crap, like what he did. You know what I'm saying? I don't know the details and the intricacies of the case, but I do know that if he plays, he's going to be playing with a chip on his shoulder. And the same thing for Ben Simmons. He's a maybe as well. Amin Thompson and Asar, I'll give them both maybes because they are rookies, and I need to see it. The only rookie I'm giving an easy cosign to is Scoot, not even Victor. I'm giving it to Scoot, not even Victor, because I have concerns about Victor resting. So overall, I give myself a 3 out of 5 GOAT rating. Shoot, let's check the time. 29 minutes. That ain't too bad. I was talking a lot, though. I was talking a lot. Big shout out to Nick. He says I'd go with Asar Thompson. You know I did that, man. Come on, man. You know I did that, man. You know I did that. I'm not playing out here in these streets. I does this. I does this. Again, this is a pleasure for me to serve you. Always here. If you know about this community, you know the biggest thing is that we stay active in our Discord. The Discord is where it all happens. I just sent the message out to new fantasy managers because we have like a whole bunch of people coming in, you know, really fast into the Discord. People are making mistakes early. People are making critical mistakes early on, like the season ain't even start, y'all. And we got new fantasy managers getting bullcrap offers and accepting them. So this is what I want you to do to make sure you don't get fleeced, robbed, stuck up, or jacked on a trade this season. What I need you to do is join our Discord server. Pull up to the Discord server, and when you pull up to the Discord server, all you have to do is go to the trade channel and put a screenshot of your trade, type in what the trade is, and ask for the opinion of the group. It's about 1,300 people in there right now. I would say at least 20% of those people are snipers, really good at fantasy, good at category leagues, good at points leagues, good at best ball, good at roto. We have like really good snipers in there. They have a middle of the pack people who are just in for a few years, and then we have probably, I want to say, about 30 to 40% of our community are new fantasy players. So there'll be people there that are new. There'll also be people that are experienced, and it's kind of we connect together to provide the most value to you so you can win. If you go to my Instagram page on the story highlights, so you know on Instagram they have like those little circles, those are the highlight stories. If you click on them, you'll see all of the championships that we've won in the last couple years. Like really, I just started tracking it in the last season, really. So really, you'll see last season's championships, and it's a ton. People get the information that they need so they can win championships, and that could be you too. So now that you're ready to win yourself a championship, what I want you to do is check out the next video, you freaking fantasy nerd. Peace. Booyaka shot. Booyaka shot. Booyaka shot. Booyaka shot. Cheer. You want to dominate your 10-man ESPN Points League draft, but you cannot find anything on the internet that will help you. Then, finally, You find a podcast, but they only talking about category leagues. Oh, you found a YouTube video, but they only doing 12-man points leagues. You start losing hope, and then you find someone who totally gets it. Come here. I love points leagues too. In this episode, we will be conducting a 10-team points league mock draft on ESPN, drafting from the 7th position. We believe every NBA fan who plays fantasy football should also play fantasy basketball. So here we are, back again, like we never left, about to cook up on ESPN. These things happen fast. So we sent the link out to our Discord community. So while I have a minute before we even get started, I want to just give some quick shout outs to some of our brand new members to the Discord community. Big shout out to Freeze. Big shout out to Carmi. Big shout out to Mr. Brandon Onyu. Big shout out to Avi. Big shout out to Mater. We just did his, we just ranked his or rated his fantasy basketball team on TikTok. Big shout out to Miguel, Juanito. Big shout out to Benjamin Onan, Lightning, Nookie Cookie. We also rated his fantasy basketball team. Big shout out to CJ La Luna 12, Saloyo, Lesto Dial. Big shout out to Will Boss 145, Lakers fan 23, Sleep, Vinny Parshad, Stoon, and Lugsy, Neatway DV, and B. Heezy. I think we'll stop there. A lot of new members coming to the group right now. If you're pulling up live, I want you to do me a favor. Just drop a comment. Let us know where you are checking in from. Where are you going to be checking in from? And I got Ivan Mariano pulls up. He says, hey, man, I think I'm going to join this league. Is it going to be active? Well, the mock draft, if you're joining this mock draft, is going to be active. This is not a league, my man. This is actually a mock draft. So let me go ahead and get my thing going up in here because, you know, I'll be sitting here talking to y'all. Next thing you know, the daggone mock draft started. Oh, we got a little bit of time? So I got a little bit of time. I believe so. Okay, cool. Let me take a look here. Cool. It looks like it's full. Let's go ahead and share my screen just so you guys can see what's happening here. Typically, the draft might not go down in that actual thing here. So let's shout out the people who are actually pulling up live to the draft. Let's start off with Nicholas Nifty. Till further notice. Oh, till further notice, we actually did a rating of his fantasy basketball team on TikTok. If you haven't checked us out on TikTok, please check us out on TikTok. Chris's competitive team, Harish's heated team. Yo, y'all are mad funny. Alex's astounding team, Jet's scary team. They name your team for you. Believe In's best team. That they could have thought of something better. Madden's magnificent team, David's daring team. What is this? ChatGPT? Miguel's monstrous team. That might be the best one. I don't know. But we got a full draft room here. So just talking a little bit about a smaller draft. Sometimes people get really hyped up about drafting and they're taking information from folks who are generally giving information about 12-point leagues, which is like the standard, right? I mean, 12-team leagues, excuse me. So 12-team leagues are the standard. So you need to be really mindful of that when you're looking at rankings, tiers, to start thinking about how a huge percentage of the people on your rankings list and on your projection list might not even be draftable players because you're rocking in a smaller league like a 10-man league. Even more so when you're going in any league smaller. We got a message from somebody today requesting that we do a 16 league. I don't know if I can do a 16 league because I don't know how many people are doing that. But if enough people want a type of content, we will deliver. And that's really what Believe In is about. It's not about what the standard is, what everybody else does. It's about making sure that we support everyone in the fantasy space. So we got people in my community right now who are asking me to do my category league rankings. So for me, I'm comfortable doing that. But if there wasn't a need for it, I really wouldn't do it because I don't got time. For the points leagues rankings, again, the community asked for it, and it was an overwhelming, outpour for people like, who need this information going into their draft. So I made the points leagues rankings. If you want the points leagues rankings, all you have to do is join our Discord community, and you can get access to them. All you have to do is visit BelieveInFantasy.com. You could grab them joints right there. It's a shareable. I mean, it's a document, a Google Sheet document that you can actually copy and then make your adjustments. You can move people up and down. I know we had a trade at the time of recording this. We just heard about Drew Holiday going over to the Boston Celtics, so I had to make some adjustments. I actually moved Drew down a little bit. I stabilized him. I didn't move him up or down until we knew what happened with the situation in Portland. And once he got moved to Boston, then I had to move him down. But that's the exciting part about it. You putting your own input into it. What up, Miguel? That's my man. No, I'm going to do it. It's going down in 9 minutes. It's going down in 9 minutes. So we're gonna do the draft. It starts at 11:05. Typically, they'll let us into the draft room at 11:05 on the dot, and then 5 minutes after that, we'll be drafting. So I have the 7th pick, so I'm hoping to see if the cover boy of this episode, Giannis Antetokounmpo, falls to me, because I think people are fading him in points leagues right now with the addition of Damian Lillard. I want to see if that comes across here in this mock draft. So I'm excited to see what happens there. But I think everyone could build a really good team in a 10-man league. Think about it like this: when you're thinking about starting a league with your friends, if it's your first year and you only got 10, the cool thing about it is it's almost like when you play 2K and you have like all-star teams against each other, right? So that's something that most people like to do, right? You like to play teams against teams for the most part, but I know sometimes, especially when I'm playing against, like, let's say my little cousin is not so good on the sticks. So if I play him in 2K, I might say, yo, why don't you pick the 90s all-star team and I'll pick like the 60s all-star team or something like that. Really cool. And then you got 2 all-star teams going up against each other. Or you might say, hey, why don't you pick the all-time Bulls? I'll take the all-time Lakers and let's play against each other. It's very similar with a 10-man or 8-man league. It's like taking everyone kind of gets an all-star team, which is really cool. So I want you guys to be mindful of that when you are building these rosters. For me, I think a top-heavy roster, especially when you're under 12 teams in a league, works really well because it's easy to build those. So you might look at a person, let's say like Dan Gafford, Mark Williams, people who in a 12-team league are super valuable. They could be disposable assets that could get you a early round guy, someone like Donovan Mitchell. You could package those two and maybe a Devin Vassell, and you can get a 3-for-1 and get somebody like Jalen Brunson. So that's something to be really mindful of. I think the draft room will be opening in approximately, geez Louise, would this thing hurry up? 3-minute window. And the thing about these drafts, they always pop in fast. Like next thing you know, oh, I'm drafted. If you have questions in the live stream, feel free to drop them. I just got one from my man, David Vega. David Vega says, what did you think of the trade in our Dynasty League? I sent Fox, Mobley, Anthony Simons, and Sohan for Trey, Triple J, and Jalen Green. I didn't see that, honestly, but I'll give you my take on it now. So you sent over your De'Aaron Fox, your Mobley, your Simons, and Sohan. You got back Trey, which is good. You got back Triple J, which is good. You got back Jalen Green. First of all, I think it's a fair trade. In terms of the side that wins, I really like Trae Young. I know Trae Young is not getting the kind of love that he got maybe last year or the year before that. But for a dynasty league, I think his his value is stable. You know, he has tons of upside still. He's a young guy and he's consistent. For me in this trade, though, my favorite player would be Mobley. So I'm okay with you getting Trey and Triple J. Not to like, sleep on Triple J. He's definitely an asset. Jalen Green, I'm not as crazy about. Looking at like Fox and Mobley as the main pieces here, I definitely think that a Mobley is my favorite player here. Not necessarily the best right now, but I think he might have the most dynasty upside. He could be like the next Tim Duncan. Quiet as kept. So for me, I would prefer to have held on to him. Let me open this draft room. Look, David, you got me talking. I'm about to miss the daggone draft. Draft is going down in 29 seconds. I hope that answers your question, David. I'm going to have to get this thing going. All right, so we're going to go big screen on the draft. Draft room is open. It looks like, shoot, the draft already started. Look at that. It always happens like that. Nikola Jokic off the board first. 10-team mock draft on ESPN. Number 2 is Giannis Antetokounmpo. And then we got Luka Doncic. I thought that Giannis would fall to me at 7. This is good news, though. People still believe in him. I wouldn't have expected to see Luka go before Giannis, though. That was quite shocking. Joel Embiid is off the board with the 4th pick. Big shout out to Harsh's Heated Team. Aspects, who is also in the Discord community. Thank you, Aspects, for being here. We rated his team too. I think he might have joined a community through TikTok. A lot of the people who join the community joined through TikTok. So I think that's really dope. And then we got Tatum going 5th off the board. So we got Jokic at 1, Giannis at 2, Luke at 3, Joel at 4, at 5, SGA at 6, and I am up. Here, I do not like grabbing Anthony Edwards this early. I'm looking for KD, but it looks like KD is way down here at 20, so I'm going to just change it up a little bit. I'm going to go ahead and grab Halliburton. I haven't grabbed Halliburton in any of my drafts, so I'm going to take Halliburton with the first. I'm going to see if KD falls to me. So if I can grab KD on the turn, I'll be really happy. I don't think that will happen because most of the people in this draft might be listening to my voice right now. So just saying. After Tyrese Halliburton, we have Anthony Edwards off the board. Anthony Edwards is not a first-round player yet. He is not a first-round player yet. Most analysts in the industry, in the space, do not have him in the first round. The rankings here would indicate that he is a first round, or the ratings, I should say, the projections here in ESPN would indicate that he is, in fact, a first-round player. He hasn't been a first-round player yet. So I don't know. I think he's overvalued right now, but I love him. I want him on my team. If you drafted a few weeks ago, maybe a month ago, you probably got him for way, way less than an 8th pick. So after Tyrese goes Anthony Edwards at 8, Steph Curry at 9, Domantas Sabonis at 10. On the turn, Miguel's monstrous team grabs Booker, and then Trae Young falls to the 2nd pick in the 2nd round. Madden's Magnificent is up. We got Damian Lillard on the board. Donovan Mitchell. LaMelo Ball is out here still on these streets. Man, I want KD, but LaMelo is staring me in my face. I already got a point guard, so I'm kind of like, what do I do? And for me, I don't get caught up in all that positional nonsense. You know what I'm saying? But I would take LaMelo here, but I really love KD. Like, there's no way I'm not going to get KD. If I got Halliburton too, let's go. Turn that volume down. Yeah, so I'm not. I think LaMelo is good there. I think LaMelo should be going a lot earlier, actually, especially if he's healthy. Jets grabs him. Great pick, Jets. Great pick. So that was with the round 2, 2nd pick was Damian Lillard. Trae Young, excuse me. 3rd pick was Damian Lillard. I grabbed KD at the 4th pick in the 2nd round. Then we had LaMelo, Anthony Davis off the board. LeBron James goes 7th in the 2nd round. Then we have Donovan Mitchell. That's interesting. Still on the board, we got DeJounte Murray, Lauri Markkanen, Jalen Brunson, Kyrie Irving, Jordan Poole. I think Jordan Poole is going super high. I'm not there. Take a sip of this drink. I'm not there with Jordan Poole, y'all. I am not a believer yet. You got to show me something before you go off the board at 22. 22? That's crazy. They got him too high for me. After Donovan Mitchell, we had Jalen Brunson. De'Aaron Fox goes with the 10th pick in the second round. At the top of the third, we got Kyrie Irving. I think that's great value for Kyrie Irving. Man, if you grab Kyrie Irving, in the third round, man, even in a 10 team league, whoa. Then DeJounte Murray goes off the board. Then we got Lauri Markkanen. Then we got Jaylen Brown. Next up, Aspects is on the board again. He has Poole, Siakam, Adebayo. Lots of goodness here. I would be looking at Adebayo. I will also be looking at, and he grabs Zion. I'm trying to work a trade right now with one of my league mates in one of my dynasty leagues for Zion. Zion for this season, I don't know. I know there's pictures of him working out and stuff. The Instagram models let him out of the house. I get it. Nah, man. I'm on the board. I'm looking at we got Cade Cunningham here. I'm looking at James Harden. I'm looking at Karl-Anthony Towns. So I'm gonna just go for Cade. Because he's not gonna come back around. So I'm gonna reach for him according to ESPN's. I think this is great value for him, though. I definitely take Cade before Poole, Siakam, DeMar DeRozan, Nikola Vucevic, Banchero, Jimmy Butler, maybe not Mikal. Maybe I would take Mikal Bridges. I might come back for Mikal Bridges if he's available. I don't know. Darius Garland, Julius Randle, Victor Wembanyama. In a points league, Jaren Jackson Jr., Brandon Ingram, Kawhi Leonard. All of these guys, I take Cade Cunningham before them. I believe Cade Cunningham is going to make the leap into the first round this season. Mark my long, loving words. Come on, man. It's serious. Cade Cunningham is going to be a first round player. Promise you. Okay, I got something on the turn, then I'm going to do a recap. So I'm looking at right now. I'm looking at. I don't have any Victor stock. Fourth round Victor, interesting. Not more interesting than fourth round James Harden. And James Harden is a risk, y'all. Like, I'm not high on James Harden by any stretch of the imagination, but if I could grab him this late, it's something like I just got to do it, especially when you talk about just in a 10-team league. There's going to be so much juice on the waiver wire. The waiver wire is going to be ripe like mangoes in July. Like, I'm telling you. So me taking James Harden is a risk, but it's me taking the top off. Topless. The boobies is out. Hair blowing in the wind. Like, I am going for it on that one. I'm sorry. So let's do a recap. After DeJounte Murray, we had Markkanen, Jaylen Brown, Zion Williamson, Bam Adebayo. I grabbed Cade Cunningham with the 7th pick in the 3rd round. DeMar DeRozan, Karl-Anthony Towns, Jordan Poole. I think that's way too early for Jordan Poole. Pascal Siakam. I think that's a little early for Siakam. Mikal Bridges, Vucevic, Harden. A risk, but a risk I'm worth taking. Evan Mobley, I bombed there. I should have grabbed Evan Mobley instead of Harden. That is my fault. Great pickup, Jets. Darius Garland, Jimmy Butler, Paolo Banchero, Victor Wembanyama. I'm okay with taking Victor Wembanyama in the 4th round with the 9th pick in the 10-team league. Julius Randle, Jaren Jackson Jr., Kawhi Leonard. Heck to the no. I'm out on him. Brandon Ingram, he's about to be heck to the knot with all those injuries he had. Ja Morant, and then we're back to the queue. So I'm up in 3 picks. Let me get focused because Jets is not playing. That Evan Mobley pickup was really good. Right now, I'm going to be looking at this point in the draft. I'm going to be looking at Kristaps Porzingis. I'll cue him up. I'll be looking at Walker Kessler, DeAndre Ayton, Fred VanVleet, Jarrett Allen, Paul George. Oh, man, there's still some goodness here. Jalen Williams. Okay, so let's see what we got. I don't know why Spencer Dinwiddie is so high. That is insane. Like, that should not happen. I don't have any Kessler stock, but I got to grab Freddie. Like, I don't know why Fred VanVleet is falling this low. I'm going to take Freddie here. I'm sorry. I'll get those big men on the turn. I got to get me some Fred VanVleet there. But yeah, I don't know why is Spencer Dinwiddie ranked 42? I don't think that's what? Where do I have him in my rankings? Do I have him that high? Like, I hope I don't. I got to go back and check that. That's crazy. Anyway, let's get back to the recap. So we had Ja Morant went with the 4th pick in the 5th round. Desmond Bane, wow. Man, aspects. That's a great pickup. That is way too late for Desmond Bane. There is no way Desmond Bane should be going that late. Great pickup. Josh Giddey, that's okay. Fred VanVleet, I think that's a great pick. I think that makes up for me sleeping on Evan Mobley a little bit there. Scotty Barnes, Zach LaVine, Spencer Dinwiddie. Where they do that at? Where they do that at? Come on, man. Come on, man. I love Spencer Dinwiddie. Actually, I talked about it on a previous episode. He pulled up to a program that I was managing and gave Thanksgiving dinner away to some kids in New York City back in the day. So I'm all about Spencer Dinwiddie in real life. I ain't drafted him on my fantasy team in the 5th round in a 10-man league. Come on, man. Where they do that at? Jamal Murray goes next. Playoff Murray. Alperen Sengun. Not mad at that at all. I'm going to be looking at Allen, Kessler. I'm going to grab Paul George, man. Y'all sleeping. Matt is magnificent. Leave him alone. Let him come home. Grabbing Paul George. And listen, there's obviously concerns around injury, but we don't know what's going to happen. The thing that I know about Paul George, if he's healthy, he's going to play. It ain't like a situation like Kawhi Leonard where he's going to pull up with like a portable blow-up mattress and pull it up on the sideline and take a nap, you know? So like at this point in the draft, if I could grab Paul George, like what are we in? We in round 6 in a 10-team league? Come on, man. Like, I don't give a shit suit puppy. I'm going to grab him. I got to. Especially when players like Tyrese Maxey go before him. I think Tyrese Maxey is great. I think he's awesome. I think Jamal Murray's okay. I'm not taking him before Paul George. Paul George is an elite level player, man. Walker Kessler, though, I would take. After Paul George goes Walker Kessler, then we got Kuzma. That's a little early for me on Kuzma. Beal, CJ McCollum. I'm not in on CJ. I'm out. Drew Holiday. Maybe. I need to see what happens. I need to see how they're going to figure it all out. Like, people need minutes. They lost their backup point guard. So is Derek White their new point guard? And I'm out on Derek White too. Like, I am totally out on Derek White. I was in on him, actually very, very high on him. I was exceptionally high on him. But with him actually coming over and, you know, not him coming over, but with Drew Holiday coming over and becoming the new starting point guard there, like, you got to have concerns. You got to have concerns. So in a points league, you know, where everything matters, like every category matters, you want to be mindful of that. Ooh, I don't believe I'm about to get my main man. You ready? 3, 2, 1. Chet Holmgren. Chet, come on home to your brother, man. Come on home. I feel like Travis Kelce at a Taylor Swift concert. Let's get it. Oh my gosh, let me do the recap real quick. So, excuse me. So after Drew Holiday, we have Porzingis, Trey Jones, way too early for Jones there for me. Green, a little early. Ayton, Allen, Anthony Simons. I wouldn't do that. Franz Wagner, Chet Holmgren. I think that is it. Chet Holmgren. It's a sin to pass on Holmgren. Then Chris Middleton went, Jalen Williams, Miles Turner. Very good pick, Miguel. Oh my God, that's good. Austin Reeves, OG Anunoby. David, great pick. Scoot Henderson, look at me in my face. Jakob Poeltl, D'Angelo Russell, Clint Capella, Rudy Gobert, Valanciunas, Chris Paul, Dan Gafford, Jeremy Grant, interesting. Brandon Miller, Mark Williams, Onyeka Okongwu, one of my favorite players. I'm probably gonna grab Scoot here. Like at this point of the game, like I'm okay grabbing me some rookie action here, as no one really I'm super crazy about. I like Jakob Poeltl here as well, but I'd rather go with the upside with a player like Scoot Henderson. Let's get it. We're gonna go Scoot. We're gonna go Scoot. Looks like we got about 5 more rounds left. I have yet to draft a center, so I'm going to clean up on centers in the back end of this draft. I'm going to go ahead and start filling up my queue with some of those guys to see if they're still available. I'd be open to grabbing Westbrook as well. If I could get Clint Capella and Onyeka Okongwu, that would bring me joy. Great joy. I like Valanciunas as well. Also interested in Brook Lopez. Interested in Chris Paul, Dan Gafford, Jeremy Grant. Don't have much interest in Derek White, so I'm going to just skip over him kindly, respectfully. No disrespect, no shade. He's a great player. Just not a player for me. Tyler Hero, heck to the no. I'm out on him. Rudy Gobert, I would definitely be interested in some of Rudy's skills on my squad. Jordan Clarkson, somebody I'm interested in with my last pick. Also want to queue up Ben Simmons to see if I can grab him with my last pick as well. It's another player I'm going to be targeting. Then we got, and again, I'm drafting him late, like last pick, second to last pick. Don't go crazy, especially in a 10-team league. Like, be really careful what you're doing. You know what I'm saying? With that last pick. Rudy Gobert is off the board. Let me get back to the recap really quick. After Scoot, we had Claxton, Poeltl, Collins, Westbrook, Wiggins, Keldon Johnson, Tobias Harris, Rudy Gobert, D'Angelo Russell, who I am all the way out on. Bye-bye. No parts of that. No. I don't want none of that on my roster. Nope. Let's see what we got. Man, they killing me. Yo, you know that sound when they get the person that you already picked in your queue or you got in your queue? They killing me out here in these streets. They just took Jeremy Grant from me. Aspects, what you doing, man? We cool. I'm gonna do I did a whole rating your team and you just cleaning up my daggone queue. I'm messing with you, dog. It's all good. That's what mock drafts are for, especially when you do a public one. Don't be out here complaining, right? Huh? Nurkic is still here. It's okay. Thank goodness. I'm up. Thank goodness. Let's see what we got. So I got a couple minutes here. A couple of my centers are still around. Capella, again, I like him in conjunction with Okongwu, but I'm not going to mess with him because I just don't know if I'm going to get Okongwu. So I'm going to just go ahead and get me some Valanciunas here. Give me some Valanciunas. This is my first center. It's not a sexy pick. Valanciunas is not the Valanciunas that he was in Toronto. He's not that guy anymore. But he's big. He gets rebounds. Like, whatever. I'm not crazy about it, but I'll take it. Next, I'll probably be looking at Brook Lopez because it looks like Okongwu has already been moved off of. Let me see. Somebody got Okongwu? Let me check. Is he still there? No, he's still around. So I'm gonna probably try to grab me if Capella falls, I'll grab him here. And then the next pick, I'll look to target Onyeka Okongwu, and then I'll feel comfortable. But that whole grabbing one without the other, unless I just get Onyeka, I'm not messing with Capella. So after Valanciunas, we had Tyus Jones. I like that pick. Devin Vassell, love that pick. Clint Capella, again, not crazy about it unless I get Onyeka 2 and doing like a little stack action there. But actually, it just seems like a headache getting a big man from Atlanta, not knowing what's going to happen. Jordan Clarkson, Wendell Carter Jr. And I'm going to be up in one more pick after my man Madden's magnificent team. I'm looking at Brook Lopez here, looking at Terry Rozier, looking at Chris Paul. I might just have to draft Chris Paul because that is tons of like Chris Paul. People really sleep in 20 minutes. He could put up like phenomenal numbers. But I'm gonna stay on the. I'm gonna grab Chris Paul. I don't got to know Chris Paul yet. I'm grabbing Chris Paul. I'm sorry, like I got to. I'll just pay. I'll pay to play. So we got Brandon Miller still around. I'll cue him up. Michael Porter Jr., Mark Williams is still around. Aaron Gordon, I'm okay with that. Onyeka Okongwu. Robert Williams, I don't know what's going to happen there. So I'm going to stay away from him. Christian Wood, I want to take a flyer on him. I think that could work out for him. Really interested in seeing what Jalen Duren does. Markelle Fultz also. Amen Thompson, one of my favorite rookies. Terry Rozier's off the board. Love it. Let me get back to the recap real quick, y'all. So we got after Clint Capella, we had Jordan Clarkson, Wendell Carter Jr., Brook Lopez with the 3rd pick in the 10th round. I grabbed Chris Paul with the 4th pick in the 10th round. Terry Rozier, RJ Barrett, Kevin Huerter, Draymond, Podcast, Green. I'm out on Buddy Hield. I'm out on Malcolm Brogdon. I'm out on Derek White. Man, and that's sad because I was really hyped about Derek White, actually. Like, really hyped about him. Another thing to be mindful of, if you have an IR spot in your league, an IL or IR spot, draft people like Dan Gafford now, throw them in your IR and then go pick somebody else up. Like, that's a hustle. You know, that's something like if there's injured players that people are sleeping on, grab them, throw them in your IR, let them bake slowly, and then grab somebody else off the wire until they are ready for action. So I'm going to be up in one more pick after my man Jets. Jets is cooking with hot grease, ladies and gentlemen. Like really, really. He grabbed Markelle. Ooh, that's good. So I'm looking at Nurkic here. I'm looking at Okongwu. I'm looking at Miller. I think I'm going to play it safe and grab Nurkic, the new starting center in Phoenix. And I feel like I'm okay with big men right now. I feel like that's fine with a few more picks, 2 more picks to be, to be sure I claim some valuable pieces here with these last 2 picks. Seems like I could use maybe a few wings. Seems like maybe, perhaps. Let me go down here. Yeah, I might be able to maybe grab a couple more wings, maybe a shooting guard or 2. That might be, Brandon Miller's still here. So if Brandon Miller's still on the board, I think I will actually go for Brandon Miller. It is Miller time. Miller time. Speaking of Miller time, I'm thirsty. Get a sip of this drink. Refreshing. Okay, back to the recap. After Draymond, we have Bobby Portis, Aaron Gordon, Michael Porter Jr. Great pick till further notice. Buddy Hield, no. I am next on the clock. On the board, I got Brandon Miller. Look at me right in my eyes. He's coming home. After Michael Porter Jr., we have Buddy Hield. I'm out on Buddy Hield. Robert Williams III, Dan Gafford, yes. Markelle Fultz, yes. Nurkic, yes. Marcus Smart, maybe. Miles Bridges, that is an amazing pick. David, you are crushing this draft, my friend. PJ Washington, Mike Conley, Klay Thompson. Yuck. I'm out on Klay. Malcolm Brogdon, remains to be seen. Brandon Miller, risky, but I'll take it. That's my pick. Ben Simmons, Jets, I am mad at you, bro. Mark Williams, TJ McConnell, huh? Josh Hart, okay. Let's see what we got. We have literally one more pick. One more pick. I want to make sure I get someone that makes a difference in fantasy basketball society. So I am going to be swinging for the proverbial fences. Yes, I am swinging for the fences. The top has been off, boobies out. Yes, we come on, ma. Come on, ma. You already know. After Josh Hart, we had Colin Sexton. I wouldn't mess with that one. Onyeka Okongwu, yes. Karis LeVert, head to the no. And the waiver wire will be rich, folks. So that's the thing about a smaller league. Typically, what I would recommend to people who are playing in a 10-man league, 8-man league, or smaller than a 12-man league, to add a couple extra roster spots. So that way I'm up. Let me pick my pick, and then I'll come back to that thought. I'm going to grab Amen Thompson with my last pick. Amen. So you want to make sure that you add an extra roster spot or two, because you don't want your waiver wire to be looking like the daggone third team All NBA. You don't want it looking like the daggone Rucker. You don't want it looking like, one of these like Rico Hines summer leagues, right? Anyway, let's do a recap on my team. Really excited. Let's check it out. First, had Tyrese Halliburton. And I always like to rate my team, so I'm going to give this team a rating for a 10-team points league. Let's get it. Tyrese Halliburton, yes. Kevin Durant, yes. Cade Cunningham, emphatic, yes. James Harden, maybe. I need to see what happens. I believe in the beard, but if he sits out for 20 games trying to figure out what his situation is, this might have been a poor decision. So be mindful. If you're drafting James Harden, make sure you get value on him. He fell down to me here. I grabbed him in, I think, the 4th round. Make sure you get value for him, and also be prepared for the risk that comes along with it. Fred VanVleet, yes. Paul George, yes. Chet Holmgren, come on, man. Yes. Scoot Henderson, maybe. I want to say yes, but maybe, just because I never seen him play. Not in the NBA, like he played with the Ignite, whatever. He played Summer League, whatever. He ain't played against Dame. He ain't played against Steph. So let's see. Jonas Valanciunas, maybe. Chris Paul, maybe. Nurkic, maybe. Brandon Miller, maybe. Amen Thompson, maybe. A lot of maybes. So due to all of the maybes, for a 10-man league, I don't know if I should have that many maybes. I'm going to give myself 3 out of 5 GOAT rating. Now, let me go ahead and switch this thing over here. I'm going to check the chat. If some of my people in the chat have some questions, you can drop them. Miguel asked me, how many leagues you got? Like, how many leagues you got? Listen, I want to say last season and the season before, I was overdoing it, y'all. This is one thing. This is a nugget for y'all. Pay attention. If you love fantasy basketball, get in as many leagues as you can handle. Maybe try to go balls to the wall, get in 12 leagues. If you felt like that season was too tough for you and you didn't enjoy it, then I would scale back a little bit. So to answer your question, Miguel, right now, I think I am in approximately 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 leagues. 3 of which have been around for like 8 years, right? So this is a group of guys. We've been together. Some of us play in the same leagues. We have a few different people, but 3 of my leagues are like friends from way back when, playing fantasy together. Then I have 1 league that is members of our community with the Believe in Fantasy podcast. And then I'm in another league that I'm doing just for research. So that's what I'm doing. Last year I did way too many. So I would recommend finding out where you are. I might take one new league this year. I want to do a sleeper league just because I'm creating content and I want to make sure that that community, the people who are on sleeper, get someone who gives them some support and advice. So I might do some stuff there. Great question, Miguel. I really appreciate it. Oh shoot, let's give a shout out to Jamie. Jamie says, thanks for the advice last season. I won the title. Jamie Ragsdale, do me a big favor. Shoot me a DM in the Discord if you are in the Discord. If you're not in the Discord, join the Discord. Come on, man. www.believeInFantasy. And send me a screenshot. I want to see that because I put all of our wins. I put them on Instagram on the story highlights. So if you guys go to Believe in Fantasy on Instagram, you'll see all of the championships. I want to do a count because we got so many champions that came through this community. So congratulations. And yo, the job is not done. Job not done, like Kobe said. We got to win another one this year. So I hope I see you in the Discord so we can work on getting that back-to-back championship. Let's see what we got here. We got Carter. What up, Carter? Carter says Shaedon Sharpe will be good with no superstar guard in Portland. I don't know. Again, a lot of the young players in fantasy, my strategy has always been to just kind of like fade them until I see something. So, for example, people were super hyped about Luka and Trae Young the year they came out in fantasy in our dynasty league. People were hyped about them. In our dynasty draft, I wasn't even really looking for rookies that year. I believe I was coming off of a championship. So I wasn't looking for rookies. You know what I'm saying? I was like, who are the players that people drop that are really good that I can get so I can win another championship? So I saw Luka playing that season and I was like, oh, he's way better than Trae. And I think that first season he might have averaged like 18, 19 points a game. So I sent, and I always tell this story, big shout out to the professor, one of my league mates. I sent the professor a trade. I think I sent them DeMar DeRozan and something else, like something really small for Luka. At the time, it was crazy. Like DeMar's fantasy production was way more than Luka Doncic, way more than Luka. And then I was throwing another piece. So he was like, yeah, take that little rookie. But I knew from doing the eye test. The thing about fantasy basketball players, many of us rely on the data and the metrics and the analytics so heavily that we miss out on a key component of analyzing a fantasy basketball player, which is the eye test. Even if you don't have, if you're in another country and you don't have access to watching the games every night like we do, whatever, check out their highlights. Check out what people are saying. Watch the replays and kind of see what players do. When I saw Luka, I knew. I was like, yo, he's going to be something else. And then the next year, he made a big leap. The next year, he made a bigger leap. And I've had him on my dynasty team for years. The professor burned me years later because I wanted Evan Mobley really bad. So I think I might have sent him Tyrese Halliburton and Josh Giddey for Evan Mobley, which you guys know Tyrese Halliburton has turned into like a fantasy gem, a darling in fantasy. So for that, I got burnt back. So it comes back around, you know what I'm saying? So my question, to your point with Shaedon Sharpe, he might be good, but I'm not messing with it. It's too, it's too much risk for me. Aspect says, hey man, with the draft, by the way, so I pulled off a deal to get marketing for Maxey and Cam Johnson, 12 team points. So you got a deal to get marketing for Maxey and Cam Johnson? Yeah. My thoughts are you better get off this live stream and go accept that trade. What? Man, that's like top off. Boobies is out. Go get it, my guy. Yeah, I'm doing that all day, every day, and tomorrow. You already know, man. Listen, if you need help, advice, drop your questions in the comment section below. I promise I will answer every single comment for this episode. Don't forget, play the waivers, set your lineups, and check out the next episode, you freaking fantasy nerds. This episode was brought to you by Bet Online. Football is back, and Bet Online is your #1 information source for all your sports wagering info with all the up-to-the-minute stats, news, scores, and matchup breakdowns. Get the latest game odds, spreads, and totals from the NFL and college football at your fingertips with Bet Online's real-time updates on statistics, news, and odds from week 1 all the way to the college football playoff and Super Bowl. BetOnline gives you access to the best football promotions and contests available anywhere online. Head to the website today or use your mobile device to get in on the action. Remember, use our promo code BELIEVE to receive your 50% welcome bonus on your first deposit. BetOnline, where the game starts. This episode was presented to you by BetOnline, where the game starts. Got a few more questions. We'll go into overtime really quick. We got my main man, David Vega. He says, why are people so high on Scotty? I get that Fred is gone, but I don't see the hype. I think I actually did a short video about this recently. I think people are high on Scotty Barnes because of the rookie of the year factor, right? So we get guys, we get young guys who win a rookie of the year award, and that creates a certain level of status. That's a certain level of cachet. That's a certain level of production as a fantasy manager that you would expect from the rookie of the year. But if you do the knowledge and like really do the research on Scotty Barnes and his progression, he has yet to make a significant leap. Good players make significant leaps. Let me take that back. Great players take significant leaps. They don't necessarily happen from first year to second year, right? Doesn't necessarily happen from third to fourth. But a player like Scotty Barnes, he is kind of plateaued to some extent. So will Fred VanVleet's absence create enough of a void for him to become like that guy? I don't think so. So to answer your question, I think people are high on him because he's a former rookie of the year. But just a friendly reminder, Malcolm Brogdon, rookie of the year. Michael Carter-Williams, rookie of the year. We got a lot of rookie of the years that were non-factors in fantasy. So not saying, and I pray that Scotty Barnes is not that, but there's a possibility that he might be a fantasy, bust at some point in his career. I hope it's not the case, but we'll see. Okay. Anyway, folks, this has been great. Just like I said in the Discord, these episodes that I film on Sunday will go offline. So this will be offline really soon. I usually let it rock for like the night, but I think now where we're getting into the season, I'm going to just private these videos right after we get off, and then I'll edit them and then release them according to schedule. So this episode might come out sometime next week. Any way you look at it, this has been fun. Talk to you soon. Check. Whoa. Check. One. Check. One. Check. One. So you're new to fantasy basketball and got invited to a league on Sleeper. You want to dominate your league, but you don't know who to draft, who to pick. You are completely lost. In this episode, we will be conducting a 10-team lock-in mode mock draft on the Sleeper app, drafting from the 5th position. We believe every NBA fan who plays fantasy football should also play fantasy basketball. So here we are. We got our crew in the building. We got some people from our Discord just pulling up to make sure we provide some value here for people who are playing on Sleeper. I know there is not a lot of Sleeper content out there. As you know, if you have been a part of this community, we support all league types, but especially people who are new to fantasy basketball for points leagues. So Sleeper is like the most basic joint. If you are new to fantasy basketball, this is a great starting point. The lock-in mode really gives you an opportunity to just really pick one game that your player performs the best. And I'll do another video that'll explain it a little more for you. But let's just start the draft. Let's get it. Yeah, I want to start. Okay, so we got my man Kyle the Bucket 7 with the first pick. He better pick the Joker. I know that much out here in these streets, taking all these daggone unnecessary risks. People drafting Doncic, people drafting Embiid. I would say my man Zach Hanshu was on the show recently, and he likes Embiid over Jokic. He thinks he's gonna have a better year, which is really interesting to me. Curious to see what happens. So it looks like Kyle went to auto draft mode. That is not ideal, but we have all humans here. Unlike some of the other platforms, there's not like a mock draft lobby here where you can just get up with people to draft. You have to actually bring your people in. So here I go. This is a points league. Joel Embiid is still on the board. So for me, that is super, super valuable. Not sure I would have taken Tatum there if I was Bando 16, but I gotta take it, Joel here. So I'm just grabbing. So we have Jokic off the board with 1. Then we have Luka, Giannis, Tatum, Embiid, SGA, Halliburton. Back to the queue over here. See what we got. Oh, we got Curry off the board with the 8th pick. And then with the 9th pick, we have Mutant grabbing Anthony Edwards. That is risky for me, but you know what? I think Anthony Edwards is due for a leap. I actually have been really high on him. His ADP was a lot lower than where it is at the time of recording this episode. We're right now a couple of weeks out from the NBA season starting, a little less than a month. But about 2 months ago, he was down, like I would even say in the late 20s, mid 20s. Now he's up there. He's moving up. I think he's like 15 or 16. I'm not sure off the top of my head. But for Sleeper, they have him pretty high. So he's off the board. And then we had Sabonis after him. For points leagues, listen, if you are drafting for the first time and have not ever heard, like we think about Steph Curry, we think about Damian Lillard, we think about LeBron James. If you are a points leagues player for the first year, you want to take a look at Sabonis. If you could get him at the top of the second round in a 10-man league like this, at that back end of the first round is okay too, because there's a lot of depth in a draft like this. But Sabonis is someone you definitely want to target. Damian Lillard is off the board with the 2-1 with the first pick in the second round. Then we have Anthony Davis off the board with the 2-2. Cottonwood is up. It looks like he's going to go into auto draft mode. That is unfortunate. You never want to see that. You never want to see that. Then we have Kevin Durant off the board. I love KD this year. A lot of people are sleeping on him. Then we got Victor Wembanyama off the board. A little too early for my taste, but I understand why. So for me here, I'm looking at LaMelo Ball right here. Again, another player that I think is going to perform extremely well, has first round potential, traditionally has first round value even. The other people I will be looking at here will probably be Kyrie Irving. But let me go ahead and just grab LaMelo to be safe. So after Victor Wembanyama, we had Devin Booker. I think it might be a little early for Booker. Then I grabbed Ball, which I'm happy with that pick. Donovan Mitchell, I think that's a great pick in the second round of a 10-man league. Might be a little too early for LeBron James, who goes off the board next. And then my man David Vega. David Vega is a sniper. He is a believe in fantasy aficionado. He don't play no games. So he grabs Trae Young. I love that pick. It's a great pick. Kyle the Bucket is back up. Kyle, please tell me you here, man. I hope you're not like, don't hit us with the robot moves, man. Don't hit us with the two-step robot. Thank you. Kyrie Irving off the board. Love it. And then Kyle the Bucket has a back-to-back pick. His team is looking official. He got Jokic, Irving. Where's he going to go next? Let's see what's on the board. I would be looking at Karl Anthony Towns here. I'll be looking at Jaren Jackson Jr. here. I would probably be looking at Cade Cunningham here. So if Cade Cunningham falls to me, I'm going to snatch him up. That's somebody that I'm going to reach for in draft just because I believe he's going to turn around some first round value if all the stars align in Detroit for him. Motorcade is not playing this year. So for me, that's who I would reach for a little bit here. According to Sleeper's ADP, he shouldn't be going this early. I'm okay with taking him in this area. After Karl Anthony Towns, we had Jaylen Brown. Then my man Bando16 is in the building. Quick shout out to everybody who pulled up for the draft. Kyle the Bucket, David Vega, Ewick VV, Bando16, Noodle Fan, Hey 0613, Cottonwood, the Mute 44, and You Smell Like blank. I'm not sure exactly what you smell like. Oh, I'm up. Shoot. You got to get focused, Robin. Oh, so Cade's here. I'm grabbing Cade. Like I'm not even gonna blink, like grabbing him there. I'm okay with that. And that's the thing about these fantasy basketball drafts, especially if you're new. Get your guy. Like my man Dan Titus says, get your guy. You don't want to walk away from the draft being like, oh man, I wish I would have got Lillard. Man, I really wanted to get Lillard. Now, don't get me wrong. That can also be to a detriment if you are, in fact, a homer, right? So if you're like, yo, I'm a Milwaukee fan and I want to grab Giannis, I want to grab Dame, let me reach for Chris Middleton. Is Brook Lopez? That might not work because those guys are all going to be playing on the same nights. So you want to make sure you pace yourself when it comes to grabbing your guys and just try to make sure all your guys are not on the same team. Let me get a quick sip of this drink and then I'm going to give you guys that recap. So we have, after Cade Cunningham, we have Mikal Bridges, which I love that pick. Bam Adebayo, Jimmy Butler, De'Aaron Fox, and then You Smell Like blank is up right now. Jimmy Butler, y'all see Jimmy Butler hair? Man, Jimmy Butler went full on emo, and he's actually like playing it up because on his social media, he has one of those like, those emo songs playing on one of his videos. So he's like, he's totally trolling us, guys. He's totally trolling us. After De'Aaron Fox, very interesting pick. We had Ja Morant off the board. I am not okay with drafting Ja Morant this early, but if you build a strong enough squad, that could work for you. If you put him in your IR and you just sit tight, patient, it could really work out for you. So let me get focused because I'm up in a few picks, and this is the part of the draft where talking and announcing what's happening can come back to bite me in the butt. So I'm going to give you a hint. I'm actually going to reach a little bit for my next couple of guys because, again, these are players that are my guys that I'm looking at. So I'm eyeing two guys here. I'm going to be eyeing Evan Mobley and I'm going to be eyeing Chet Holmgren. If I could get both of those guys, that would be clean up on aisle 5. I'm picking from pick 5. That would be clean up on aisle 5 if I could, in fact, grab both Mobley and Holmgren. Holmgren has crazy position availability here on Sleeper. Yo, he's playing small forward, power forward, and center. That is insane. Quite literally insane. I am all about that life, man. Sign me all the way up. I'm up. I'm about to get Evan Mobley right now. So I'm going to grab Evan Mobley. Oh, excuse me. Can I just draft him? Yep, I just want to draft him. Cool. So let me do the recap. So after Ja Morant, we have Pascal Siakam. Not so crazy about that. Kawhi Leonard, if you know me, you know I am not trying to draft Kawhi Leonard. The value could be all the way there. I still might stay away from him, but I'm not mad at it. I understand risk versus reward here. Zion Williamson, very similar story. I was super high on Zion last year. And when he plays, he's an undeniable force of nature. But he don't play. He be out all the daggone time. You know what I'm saying, man? So be careful. Desmond Bain, pretty high on him. I like him around here. Brandon Ingram had some injury risk for the last few years, and Chet Holmgren is off the board, so that's fair. But not there. After Ingram, I grab Mobley, Banchero, Brunson, then Holmgren. David Vega, of course, grabs him. That's my guy, so I'm not mad at that. So let me start thinking about what my backup pick would be. Darius Garland is falling right now. Currently, I have Lonzo Ball. I'm looking at Lauri Markkanen. That's value that's kind of falling down. Kristaps Porzingis, DeMar DeRozan, who is one of the most consistent fantasy basketball players that you'll ever find. Jarrett Allen is another guy I'm interested in. OG Anunoby. So there's still a lot of good stuff here, but I'm going to just go ahead and get the value. So now in a 10-man league, I'm about to be, in the 5th round, looking like I can grab Lauri Markkanen. I think I might just go ahead and take him. Also interested in Julius Randle here as well. So I'll be looking at Markkanen, Randle, or even Garland if he falls. To me, Garland's off the board, so that's no longer an option. Actually, after Chet here, we had Paul George go off the board. So Paul George, Darius Garland, and now my man David Vega. If I had to guess who David Vega was going to go, he's going to go with Randle. Oh, he went with Markkanen. He went for the value. So I'm going to grab Randle here if he's still available, and then the backup plan would probably be DeMar. I like DeMar DeRozan. He's pretty healthy, and again, one of the most consistent fantasy producers that you'll ever get here on Sleeper. One thing you want to be mindful of, guys, especially if you're new to fantasy basketball, people who have positional availability for multiple positions like shooting guard, small forward, power forward, which DeMar DeRozan has, increases his value because it's almost like the Swiss Army knife approach when you're doing fantasy basketball. So somebody like DeMar, his value is a little higher. So I'm tinkering between Julius Randle and DeMar DeRozan. I feel like Julius Randle is just a more solid option here, especially with the value. Even though I'm kind of stacked at my bigs, I don't have an official power forward. So I'm going to go ahead and just grab Julius Randle. If I can get DeMar DeRozan on a turn, I'd be happy. I doubt he makes it back around to me. Let's get back to the recap. After Markkanen, we had DeJounte Murray. Then we had another Murray Hurry, Jamal Murray. Then we had Julius Randle. And now my man Noodle Fan is up. He's probably going to be looking at Kristaps Porzingis here, DeMar DeRozan. Scotty Barnes is popular. I'm not so high on Scotty Barnes this season. I know many of us kind of give him that rookie of the year pass. Well, I'm not sold on it. I'm not really that interested. I am interested in Fred VanVleet, and I think Fred VanVleet being someone that I draft in the 6th round of a 10-man league is super, super valuable. So I'd be interested in taking him here. After Randle went Levine, Barnes, Giddey. I said Barnes, right? Barnes is going to go off the board. Giddey, Vucevic, and then You Smell Like Blank is up. It looks like DeMar DeRozan is still on the board, not for long. Just snatched up by You Smell Like. Kristaps Porzingis is on the board. Jordan Poole, Bradley Beal, Fred VanVleet, Scoot Henderson. Might be a little too early for a rookie. Really interested in Jarrett Allen, Alfred Şengün. OG Anunoby here is interesting to me because of his positional, availability. He has a ton of different positions he's playing. So OG is playing shooting guard, power forward, and small forward. Definitely interested in him. Jarrett Allen is off the board after DeMar DeRozan, which I think is a great pick by You Smell Like. He cleaned up in that back-to-back pick section there. The Mutant 44 is up. Looks like he might be eyeing Bradley Beal, Fred VanVleet, and he grabs Jordan Poole. Love it. If Fred VanVleet falls to me, I'm going to grab Fred VanVleet. Even though I'm kind of stacked at guards, it's all good. Like, you got to do what you got to do. For me, I'm all about taking the best player available in points leagues. Category leagues, not so much. Fred VanVleet is off the board. So I have to pivot quickly. I'm not so interested in Miles Turner, Kristaps Porzingis. I think I'm going to go with OG Anunoby here. Because he pours in points in so many different ways, but also the fact that he has the positional availability that really makes him a valuable asset. So I'm going to grab me some OG here, and we'll get to the recap. After Poole, we had Beal, VanVleet, Turner. I grabbed Anunoby, and Bando 16 is up. Let me get a quick sip of this drink. After Anunoby, we had Scoot Henderson. I think Scoot Henderson is going to be valuable, especially with us knowing what's happening with Damian Lillard this season. Scoot is going to bring the ruckus like the Wu-Tang Clan. Then we got Porzingis off the board with the 6'8", with the 8th pick in the 6th round. And then my man David Vega is up. If I was a betting man, I would bet he would grab Alfred Şengün here or Nick Claxton. Alfred Şengün or Nick Claxton. I know my man David Vega. I know how he thinks. He's going to grab Şengün. Oh, he grabbed Jalen Williams. I'm not mad at that. That's a good pick. I am not mad at that one bit. The guy I'm going to be looking at here is Walker Kessler. I am super high on Walker Kessler. So high on him that I would take him in the 7th round with people on the board like Drew Holiday, Kyle Kuzma, Alfred Şengün, Nick Claxton even. I want me some Walker Kessler, and I know if I don't take him now, he will not come back around. If you're new to fantasy and you're a casual NBA fan and you've never heard of Walker Kessler, he's a second-year player from the Utah Jazz who put in work last year. He only averaged about 20-something minutes a game, but people believe, many of the fantasy basketball analysts in the industry believe that he's going to take a leap this year. So I want to get in on that. That's a risk versus reward play, and I believe that it will be the reward more than the risk. After Jalen Williams by David Vega, Nick Claxton went off the board to Kyle the Bucket. Kyle the Bucket had a back-to-back pick. He grabbed Kyle Kuzma, and then David Vega grabbed Franz Wagner. Wick Double V is up, and he's probably going to grab Tyler Hero or Şengün. Oh, he's going to auto draft. No, he grabbed Simons. I don't know about that one. That one, I'm not crazy about that pick. Not crazy about that pick. So I'm up. It looks like Kessler's still on the board, so I'm going to grab my guy, bring him on home to the headquarters. After Simons, we had Ayton. I grabbed Kessler. Then Noodle Fan is back up. Let's do a full screen on this board so you guys can see kind of where we've been. And while we do that, let me take a little bit of time to just tell you about our sponsor for this episode. This episode is presented to you by BetOnline. Football is back, and BetOnline is your number one information source for all your sports wagering info with all the up-to-the-minute stats, news, scores, and matchup breakdowns. Get the latest game odds, spreads, and totals from the NFL and college football at your fingertips. From week 1 all the way up to the college football playoff and Super Bowl, BetOnline gives you access to the best football promotions and contests available anywhere online. Head to the website today or use your mobile device to get in on the action. Remember to use the promo code BELIEVE to receive your 50% welcome bonus on your first deposit. Bet online, where the game starts. Just to go back to the recap, we had Walker Kessler off the board, then Noodle Fan grabbed Maxey, Jalen Green is off the board, Gobert, down the Mutant 44 is up. The Mutant is up. Let's get it, Let's see what we got here. The Mutant is going down to the wire. 3, 2. Oh, he's going to auto draft. Oh, no, he grabbed Dinwiddie. Heck to the nah. I am out on Spencer Dinwiddie in the 7th round of a 10-man league on a sleeper app. No, buddy. No. You Smell Like is up. He going to have a power pick. This much I know. He don't play. He's coming down to the wire. He grabs McCollum. How do I feel about McCollum? Not super crazy about him. I think that his age is going to catch up with him. You know, he's not going to be the same guy that he was. Now, if Zion is out, if Brandon Ingram is out, Will there be more opportunity for him? Absolutely. But I don't like to make my drafts based on what might happen. Just knowing him in terms of per game value and him aging and slowly declining, I'm out on McCollum. So I wouldn't have drafted him with some of these other players on the board. Tyler Hero, heck to the no. I'm just out on Tyler Hero. People get on me all the time about that. First of all, I'll say this. Tyler Hero is an exceptional basketball player. Exceptional. One of the best basketball players in the world because not so many people can make the NBA. However, for fantasy, I am all the way out like a pointed out belly button. I don't know why I said that. Anywho, after Tyler Hero, we had Chris Middleton, Drew Holiday, former teammates, Şengün, Wiggins, and I'm up. I got 29 seconds. Let me get focused. Did not have some. Oh, I like Jeremy Grant here. Yeah, I like Jeremy Grant here. Even though he might get moved, I like Jeremy Grant here. Oh, I like Chris Paul here too. I'm gonna just go ahead and grab me some Jeremy Grant. And Jeremy Grant is probably my least favorite pick of this draft. That he's probably the guy I was least prepared for picking. If Jeremy Grant does what he did last year, I'll be happy with that. The only issue I have with Jeremy Grant is that if he gets traded and goes somewhere else, his fantasy value might go into the toilet really fast. So if you're new to fantasy and you're drafting on the Sleeper app and you're looking at Jeremy Grant, I would be very careful. That is a risk versus reward scenario that the risk is associated with the potential of the trade. If he's moved, his value will most likely take a hit. Yeah, so I'm concerned about that pick. So after Jeremy Grant, we had Keegan Murray, Russell Westbrook, Devin Vassell, who just secured a huge contract. I think he's going to get like $29 million a year, which is great for him. Blessings on blessings on blessings. Keldon Johnson off the board. Jakob Poeltl off the board. Ooh, man, I would have rather had Jakob Poeltl than Jeremy Grant, honestly. I love me some Jakob Poeltl. And then we have Wendell Carter Jr. I'm going to go to the queue here and line something up so I'm not looking crazy for my next pick. These are the scary hours. So I'm okay with Chris Paul here. I'm okay with John Collins here. It might be a little too soon for Ben Simmons, but I want Ben Simmons. I just want him later, a lot later. Staying clear away from Colin Sexton. Keep him away from me. I like Miles Bridges this year. Ooh, I really like Miles Bridges this year. But I'm going to grab me some. I don't have any rookies yet. So let me shake it up a little bit. Let me grab Brandon Miller. And then on the turn, if I can get Chris Paul, then I'll try to get Chris Paul. Wish me luck. I'm in there. Back to the recap. After Wendell Carter, we have Clay, Rozier, Brandon Miller, the youngin, Cam Johnson, and then my man High 0613 is up. I'm going to add some more people to my queue here. So it looks like I'm going to just add Ben Simmons to my queue because I don't want to let him get lost in the sauce. Definitely interested in Markelle Fultz. There's a lot of buzz in fantasy analyst circles. I'm on a group chat with some of the most well-known, amazing, welcoming, but established writers in the fantasy basketball space, and mad people are high on Fultz. I'm not so high on him, but at some point in the draft, I'll definitely be looking at him. And this is kind of that area. Mark Williams, another guy I'm really high on. Onyeka Okongwu. Trey Murphy would be nice. This is a good tip if you're new to fantasy. Injured players have value, right? So late in your draft, if you can get a player like Trey Murphy and then you're stashing him, so if you can get him with your last pick and then stash him in your IR, then you could go back and grab somebody else. Your last two slots, you could like rotate players out. You know what I'm saying? You could still stream in the lock-in mode for Sleeper. Let me get focused. So where we at here? Man, people just taking my players? Man, they got John Collins. Let me do this recap. So after Cam Johnson, we had Jabari Smith, Austin Reeves, Michael Porter Jr., Mikael Fultz. They got me. John Collins, they got me. Man, who's next? Chris Paul? Let me guess. Chris Paul is next, right? You guys can't be serious with this, man. You guys are killing me. Nurkic off the board. Draymond off the board. Ivy off the board. You guys are killing me, man. You guys are hitting me in the face with the fantasy basketball Billy Club out in these daggone digital streets. RJ Barrett is, people are passing on him. He is built and made for points leagues, guys, especially in a format like Locked In. Locked In is like, let me get focused. Chris Paul is on the board. I'm taking Chris Paul. I ain't messing around. In 20 minutes, Chris Paul could like deliver some like 5th round, 6th round value. I got him in the 10th round. That is value. Back to what I was saying about RJ Barrett. RJ Barrett is the kind of player that pours in buckets, points. So for a points league, he works. And the thing about the lock-in mode that I really like, better than the game pick mode, which was their original, one decision play that you could make, where you had to like lock in the player, and then that was the player that you picked for the week, or the game. I'm sorry, the game that they were playing for the week. For lock-in mode, you could pick a player's best game, and you could wait until their last game of the week, or you could grab it early on in the week. The one caveat is that you can't pick a game that already passed, so you have to lock in the score before the next game starts. I should say, not pass, but so once a game finishes, let's say Wednesday night, Chris Paul plays, he scores 50 fantasy points. You need to lock in that score that you want added to your total before his next game starts. So, it's just, people front on it like there's not so much strategy in it. There is strategy in everything in life, right? It's not as complicated as Roto. It's not as complicated as Category, but it still requires a certain level of strategy. It's just a different, level of strategy. Anywho, enough about that. Again, I'll break down the ins and outs of lock-in mode. If you guys want a video like that, let me know in the comments. Russell off the board after Paul. Then we have Gordon. Somebody took Simmons from me. Barrett's off the board. Amin Thompson. Love that pick. Oh my God, I love that pick. Mathurin off the board. And then I'm going to start queuing up my guys. Looks like I got Mark Williams already, but I like Asar here. I like Asar just because I'm not going to let 2 Thompson twins go by. I'm going to get me one of them bad boys. So I went ahead and grabbed Asar Thompson. So I got the whole Detroit backcourt thing happening right now. And then let me look at some other guys I want to add to my queue. I would be okay with grabbing Brook Lopez in this area this late in the draft. I'm totally fine with that. This is the 11th round. So right now we are looking at everyone has 2 more picks left. So for me, if I could grab Williams and maybe grab Trey Murphy, then I would throw him in my IR. Actually interested in Tyus Jones here as well. Let me take a look at my roster and see how it's filling out. I don't have any shooting guards, which could be an issue, but I think Cade might actually play multiple positions. Yeah, so Cade plays small forward, shooting guard, and point guard. I'm good. I'm totally okay. I'm not stressing over it. And that's the thing. Some of the other platforms have not let all of the chips fall in terms of what positions people are going to be playing. So it's really refreshing to have a draft experience that kind of gives you insight on, in what capacity players are going to be utilized for their team. After, where were we? Let's go back to Amin. After Amin, we have Mathurin, Wood, Bridges, Asar, Lopez, Hield, Clarkson, Harris, Williams, Jones, Smart, Adams, Brooks, and then I'm going to be up in a minute. So let me go ahead and queue somebody up. It looks like I got queued up right now. I got Okongwu. Is that what I want? I'm staying away from Derek White just because we got Drew Holiday coming to town. But even as a backup, he still has some value. I'm just okay. I'm good. I'm not really trying to go there. Am I on the clock right now? I am on the clock. I didn't even hear nothing, man. So Okongwu, Shaden Sharp. these are scary hours in this area, man. You gotta like just kind of do what you think is right. I'm gonna grab my man a Kongwu. I know I'm stacked at the center position, but you know what? I gotta do what I gotta do. And then with that last pick, I think I'm gonna just practice what I preach. If I could stash a player like Trey Murphy, who's one of the most, you know, elite threes, wings, in the league, who doesn't get the recognition. He has been called the poor man's Mikal Bridges, and now he's off the board. Somebody snatched him up. Dang, David! I told y'all about David Vega, right? He's like, this guy is in my head. Like, he's in my head. If you are in the Discord community and you need help with your team, if I'm not around, tag David Vega, yo. David Vega will help you. You can also tag Ant Tech, Chief White folks. We got some really helpful folks in the space. Let me see if I can swing for the fences. So with this last pick, for my folks who are new to fantasy basketball, you definitely want to swing for the fences on these. So Trey Jones is somebody I'd be interested in. Young guy trying to establish himself. Kelly Oubre Jr., another person I'd be interested in trying out. But let's look at rookies only here and see if I could, in a couple of seconds, make a quick decision before that timer starts going off. Let's see what we got. Let's make it cool and sexy. No, it doesn't look like it. Kobe Buffkin. I'll take Kobe Buffkin. I don't got no shooting guards, but you know what? Let's see what happens. It's all good, man. And what I love this interface, man. It's some kind of beautiful, isn't it? Man, compared to some of the other platforms, like just drafting on Sleeper feels right, man. Feels like I'm doing the right thing with my time, the right thing for my life. You know what I'm saying? So I'll be in one lock-in mode league this year. I've already committed to it. It's a money league, so there'll be a prize at the end. Really excited about seeing what happens. Just to get back to the recap, after we had Lopez, Hield, Clarkson, Harris, Williams, Jones, Smart, Adams, Brooks, White, Okongwu, Sharp, Portis, Gafford, Dick, Porter Jr. I don't know why you would draft him. He might be going to jail. Trey Murphy, Valachunas, Duran, Buffkin. I drafted him. That's shooting, like taking a swing for the fences. Jones, Tyus, that is, or Trey, that is, my apologies. Herbert Jones, Rob Will, Bogdanovich, Boyan, and then Walker. That is your draft. Man, that was fun. Let me quickly take a look at my team to just kind of let you guys know how I did. And I always rate my teams at the end. So I had Joel Embiid with my first pick. Yes. LaMelo Ball with my second pick in a 10-team league. Yes. Cade Cunningham. Yes. Mobley. Yes. Randall. Yes. And Anunoby. Yes. Kessler. Yes. Jeremy Grant. Maybe. Brandon Miller. Maybe. Chris Paul. Yes. Asar Thompson. Maybe. I'm usually a maybe on rookies because I don't know what's going to happen unless it's Victor. I'll take Victor in the middle of the third, but I'm not taking him in the second or first round. That's wild. Okongwu, yes. Buffkin, maybe. Overall, I think I'm really top heavy, especially here through rounds 1 through 6 here, 7 even. I feel really confident. So I'm going to go ahead and give myself a 4 out of 5 GOAT rating. Again, if you need help or advice, drop your questions in the comment section below. I promise I will answer every single comment for this episode. And now that you're prepared for your draft and sleeper for the lock-in mode, play the waivers, set your lineups, and check out the next episode, you freaking fantasy nerd. booyaka shot. Booyaka shot. Booyaka shot. Mock draft, mock draft. What you gonna do? What you gonna do when we mock for you? Mock draft, mock draft. What you gonna do? What you gonna do when we mock for you? Ah. Sometimes I'm trying to mock draft for my fantasy basketball teams, and some lame brain, doo-doo stained joker gotta pull up and start trolling. He grabbing Josh Richardson in the first round. He grabbing Corey Joseph in the second round, just messing it up for everyone. But I got a solution, and I guarantee it is going to blow your mind. We believe every NBA fan who plays fantasy football should also play fantasy basketball. We are about to conduct a 10-man points league draft, but here's the kicker. We're not going to be drafting with just some randos on the internet. And I love drafting with my guys from the Discord community, but we are not even drafting with them. Guess who we drafting with? Some experts. How am I going to pull it off? Not by reaching out to everyone individually and inviting them. I'm going to use technology. I'm going to use artificial intelligence. I'm going to use the information gathered from some of the brightest minds in the fantasy basketball industry and provide it to you. And guess what? It's also going to be really fast. It's not going to be a long, drawn out process. I'm hoping we can bang out a few of these and see if we could get to every single draft position that you guys need support with. How are we going to do it? We're going to do it on Fantasy Pros. Most of you guys know about Fantasy Pros for fantasy football, but they also are ramping up their fantasy basketball content and ramping up the tools available for the fantasy basketball community. So I want to make sure I provide it for you to see. You could get in there yourself and test it out. I have a paid account, but I think most of these tools and resources that I'm going to share with you today will be available for you for free. If you're listening in, you can watch along on the YouTube video, but I'm going to do my best to describe everything clear for you. So even if you're riding in your whip right now, you can still feel the vibe and get the value. All right. So let's do this. Let me go ahead and get my chat open over here. If you guys have questions, please drop them in the chat. And also, if you have suggestions on who we should draft, please let me know in the chat, because I want this to be a super interactive experience and I want you to be able to share your knowledge as well. So let's go ahead and just pull up Fantasy Pros. As you can see here on Fantasy Pros, we are on the main page here, and basically we can go in and just create our own NBA draft simulator. So the draft configuration goes as follows. I have a 10-team in ESPN. I could switch that to Yahoo if I want to, or CBS, or another. We could do points or categories. I don't see Roto here yet, but I'm sure that'll be rolling out soon. We have a snake draft, a linear draft, or we can do a custom draft. They don't have the opportunity to do auction drafts here yet. We're going to go with standard ESPN positions, but in terms of the rankings, we're going to be ranking, we're going to use the rankings of the experts. So really what that means is we're going to be drafting against some of the industry experts. We're not going to be just drafting off of like what ESPN is saying, what Yahoo is saying, or what random people are doing in a draft. No, we have people like Dan Titus from Yahoo, Jason Longfellow from Razzball, Keith Loft from Fantasy Six Pack, Jacob Dunn from Fantrax, Alex Burns from Fantasy Pros, Kelly Kirby from Fantasy Pros, and a whole bunch more. So we got a bunch of experts in there, the information from their minds in this actual mock draft simulator. So we're going to be seeing some very accurate draft trends, going down in this experience. So we're not going to put a pick clock, because this is going to go really fast and will allow you to jump in. So let's go ahead and click the draft button and let's do it. Woo, look at that. We are rolling. So here we are. This is the suggestion page. So basically, the experts drafted, and now the experts, based on their rankings, are giving you suggestions on who you should go with next. So we'll start off on this tab. Quick recap. First off the board, no surprise, Nikola Jokic. Then we had Luka at the 1-2. Joel goes 3, very predictable so far. Then Jason Tatum goes at 4. Interesting to see that. SGA at 5. Giannis goes at 6. This is a points league, so he's not valued as high in a category league, but I love that he's going here 6. Curry, I'm moving Curry up in my rankings a lot lately. I've been doing that because I was a little low on him, so I'm glad to see him going at 7. And then Melo at 8. Anthony Edwards at 9, and then we're gonna have back-to-back picks. So the suggestions are telling me to take Halliburton with 49%, and then Anthony Davis here. For me, I like Halliburton here, so I'll definitely pick him. If you guys have a suggestion of what you'd like to see, please drop it in the chat. Not so crazy about Anthony Davis. I do have some concerns about him health-wise. Let's take a look at the complete cheat sheet list here so we can see who else is out here. So we got Trae Young, Sabonis, Anthony Davis, Damian Lillard, Donovan Mitchell, Devin Booker, Pascal Siakam, DeJounte Murray, De'Aaron Fox, Bam Adebayo, Kevin Durant, LeBron James, Mikal Bridges, and so on. So you guys know I'm super high on Kevin Durant. I have been getting a bunch of Kevin Durant stock across the board. But for this draft, I'm going to do something that is typically against my religion, something that I don't do very often in fantasy over the last few years. I'm going to draft Anthony Davis. So I'm going to go ahead and listen to the experts. 38% tied with Trae Young. I already got a guard. I'm going to just draft me some Anthony Davis. After Anthony Davis, we had Domantas Sabonis off the board. Yeah, let me see. Let me go back. I like how smooth this is. The Sabonis off the board. Trae Young, Lillard, Kevin Durant goes at the 2-5. They snatched him up. Donovan Mitchell, Irving, Booker, James, Marketing. That closes out the second round. Top of the third round. And again, this is very accurate based on these experts, but also there's a combination of ADP from Yahoo, ESPN, as well as CBS combined to kind of see who you're drafting against. So this is super accurate. We have DeJounte Murray, Ja Morant, Miles Bridges, Mikal Bridges, Triple J, Fox, Siakam, Brunson. Karl Anthony Towns falls all the way down. Man, 8th pick in the third round of a 10-man league. That is wild to me. I'm still having like withdrawal symptoms from like getting over the fact that my first round guy is all the way in the third round. I don't understand, but we'll see. Hopefully he turns it around this year. Paul George goes at the 3-9, and then I'm up. So the suggestions here, the experts are telling me to grab Bam Adebayo. 49% of the experts agree on that. Julius Randle, 38% of the experts agree with that. And then Jaylen Brown is a distant third at 13%. I'm going to look at the full cheat sheet here to see what we have available. I don't really have much interest in Harden. I think it's tons of value to grab him this late, but I just don't want the headache. I keep saying it. So for me, I really like Julius Randle here. I really like Cade Cunningham, and I really like Evan Mobley. I've been grabbing Evan Mobley and Cade Cunningham any and everywhere that I can. But for the sake of this exercise, I'm going to listen to the experts, and I'm going to grab Bam Adebayo. So I grab Bam, and I think after that, because again, I talked about my religion earlier. I'm all good. Well, first of all, I'm a God-fearing man. I'm not joking. Like I love Jesus. But let's do this. When it comes to Cade Cunningham, I am not leaving money on the table. If I gotta reach, I'll reach. The top is off. Boobies is out. Hair blowing in the wind. I'm about to draft me some Cade to the Cunningham. Now, how do I do that now? Here, do I just click here? Boom. Will that let me pick him directly from the draft. Yeah, we can pick him right there. Oh, this is smooth. Let's look at the expert notes. Oh my God. Fantasy pros, man, you warming my heart with this right here. So expert note, Cade Cunningham played in only 12 games before a season-ending shin injury took him down. However, the 22-year-old is healthy and joins a messy but exceptional talented Piston squad. Cunningham has a 30% usage rate in that small sample, but he will be relied on to direct Detroit into a cohesive unit. A fourth-round pick would make him a steal. Yeah, I'm reaching to the third for him sometimes, man. But I got him in the fourth round. But this is again a 10-man league. There's some recent news. Let me know in the chat if you guys want me to read any of the recent news on these players. Okay, so oh shoot, I didn't pick him. I thought I picked him already. So what so how the heck can I pick him? I gotta draft him here. My bad. All right, I got you, Cade. My bad. I thought I grabbed you. My guy. Don't take it easy. Take it easy. Okay. So go back to the recap. After I moved on Cade Cunningham and Bam Adebayo, we had Jaylen Brown at the 4-2, Evan Mobley at the 4-3, which is right. See, I would have grabbed Mobley and in my real draft, I grabbed Mobley and Cunningham in a similar space. I had the 9th pick. After Mobley, we had Jimmy Butler. Heck to the no. Then we have James Harden at the 4-5, Julius Randle, Desmond Bane, Fred VanVleet, Kristaps Porzingis, and then Jordan Poole. I'm not really interested in Jordan Poole this year. A lot of people are really high on him. I just got to see it. I've never seen him in a, go-to ball dominant leadership role consistently for a whole season, so I just need to see it. Victor Wembanyama goes at the top of the 5th. I think that's good value for Wemby. Zion at the 5-2, Leonard at the 5-3, Miles Turner at the 5-4, Vucevic at the 5-5, Chet at the 5-6. That breaks my heart. Just to let you guys know, little quick side note, I recently strained my hip, yo. I thought I had my hip was out of the socket. I was hobbling. So I went to the doctor the other day. They were like, oh, it's not broken or anything. They did x-rays and they were like, yo, it's a hip strain, but we got to give you a shot, in your butt. Oh, yo. Yeah, so they gave me this steroid shot close to my hip. And yo, ever since then, there's something about this steroid that I got the hiccups. I did, if you go back on my channel and look at the ESPN positional eligibility video I did, I was so I have a glass of soda here. I'm going to be drinking it. So please bear with me, yo. I don't know what's happening with these hiccups, yo. It's wild. Got my man CJ in the building. What's good, CJ? CJ, I'm trying to get folks to give me some input on who they want me to pick, because this is going to be a more smooth fantasy pros kind of a draft. So if you have suggestions on who I should take, please let me know. We drafted from the 10 spot, 10-man points league. Let's get it. All right. So after Holmgren, we had DeRozan, Ayton at the 5-8, and then Şengün, and I'm back up again. The experts are telling me to draft Paolo Banchero, 50%, Darius Garland, 50%. Let's see who else we got over here. We got Murray, Ingram, Scotty Barnes, Bradley Beal, McCollum, Kuzma, Claxton, Jared Allen, Walker Kessler, Josh Giddey. So I'm okay with Paolo and Garland. I'm good with doing that back to back. So, you know what I'm saying? I mean, typically, I was very high on Banchero earlier on in the offseason, and just the more I heard about how people were not feeling him for category leagues, it made me investigate a little more. And I'm still pretty high on him, but not as high as I was at the top of the season, a preseason, I should say. But last season, he averaged 22.6 points per game, it looks like here. If these are his stats from last year, 7.6 rebounds, I'm pretty sure it is. So I'm going to draft Paolo there. And I'm going to grab Garland. Say what? Let's do it. Let's cook. Let's cook and book. How it look. You already know, though. You know what I'm saying? And if you notice the drip, We got your fantasy season's over hoodie on right here. We don't got the hoodies on sale anymore, just the t-shirts. But if you're interested in that, all you have to do is visit bit.ly/the fantasy sports shop if you want to grab some exclusive swag. Also, you get to support the channel like that. There's also a way to grab it right on our YouTube channel if you're checking us out on YouTube. Let's get back to the recap. So after I drafted the Garland at the 6-1. We had Zach LaVine, Holiday, Ingram at the 6-4, Rudy Gobert, Pirtle, yes. Jamal Murray, yes. Kessler, ooh, I love me some Kessler. Kessler's the best, yeah. I love him. Bradley Beal, I want to see it. Josh Giddey, yes. Barnes, I was higher on Barnes, but I'm kind of like getting slowly but surely, I'm moving away from him. Claxton, yes. OG Anunoby, one of my favorite threes in the fantasy game. And people sleep on OG. OG is no joke. Allen, Valanciunas, Capella, Lopez, Kuzma, and at the 7-9, CJ McCollum. Heck to the no. I am out on CJ McCollum. Too old, bro. Too old, bro. It ain't gonna get no better, bro. It's too much upside on the floor. I ain't gonna do it. So the experts are telling me with the 10th pick in the 7th round to grab Jabari Smith Jr., and he's tied with Yusuf Nurkic. I am not interested in either of those guys right now, so I'm going to look further. I like, let's see. Yeah, it gets a little scary down here. It's not as sexy down here. I admit it's not the best place to be. Let's pull up the draft board. We haven't done that yet. Check that out. Isn't that nice? Check that out. CJ said that works good. Actually, power forward and point guard. You see, CJ, you always with me, my guy. See, that's how we do it. That's how we do it. You know what I'm saying? We out here. Okay, so just looking at this draft board here, I got some point guard action, shooting guard, power forward, center. Looks like I might, yeah, my roster on a positional level is pretty balanced. I like Maxey here. I like Jeremy Grant a lot. I just have concerns about if they're gonna move him. And if they move him, his value is definitely gonna take a huge hit, especially if he lands in the wrong system. He could actually be like waiver wire trash. You never know. You know what I'm saying? So I think for me, and this is good to note that if you're using this draft tool, that these expert rankings seem like positions might also be involved. Like from the look of your team, maybe they're suggesting certain positions. Not sure, but that's something worth noting. But I'm gonna just bite the bullet and go with my gut here. I have a really strong belief that that James Harden is going to be leaving town. So I'm going to just grab Tyrese Maxey here. I like Tyrese Maxey here. And then on my second pick, I think I'll go ahead and bite the bullet and just grab Jeremy Grant. It makes me throw up a little bit in my mouth, a little bit. I also like Chris Middleton here, but yeah, I'll just do Jeremy Grant. Let me see how that looks. It looks bad. I must admit. It's not sexy. It's definitely not the sexiest move that I've made this season. But right, yeah. You win some, you lose some. So let's go back to the recap. We had Tyrese Maxey at the 7-10. Jeremy Grant at the 8-1. Nurkic, Duren, Portis, Rozier, Franz Wagner. Yes, I'm so mad I didn't draft Franz Wagner. Where was he hiding? Like, how far down was he? That's why you got to use your Q, guys. Man, Jalen Williams, love that. Robert Williams, Wood, Carter Jr., Green, Adam, Smith Jr., that is, Mitchell Robinson, Middleton, Westbrook, Gafford, Williams, Zubac. I'm on the clock. Jalen Green is still on the board. Devin Vassell is still on the board. R.J. Barrett, Onyeka Okongwu. The person they're suggesting to me is Jalen Green. I am not crazy about him, but I do like him in a points league. Just not crazy about him. I feel like I want to reach for something else. Reach for the stars, man. Reach for the stars with these bars. Nah, I think I'll play it safe. I think I'll grab me some Jalen Green. It is a points league. Don't be silly. Don't be silly. Why is Spencer Dinwiddie so hard? High. He's like Method Man and Redman high right now. Get out of here. Listen, I always talk about this anytime I mention Spencer Dinwiddie. But Spencer Dinwiddie once spoke at an event at my old job, brought turkey for the kids on a Thanksgiving, cooked, like brought food, catered, brought his kid, his wifey when he played for the Nets. So I always have mad love and respect for Spencer Dinwiddie. But I ain't drafting him in no daggone fantasy league, not in the 10th round. He usually be on the waiver wire. I'm good. I'm sorry. Who we got there? Seen somebody pulled up. We got my man Nick in the building. He says, I pick. See, Nick, I wish I would have saw that. I imagine that's when I was picking Jeremy Grant. I would have rather have Wagner than Jeremy Grant. So, like, I missed that. So that was a good catch. I'm going to pay attention here. I'm not going to miss out next time. All right, so let me know what I should do next, guys. If you got a suggestion, let me know quick because I'm about to make a terrible decision, I believe. I don't really like Simons, though. If you're going to say Simons, I'm out on Simons. I'm okay with Devin Vassell here. I'm okay with even Scoot here. And I'm okay with Chris Paul here. Like, honestly, ooh, Chris Paul, man. 10th round, Chris Paul, man. Let me stop playing games. Like, I'm just saying, man. You could get, in 20 minutes with Chris Paul, you could get so much value. Like, all he needs is 20-something minutes. And the way it looks like they trying to build him into the starting five, y'all. 10th round? Like, he's definitely going to reward you if you drafted him in the 10th round of a 10-man league. So let's get back to the recap. After my Chris Paul pick, we have Reeves, Austin, that is, Zach Collins, Looney, Okongwu, Wiggins, Horford, Vassell, Plumlee, Reed, Dinwiddie, Porter Jr., Simons, Hero, Derek White, Tyus Jones, Scoot Henderson. Love that pick. Markelle Fultz, yes. Love that pick. John Collins, yes. Love that. I feel like I am missing the party. Like, how did all of those players go and I ain't getting a one of them? Come on, ma. That ain't righteous, man. That is not it. For me, that makes me very upset. I'm a little sad. I feel like I'm in a daggone Sam Smith and Adele concert. They singing the sad joints. Sad joints. All right. So Miles Bridges is the one I'm looking at. Listen, Ben Simmons, Miles Bridges, those guys, oh my God, like playing for that's house money right there. So how many rounds I got total? I only got a few more rounds. So I'm a swing. Now this is where I swing. I'm looking for rookies, all of that. So these guys before him, R.J. Barrett, no. Jaden Ivey, no. Buddy Hield, no. Tobias Harris, nah. Because if Miles Bridges play, oh my gosh, the risk versus reward, I will put the money on that. And for my backup pick, I'm gonna grab Ben Simmons now because I never get Ben Simmons. I wait too long. I'll be waiting too long. Like, let me just get that out of the way. Ben Simmons and Miles Bridges, y'all come on home. Come on home to your cousin Robin. I got you. Let's do the recap. After I drafted Miles Bridges and Ben Simmons, Marcus Smart, Trey Jones, Russell. Let's pull up the draft board for the recap, actually. Marcus Smart, Trey Jones, Russell, R.J. Barrett, Jaden Ivey, Klay Thompson, Buddy Hield, Skylar Mays. What the heck? What in tarnations? That's weird. Jordan Clarkson, Kevin Huerter, Chris Dunn, Cameron Johnson, Michael Porter Jr., Tobias Harris, Bruce Brown Jr., Keegan Murray, Gary Trent Jr., Dylan Brooks. I'm up again. That is weird. Isn't Skylar Mays a WNBA player? Am I tripping right now? Yo, let me find out that this daggone, no, Skylar Mays, my bad. Skylar Mays played for Portland. My bad. That's my bad. I was like, hold up. Well, isn't there a Skylar WNBA player? Oh my God. I was tripping. I was like, wait a minute. And they have him listed as a Or Skylar Diggins Smith. My bad. They have him listed as a free agent. So I was like, wait a minute, that looks suspect to be getting drafted that early. Who are you? Where did you get those from? Where they do that at? I'm sorry, but no. That makes me uncomfortable. All right, here we go. Let's do the recap. After Skylar Mays, we had Jordan Clarkson, Kevin Herter, Dunn, Johnson, Porter Jr., Harris, Brown Jr., Keegan Murray, Trent, Brooks, and I'm up. Looks like at this point I'm looking for rookies, man. I'm rookie hunting right now, man. Y'all out here playing games. Oh no, y'all out here playing games. Let me get these Thompson twins. Where's a man? Where's a man? Can I get him in? Bye bye. Like I'm not playing. Then I'm gonna get Asar right here. This is like my big time draft strategy. Like Asar and a min every draft. Okay, let's see what I got here. So my grades, I love this. So my grades looks like I got a C plus, 79 out of 100. I grabbed Tyrese Halliburton, yes. Cade Cunningham, yes. Darius Garland, yes. Paolo Banchero, yes. Reluctant, yes. Anthony Davis, reluctant, yes. Jeremy Grant, maybe. If he gets traded, all bets are off. He might be waiver wire trash. Bam Adebayo, yes. Tyrese Maxey, yes. I think he has standalone value, even if James Harden is still on the team. Jalen Green, yes. Chris Paul, yes. Miles Bridges, maybe. I need to see if he plays, but if the man plays, I tell you, he is going to play with the fury of God. He's going to be so angry and mad, like his name been dragged in the mud. He lost out on the huge bag. He was averaging 20 and 10 before this debacle with him making all of those critical like mistakes and nearly squandering his blessings, and now he has a chance for redemption. Listen, I think it's crap like what he did. You know what I'm saying? I don't know the details and the intricacies of the case, but I do know that if he plays, he's going to be playing with a chip on his shoulder. And the same thing for Ben Simmons. He's a maybe as well. Amin Thompson and Asar, I'll give them both maybes because they are rookies, and I need to see it. The only rookie I'm giving an easy cosign to is Scoot, not even Victor. I'm giving it to Scoot, not even Victor, because I have concerns about Victor resting. So overall, I give myself a 3 out of 5 GOAT rating. Shoot, let's check the time. 29 minutes, that ain't too bad. I was talking a lot, though. I was talking a lot. Big shout out to Nick. He says, I'd go with Asar Thompson. You know I did that, man. Come on, man. You know I did that, man. You know I did that. I'm not playing out here in these streets. I does this. I does this. Again, this is a pleasure for me to serve you. Always here. If you know about this community, you know the biggest thing is that we stay active in our Discord. The Discord is where it all happens. I just sent the message out to new fantasy managers because we have like a whole bunch of people coming in, really fast into the Discord. People are making mistakes early. People are making critical mistakes early on, like the season ain't even start, y'all. And we got new fantasy managers getting bullcrap offers and accepting them. So this is what I want you to do to make sure you don't get fleeced, robbed, stuck up, or jacked on a trade this season. What I need you to do is join our Discord server. Pull up to the Discord server, and when you pull up to the Discord server, all you have to do is go to the trade channel and put a screenshot of your trade, type in what the trade is, and ask for the opinion of the group. It's about 1,300 people in there right now. I would say at least 20% of those people are snipers. Really good at fantasy, good at category leagues, good at points leagues, good at best ball, good at roto. We have like really good snipers in there. They have a middle of the pack people who are just in for a few years, and then we have probably, I want to say about 30 to 40% of our community are new fantasy players. So there'll be people there that are new. There'll also be people that are experienced, and it's kind of we connect together to provide the most value to you so you can win. If you go to my Instagram page on the story highlights, So, on Instagram, they have like those little circles. Those are the highlight stories. If you click on them, you'll see all of the championships that we've won in the last couple years. Like, really, I just started tracking it in the last season, really. So, really, you'll see last season's championships, and it's a ton. People get the information that they need so they can win championships, and that could be
Draft is in a couple of days. You're online trying to find some content to help you win your draft, but you can't. So your fantasy basketball draft is in a couple of days. You're on the internet trying to find yourself some content so you can win your fantasy basketball league. But when you go to the internet, you can't find anything about 10 team points leagues. In this episode, we will be conducting a 10 team mock draft, drafting from the second position for ESPN using Fantasy Pros. We believe every NBA fan that plays fantasy football should also play fantasy basketball. So I'm trying to do this series to kind of bang these out quick because the community really wants more 10-team league content, right? It's not a lot of it out there, so we want to serve. This Fantasy Pros mock simulator will help to make our life easy. Like, it'll help me to do it fast, and also because the computer is using expert rankings here, we have a bunch of experts that they use their rankings to kind of draft against. It helps us to give us a reasonably accurate draft experience. So let's go ahead and start. We're going to jump right on in. We have the second pick. We're using ESPN settings. And for this exercise, I'm actually going to trust in the suggestions of every pick that Fantasy Pros gives us. So they're going to give us suggested players, people we should draft, and we're going to just trust them. So the first person they suggest is Luka Doncic. We'll go ahead and let the first two rounds kind of shake out, and then I'm going to do a quick recap. Let's pull up the draft board here. We had Jokic at 1, Doncic, Giannis, Tatum, SGA, Embiid, Halliburton at the 1-7, Damian Lillard at the 1-8, Steph Curry at the 1-9, and then Anthony Edwards at the 1-10. On the turn, we had Devin Booker lead us off in the first round at the top of the second round. Then we have Domantas Sabonis, Durant, Young, Davis, Mitchell, James, LaMelo Ball, and then I am up again. So I'm going to go back to the suggestions and see who they're recommending. Excuse me. I just threw up a little bit in my mouth. They're recommending Pascal Siakam. I'm going to trust in them, and I'm going to draft Pascal Siakam. Then I have another quick pick. They're recommending that I take DeJounte Murray. I'm going to go ahead and just take DeJounte Murray. We'll do a recap of the next two rounds and check out what we got. So after I drafted Pascal Siakam, Kyrie Irving was off the board. Then Fred VanVleet goes at the 3-1. DeJounte Murray was my next pick. Markkanen, Brunson, Karl Anthony Towns at the 3-5. Man, he is dropping. Jaylen Brown at the 3-6. Desmond Bane, Zion, Fox at the 3-9. Poole at the 3-10. Mikal Bridges at the 4-1. Jimmy Butler, Adebayo, 2 Heat teammates. Vucevic, Morant. That's a little early for me for Morant at 4-5. Then we have at the 4-6, Paul George. Wemby at 4-7. 4-8, we have DeMar DeRozan. And then I am back up. So they're suggesting that I take Julius Randle. I'm going to trust in the suggested players. And then they're recommending that I take James Harden. And I think even, in the 5th round, I think that's tons of value for him if he plays. I think that's the biggest thing. We don't know what's going to happen. There was a report that came out recently that said he doesn't believe that his relationship with Daryl Morey can be salvaged. Let's go back to the recap. After Victor Wembanyama was DeRozan, I grabbed Randall. Cunningham went next, then Mobley, 2 of my favorite players. I ended up with Harden. Yuck. Paolo. Triple J. Şengün goes next at the 5-5. Chet at the 5-6. Claxton, Kawhi, Porzingis, DeAndre Ayton at the 5-10. Walker Kessler goes at the 6-1. Miles Turner, Zach LaVine, Jared Allen, Darius Garland at the 6-5. Rudy Gobert at the 6-6. Jakob Poeltl, Clint Capella, and I am back up again. So we're going to head over here to who they want me to draft, that is not sexy, man. They are. I would not. I don't think I would take him here. I don't think I would take him here. Not at all. Not at all. But I'm going to take him. I'm going to trust in the process. I'm grabbing Jonas Valanciunas. 62% of the experts said I should have grabbed him there, and then 62% of the experts agree I should draft Brandon Ingram. So we'll go ahead and get to the recap. It looks like Bradley Beal and OG Anunoby are on the board still, which is really exciting to me. It's kind of crazy that Valanciunas went off the board before those guys. I don't understand that. That seems a little off to me, but we'll keep pushing through. After I drafted Valanciunas, we had Nurkic off the board. Duran, I grabbed Ingram. Jamal Murray went off the board. Then we had Josh Giddey, Wendell Carter Jr., Kuzma at the 7-6, Scotty Barnes, Maxey, Dinwiddie, Brook Lopez. Then at the 8-1, we had Portis Jr. 8-2, we had Draymond Green, Jabari Smith, Onyeka Okongwu at the 8-4. I love Onyeka Okongwu this year. If they move Clint Capella out of town, boy, it's going to be a field day for him. Mark Williams at the 8-5, Robert Williams at the 8-6. Do we have another Williams? No. Drew Holiday at the 8-7, Dan Gafford at the 8-8. This is insane to me. I don't know about this, man. Like, what? Bradley Beal? Like, you drafting Dan Gafford before Bradley Beal? Get out of here. I'm taking Bradley Beal. 100% of the experts agree. I would probably go for OG Anunoby here, but they telling me to take CJ, so I'm going to just take CJ. I'm gonna trust in the process and see what happens here. This is the worst best team. I'm drafting the worst best team ever. Let's get back to the recap. After Brandon Ingram, we had Jalen Duren, Zach Collins. I grabbed Bradley Beal. Oh, no. I'm sorry about that. After Bradley Beal went Zach Collins, then Devin Vassell. I grabbed CJ, Looney, Reeves, Middleton, Zubac, Adams, Mitchell, Wagner, Wood, Reed at the 10-1, Bol, Grant, Rozier, Anunoby at the 10-5. That's wild. That's wild, man. 10-6, John Collins, Jalen Williams, Andrew Wiggins, and then I'm back up there suggesting that I take Jalen Green. I'm going to take Jalen Green. And then on the second pick, they're recommending that I take Russell Westbrook. So I'm going to take Russell Westbrook. And then we're going to get to that recap really quick. So after Jalen Green, I went Paul Reed at the 10-10, then Tyler Hero at the 11-1. I grabbed Westbrook, then Scoot Henderson, Trey Jones, Marcus Smart, Tyus Jones, Anthony Simons, Klay Thompson at the 11-8. D'Angelo Russell, Chris Paul, Buddy Hield, Jordan Clarkson, Jaden Ivey, Bruce Brown, RJ Barrett, Ben Simmons at the 12-6. I love it. Keegan Murray, Kevin Huerter. My last two picks. Let's see what they say here. Let's see who they suggest. Keldon Johnson, and it looks like they're also going to recommend Michael Porter Jr., so I'll take Keldon Johnson there. And on the turn, I'm grabbing Tobias Harris, and that rounds out the draft. They gave me an A, a 96 out of 100. I'm going to quickly do my ranking on it to let you know how I feel. And actually, before I do that, let me quickly round out the recap. So after Keldon Johnson, after I drafted Keldon Johnson, we had Markelle Fultz, Michael Porter Jr., I grabbed Tobias Harris, Derek White, Cameron Johnson, Dylan Brooks, Benedict Mathurin, Brandon Miller, Gary Trent Jr., Aaron Gordon, and P.J. Washington. So let's go ahead and go through the rankings. I'm going to be honest, as always. Luka Doncic, yes. DeJounte Murray, yes. James Harden, maybe, if he plays. Brandon Ingram, maybe, if he stays healthy. Pascal Siakam, maybe he lives up to his draft value. I don't know if he's going to live up to being a second round guy. We have to see. Julius Randle, yes. Jonas Valanciunas, maybe. Bradley Beal, yes. CJ McCollum, heck to the no. I am out on CJ McCollum. Too old, man. Jalen Green, yes. Russell Westbrook, maybe. Keldon Johnson, maybe. Tobias Harris, heck to the no. I am not really into this team. This team, besides Luka and even DeJounte and Julius Randle, these are really not guys I would be checking for. Maybe Bradley Beal. So I'm going to give this actually a 2 out of 5 GOAT rating. Now that you saw how to draft from the second position for your 10-team points league, play the waivers, set your lineups, and check out the next episode, you freaking fantasy nerd.